you go. And then,
Okay, I'm gonna
or you can do it
use
there if you
this.
want.
Yeah. And then, oh, yeah, no, you can just welcome everybody. Yeah. Okay, it is our great pleasure on behalf of the Observatory, on behalf of all the organizing committees, to welcome everyone finally to the Gemini Observatory Science Meeting here in Seoul.
안녕하세요. 제가 바로 직접 번역을 할 건 아니고 저희가 그동안 오랫동안 기다렸잖아요. 제미니 미팅을 한국에서 하려고. 저희가 모든 여러분들 다 환영하고 이렇게 다들 건강하게 만날 수 있어서 반갑습니다.
This is 2022 flashback actually to 2021. As many people know, this meeting has long been in the planning for maybe 4 years now and was intended to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the observatory. And it was postponed for 2 years because of the pandemic. And I've shown this picture many times, but it just gives me such inspiration because it's of Gemini South above the clouds. And we've kept our heads, our collective heads above the clouds and managed to come together again here, whether it's in the room. And I'd also like to extend a special welcome to everyone online and have the privilege of being welcomed by the great country of Korea in this great city of Seoul, where it is a really special time with Korean culture making such a profound impact on all areas of our lives, whether it's K-pop, K-drama, and now K-astro. As we'll see throughout the next 4 days, Gemini capabilities have really enabled discoveries that have transformed our fundamental understanding of the universe. And the question and the challenge for us is to figure out how we maximize discovery for the international Gemini community when the world around us is changing in every way, and when we exist in this very special time when the scientific landscape will undergo profound changes. This is another flashback from last year's virtual science meeting, the first that we have hosted from the observatory, is that we're here to discuss the renewal of Gemini as we march into the next few years of a scientific revolution. A renewal given all the upcoming capabilities, new instrumentation, in the era of LIGO, ALMA, Webb, Rubin, Euclid, Roman. And so with that short introduction, I'm really here to try to orient everyone and provide some reminders. So the first is really on social media. I guess this hasn't synced up, but if you're posting, use the hashtag GeminiObs22. I see some people are also using hashtag GSM22. That's fine, try to use both. GSM22 also gets mixed up with some other posts since that's not unique to us. One of the reasons I feel very fortunate to be here is because of safety. We have a culture of safety here in Korea that will keep the spread of COVID at a minimum in the meeting. And we've also provided some really cool masks that are branded with 2 different colors to match what you're wearing for the day. So please use those. Of course, in Korea, there's a mask mandate indoors as well as when you're outdoors in crowded areas. As you've seen, our swag also includes 2 COVID tests, rapid tests, and we also have additional ones if you take both of your tests and you feel like you need to be testing more. Everyone who has been coming into the country, of course, needed to pass through 2 tests And we're asking that people take another test prior to the beginning of the conference. So everyone should have tested again already with the rapid test. And if you haven't, please try to take it before you go to a meal with everyone. Right now, we're relatively safe because we're wearing masks, but it really is when we go out and eat and drink together that we have a higher chance of transmission. So please try to take a test, rapid test before lunch if you can. And the second test really is at your judgments, but 48 hours after you take the first one. Interaction procedures. We want this conference to be productive, not only for the people in the room, but for the many people who have joined us online. We're very lucky that our facility has this amazing AV setup. The audio is incredible, not only for the people in this room, but when we were testing, it came through very clearly for the people online. So as you can see, there are 2 microphones on both sides of the room. If you wish to ask a question or engage in discussion, we ask that you move to the mic so that the people online can hear you. We also have a Slack channel set up. If you haven't been on the Slack channel already, please get on there because we're going to be posting conference news and updates to the general channel. For every session, there's a different channel on the Gemini Science Observatory area. And then we're encouraging people to use threads to ask their questions if you're online. For each session, we have both an in-person moderator and a virtual moderator who will, today it's we, in the morning, later it's Zach, who will be monitoring so that we can have maximum engagement for those people online. And Slack also provides the benefit of allowing for discussions to continue when we run out of time at the Q&A. So if you have questions that we haven't been able to address, please go ahead and put them into the Slack. And we encourage those speakers to continue engaging after their talk, both virtually and during the breaks. As is the reality of the day, changes will happen on a daily basis, given the current status of our attendees. On day 1, we've made a couple updates to the program. There will be a few more talks online at the end of the day. We'll also have Kathleen Turner give her Dragons talk rather than Jake Turner. Kathleen Labrie give her Dragons talk rather than Jake Turner. Okay. And then another reminder for the speakers, in order to ensure a smooth running of the program, we have 2 testing times during the day, one in the morning and one during the lunch break, right before the lunch break. So we ask that if you have a talk, to make sure that you come and test your talk during one of those times. And I was asked to remind people that if you're trying to get on the Wi-Fi, use the conference Wi-Fi, and the password is ABCD, so very easy to remember. Okay, and with that.
Does the speakers become?
Another reminder is that when you have a talk, please come up about 5 minutes before your talk to get mic'd up. That was my cue to look around in the audience to the other organizers to see if there's any other reminders that we should let people either online or in the room know about. Hui, are there any questions from our online audience?
There's no question.
Anything from in the room? Well, welcome again. I'm very grateful to see everybody here. Okay, so our next talk will be from Insu, who will be giving the Cassie welcome to our conference.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Insu, Vice President of Korea Astronomy and Space Science Institute. It's a great honor to here today and speak on behalf of CASI in this welcoming speech. My sincere congratulations on hosting the 2022 Gemini Observatory Science Meeting. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you, including LOC and SOC, for your contributions to this meaningful event. I would also like to thank all of members for here coming to today's presentation and discussion. Since the end of 2019, we have been facing unexpected circumstances caused by COVID-19 pandemic. Our daily lives have completely changed from before. Research activities were substantially reduced and were undertaken in a difficult environment. Researchers have been struggling to make noticeable progress as they were unable to access research instruments and equipment. It gets more difficult to turn the matters against the clock. Nevertheless, we have strived to overcome the limitations and made ourselves gathered here today. This meeting will serve as a platform to deliver interesting research results and discuss operation and instrumentation plan. I hope these 4 days will be successful and meaningful for all of you. Established in 1974, CASI celebrates its 50th anniversary in 2024. Our capability in the field of optical astronomy has continued to develop, starting from the 61 centimeter telescope in Speckle Optical Astronomy Observatory to the partnership in the Giant Magellan Telescope project. In 2019, CASI started joint operation of Gemini Observatory. We have extended our participations in response to successful performance and request from the Korean Astronomical Society. Furthermore, we developed a facility instrument, IGRINS-2, in contribution to Gemini Observatory. We promise our sincere cooperation with Gemini Observatory and the Gemini user community. I once again welcome you to the Gemini Observatory Science Meeting. Enjoy this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Director Jennifer Lotz, who will be giving her talk on the state of the observatory.
Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm so pleased to be here today. I'm Jennifer Lotz, the director of Gemini Observatory, and it's my great pleasure to give the update for the state of the observatory. Before I get started, I also wanted to echo Janice's words. We're incredibly grateful to our hosts here in Korea, to the organizing committee, and to Cassie for being such a great support to make this meeting possible. I particularly want to call out Nare Kwang, whose idea it was to have this meeting here. I think that was one of the first things he asked me when I came on as Gemini director about 4 years ago. And so it's a great pleasure to see everyone here who's made the trip, and many thanks to everyone who's online. I know it's not easy to travel in these times, so we really appreciate the effort. And I also just want to say we're so pleased to have been partners with Korea for the last 4 years. They've been fabulous partners, and we're really looking forward to a bright future. So for anyone who's been paying attention for the last few weeks, you know that the landscape for astronomy is dramatically changing this decade. I, like many of you, have been staring in wonder at the new images coming down from the James Webb Space Telescope. As we look forward, in March in 2023, we can expect the next run of LIGO, the Gravitational Wave Observatory, with new sensitivity and better capabilities. At NYLab, we're anxiously awaiting the start of science operations with Rubin Observatory, which is just across the way from the Gemini South telescope. And looking further ahead, later this decade, we can expect significant progress on the extremely large telescopes, including the Giant Magellan Telescope and the 30-meter telescope, potentially part as with NYLab joining as a US ELT partner. We know that these facilities will dramatically change our thoughts on the universe, and that the next decade will bring a lot of exciting science in the areas of exoplanets, exosolar systems now, our own solar system, the study of compact objects, and follow-up of multi-messenger astronomy, and my favorite, galaxies, black holes, and dark matter. But Gemini has a really important role to play in these, and is really well poised to make transformational discoveries in these areas. So Gemini's strategy in this changing landscape is to play to our strengths. So we're going to maintain flexible and agile operations and enhance those operations such that we're making the best use of our observing time and available observing conditions. We're enhancing our adaptive optics capabilities so that we can correct for distortions in the atmosphere and make this really incredible high-resolution capability available on a nightly basis on both telescopes. And then you'll hear a lot over the next few days and in this talk and the next session about the new instruments that are coming online. So this will provide a diverse instrument suite that will support a diverse range of science for our individual PIs going forward. So it's been a long haul for the last few years, but it's been really exciting in the last few months at Gemini to see the momentum starting to build again. As travel restrictions are lifted, as we have wide vaccination rates of our staff and our host countries, as people are able to get back into the labs and just generally kind of get our mojo back, we've seen a lot of projects that have been delayed or on hold starting to pick up speed again, starting to get momentum. And all of these pictures are activities that have just happened in the few months. As you'll see, looking forward in the next couple of years are going to be transformational for the observatory. There's a tremendous amount of very exciting work being done. And I'm really looking forward to hearing in detail about each of these projects and people's science goals. Do it the old-fashioned. Looks like it's frozen, Jerry. Let me try. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yep. So you'll hear more today from Ruben Diaz, sorry, Ruben, about our great instrument suite that's coming up. And I just want to highlight a few of these capabilities. So last week at the SPIE, this fabulous first light spectra was unveiled from our new GHOST spectrograph. This is going to provide a fantastic capability for high resolution optical spectroscopy in the south. We're not quite done commissioning this, but we expect to be able to offer it to the community sometime next year. Keep walking way too far, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm not doing.
That's probably working.
Okay. Yeah, I just need to keep the cursor in the window.
Cursor needs to stay over there.
Yeah, okay, all
Yeah,
right.
don't do that.
Thank you. Sorry, y'all. Also being commissioned is the Genius IFUs. So we now have the low resolution IFU on the instrument at Gemini North, and we expect to be installing the high resolution IFU later this year. This exciting capability will also be offered to the Gemini community in 2023. Igrans 2, of course, is being built by Cassie here in this country. It's the successor to Igrans, our very popular and successful visitor instrument at Gemini South. We'll be having staff heading down to Cassie later next week to check in on the progress. And we expect that that will be coming to Gemini North in about a year and a half. GPI 2. So one of those photos that I showed you was GPI in a shipping container heading down the mountain from Cerro Pachon. It arrived in Notre Dame not too long ago, where it's going to undergo a series of upgrades that are going to improve its contrast ratio, and make a smaller inner working angle possible, and make it possible to probe exoplanets and planetary disks around even fainter stars. So those upgrades will take about a year as well, in which time it will be shipped to Gemini North and be available to the entire community. Scorpio, which is our planned workhorse instrument at Gemini South. This is an 8-channel imager and spectrograph. We'll hear updates on Scorpio at this meeting, but our plan is to have this available to the community, not just for time domain science, but all science, in time for the start of Rubin science operations. Of course, it's not just about the instruments. We're also revitalizing our software infrastructure. A key part of that for our community is providing sustainable and reliable data reduction package. So this is Dragons, which is a Python-based code. We've been making steady progress, and we'll be continuing to provide updates and releases over the coming few years. This is going to provide quick look science capabilities, improved calibrations, and an interactive science mode. You'll also hear about our science infrastructure getting ready for time domain astronomy, but also supporting all of our users. So the first of those is an enhanced set of proposal and observing tools called the Gemini Program Platform, tools called Explore and Observe. Those will be coming online in the next year or two. We're also providing a target of observation manager for time domain astronomy. We have a prototype available now, but an enhanced version will be available in time for start of the flood of time domain astronomy requests we expect with Rubin Observatory. And then last but not least, we're developing an automated dynamic scheduler, which will enable us to handle the flood of requests that we are expecting with the start of Rubin Observatory without misplacing or mistreating the non-time domain science. So we're really going to support the full set of science programs that we planned for the next decade with Gemini. So the next 3 years are going to be really transformative for the observatory. So it's really fantastic that you're all here this week to hear the exciting talks and capabilities that are being done now and were planned for the future. Because it's really important for us to be able to engage with our community, to make sure that people know about all the possibilities that are just on the horizon, We want to be able to train our users and have people, make the most and hit the ground running as these new capabilities come online. And we also just want to excite the community and get people enthused and thinking about what they can do, particularly in this dynamic landscape. So with that, I will end and just say the future is very bright. I'm very much looking forward to the next several days and hearing from all of you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Questions for Jen from the audience or comments? You can also look online. Anyone in the Slack? We'll give it a couple minutes.
Get rid of this.
We've had discussions about the complementarity between Webb and Gemini. And I think it's an amazing partnership. Do you want to comment on a little bit about where in observational parameter space Gemini can contribute in the era of JWST?
Sure. Well, Gemini telescopes, of course, are still 8-meter telescopes.
Yeah.
So
So at the diffraction limit, we're
they're
better.
there's some pretty powerful capabilities. I can see a number of exciting synergies with our current instrument and upcoming instrument suite, and also with our capabilities. I think in time domain in particular, I think it's important to remember that James Webb is a very big telescope. They'll take a long time to slew, and they'll have very limited chances for rapid follow-up of new time domain astronomy sources. So you could imagine Gemini and James Webb working together in partnership, where Gemini is the very rapid response, getting on the sky very quickly, following a source, and then perhaps after a few days, when the source is faded, it gets handed over to James Webb. Certainly our high-resolution spectrographs are world-class and are not something that James Webb is going to be able to supersede. But you can imagine studies with Webb that are complemented by very high-resolution studies, spectroscopic studies from Gemini. And that, there are many, many opportunities. I encourage people to think about those as we move forward. Shall we hand it over to Nare?
Yes, so
Yeah.
let me just check one more time online. Anyone online?
Not yet, no questions.
Okay, let's give another round of applause for our director, Jennifer Lotz.
Okay.
Our next talk
So-
will be by Nare Huang. And the title is The K-Way of Exploring the Universe and Sharing its Wonders. Nare.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. 안녕하세요. 서울에 오신 것을 환영합니다. So you guys can hear me very clearly, right? So I don't need to shout. So in the meantime, I think Insu and Jan already revealed some part of my secret thoughts already. So maybe I can go a little bit more faster than I originally planned. And I'm really happy to see you all sitting in this room and here. And sure, thank you. Because it has been some years actually realizing this meeting. Exactly about 4 years ago, this week in San Francisco, 4 years ago, many people had a very nice dinner and got some drunk, and then decided to do, okay, let's do the next Gemini science meeting in Korea. And then Seoul became the very logical, very easy choice to make to host this meeting. So because you guys are in Korea, let me briefly introduce how we have been doing with the Gemini, and then what we have accomplished a little bit, and what we are trying to do to contribute to the entire Gemini community in terms of the science capability and something like that. And then let me start my talk from my personal experience of the past Gemini science meeting. So as a member of CASI, actually this one was my first Gemini science meeting back in 2015 in Toronto. And one interesting I found is that many Gemini science meetings in the past has some kind of a subtitle or attached titles. At the time, it was like a Future and Science of Gemini Observatory. So I decided to give my sort of personal view of what is CASI's future plan as far as the CASI and Gemini goes. And at the time, the title was the Gemini K, and then Korean perspective on the Gemini Observatory. And I introduced our plan to expand our research capability in the Southern Hemisphere. And then in that regard, the Gemini comes in a very good and strong candidate to improve our research capability as a whole. So already at the time, I already suggested that we plan to be an official long-term partner of the Gemini Observatory. And then the next Gemini science meeting in 2018, the title was, as you can see, Science and Evolution of Gemini Observatory. So at the time, I didn't give any talk, but I was very privileged to be in the site where the Gemini Observatory has gone through a very important evolution of the partnership. As you can see, at the time, we did some good ceremony. The picture was actually taken in Hilo when we were doing the ceremony in San Francisco, and the weather was perfect, as you can see here. So in our official partnership as a kind of observing program, something like that started from 2019, but we signed the agreement in 2018. So we usually say we started our official partnership with Gemini in 2018. So, and this is my third and the Gemini science meeting here. And then one thing I found very interesting is it doesn't have any title associated with it. So it's just a Gemini Observatory science meeting. So it's probably, we don't need to say anything about it. So it's just all about Gemini Observatory. And it will also include many new things and evolutions that we are going to see in the coming future. So let me briefly walk you through using some numbers, how we have done with the Gemini in Korea and what we have accomplished in exploring and sharing the wonder of the universe and the Gemini itself. We use the program called the KGMT Science Program to provide time and opportunity of science doing Gemini in Korea. Actually, I coined the term, the KGMT Science Program, back in 2014. And currently it's only Gemini, but we used to have many other telescopes in addition to the Gemini. And in the future, we hope we can put GMT in here. As you can see, we have many users want to use the want to time on the Gemini. And then the average of a subscription rate is roughly between 2.5 to 3. Of course, there are some fluctuations, but there are many users who want to use the time for their science. And since 2015, we have roughly 250 programs scheduled on the Gemini. And interesting thing is, about half of them, the programs are led by young scientists. So we have a very bright future. And then we also publish papers to share the wonders that, just like you guys. And as you can see, the papers from the Gemini time on Korean time on Gemini has been increasing, but it's kind of a how do I say it? It's very stagnant for some time, but one another good news that I think is that almost 80% of all the papers published on the Korean Gemini time led by students and then postdoc, young research scientists, which means as time goes by, these people will grow up and they can teach another young generation, and we have more people who can use the Gemini and can publish papers. So I hope, I strongly believe that there are many more papers to come in the future. And then the number of papers from Korean time in Gemini will grow. Well, it's not just about the Korean time on Gemini. Korean community does not stop at the boundary of the Korean time. They just actively engage in all the research projects of the other Gemini partners. So if I do the search on the ADS about the Korean scientists' papers on the Gemini time or Gemini instrument, the number of papers is almost more than double. And the topic, as you can see, is ranging from the asteroid, comet, and star, quasar, galaxies, cosmology. It's very diverse. So we will have more papers in the diverse, various research fields in the coming years, and then I hope and I believe it will grow even more stronger. And this is just a brief list of the science results that actually made to the Gemini e-news, Gemini archive, and a webcast, web feature or something like that over the past 5 or 6 years. As you can see, there are black holes and then asteroid and the high Z quasars and even the young stellar object study. So the research interest in the Korean community is very diverse, and then also it comes very strong. And then the list of these topics will grow in the future. And as you already seen in the talk by John, publishing papers is not the only way of ours doing science and sharing the wonder of the universe. We make instruments. We also provide instruments for you guys to use it for your own science to all the Gemini community. iGreen's first iGreen's expedition to Gemini South started 2018. After that, it is still there. And then, as you can see from this plot, the iGreens has been staying very popular and very productive to make good science for the entire Gemini community. And we go more further. We make one brand new instrument, iGreens 2, and then give it to you and to us. So Gemini can keep it permanently as far as it does not break. I hope it doesn't. And then it will give another new science capability to entire Gemini community. So this is one good example of doing science and then contributing to the Gemini community, one good example of Korean community. And then probably you will hear more about the iGreens 2 from Hyung's talk today, and probably Ruben's talk right after mine. Well, iGreens 2 is not going to be the last one that you're going to expect from Korean community as far as the instrument goes, because I think there are many guys. I think you already seen when you come in here, Korean people love making things, buildings, cars, whatever. And then instrument is not going to be an exception. And then I already know some people that already start brooding about the idea of building a new instrument. And then usually the Gemini Observatory usually comes as a first choice for their deployment. So I don't know, I cannot bring it up any specific name of the instrument project or now, but I strongly believe that you're going to see more Korean instrument coming to Gemini in the future. Well, we publish papers and we make instrument, we give you the chance to use the nice instrument. Well, it's good way to explore the universe and share its wonder, but it's not the last way that we do. We actually support the nice public outreach program. This is a very good example of very high resolution full dome video featuring Gemini South. And this movie, I think some of you may can see in the neighborhood of your town in the planetarium. As far as I know, there are 2 or 3 planetariums already playing this nice movie. And by doing this, right, we can introduce the Gemini South in a more friendly way to the general public, and of course, the beautiful night sky in the southern hemisphere. And then another thing that I'm considering, and that I think it can be productive, is use the Live from Gemini program. And currently, it may be renamed as a Live from Noah Lab or something like that. But I have made an arrangement to try Live from Gemini program for school teachers in Korea, and the first session will start in early August. And I'm more than looking forward to hearing what they think about this program, if there's any kind of room to develop further using this kind of program. I think it will serve as a very good platform for the remote science STEM education tool, and then we'll do a great job of public outreach, introducing Gemini again. And the public special talk scheduled this Thursday also is going to be given by this Mr. Kwon Oh-chul, who is a very renowned astrophotographer, and I believe he's going to attract many general public to the talk, and will play an important role to introduce the Gemini to the Korean public. And then in the talk, he will also introduce what is the COSIS role, what Korean scientists are playing in the field, in the operation and doing the science in using the Gemini. So we are publishing papers, we are making instruments, we are doing the public outreach with the Gemini. So this is a very brief summary of what we have been done in Korea. And so probably it's time to look into the future. It's my just personal view. It's going to be very short. And then maybe you may want to take a look at the COSIS network of observing facilities, mostly overseas. There are many. And then, as you can see, Gemini Observatory are key optical facilities that COSIS is involved in the operation. And then Gemini will remain as a major observing facilities infrastructure, at least until GMT comes online. And hopefully, even after GMT comes online, we hope we can use the Gemini Observatory in addition to the GMT. So we are going to invest, we are going to keep focusing, investing more, and we plan to expand even further our network to include some part of the moving and of course GMT in the future. And so we are planning to post our research staff in Chile a little bit longer time scale, so that we can expand our research collaboration in the in South America. And in that process, I think COSIS partnership with the Gemini will grow and expand to include the COSIS-Rubin collaboration, and then it will also definitely include the US ELT program related to collaboration and more. And so, which means we are going to have much more active interaction with the NOAA Lab Aura, as well as other Gemini partner countries. So that's it. And this is very brief summary of that. I think what we should do, because just 1 minute. Back in 2019, I guess, in Seattle, Jan asked me a very killing question: what Gemini should do in the future? So from that time, I started to think, brooding about what we should do to maintain the Gemini competitively in the future. And whenever I came back to the question, I think about we need to focus on what the strengths of Gemini would be. I think the strengths of Gemini is a high time resolution, high spatial resolution, and of course, highly flexible operational capability. But the real strengths of Gemini partners, real strengths of Gemini Observatory comes from the Gemini partners with diverse and backgrounds and diverse scientific interests. So all I can suggest is let's use this opportunity to define what we want to do in the next 10 years and 20 years. And then we can make our future, shape our future in the way we want. I think it's much more easier. And Hasi will be actively engaged in the make the Gemini's future together. So that's it. Thank you. So we need this many words to say thank you.
Yes.
This is the strength of Gemini, I guess.
Thank you, Nade, for an inspirational talk overview of the transformation of Korean astronomy and a look ahead to the future. And so with that, are there any questions or comments from the audience, either in the room or online? Pat has a question. He's coming to the mic.
Thank you for that comprehensive view of the future of astronomy in Korea. Can you comment a bit about, as you look to Gemini and building new instruments and then GMT, are you thinking as a community about growing the number of astronomy positions in Korea, whether that's at KASI or at the universities? And how do you see positioning your technical and the scientific workforce, say 10 years from now, when you'll have access to all these great facilities?
As a Korean community whole, or just for KASI?
Whichever you're comfortable addressing.
Well, the size of the astronomical community in Korea has been increasing, as far as I know. But we may not have enough manpower in Korea to engage very actively and very productively with all the major international projects. And the number of international projects has been growing. So we need more good people coming to the country, Korea, to get involved. So in that sense, well, I don't have a very good answer to your question, but I think we need to keep investing ourselves into make Korean community more inclusive and to attract more talents. And that way, maybe we will be in a much better position to contribute more efficiently and more productively. I hope this can be a part of answer to your good question.
Are there any questions online? So in your personal opinion, in terms of scientific area, what excites you the most?
The beautiful picture of the spiral galaxies, that excites me very. very, very, very hard. When, in that case, JWST is amazing, but we can beat JWST.
Okay,
Okay,
let's give another round of applause to Nara Huang.
thank you.
And our last
Oh.
talk of the session to help set the stage for the rest of the conference is from Ruben Diaz rather than Ruben Observatory. And he'll be giving us an overview of the bold future ahead. Gemini current and future instrumentation.
Thank you. I cannot see it here. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ruben Diaz. I'm instrument program scientist at Gemini and interim associate director for development. I'm going to talk about our current and future instrumentation. I think I will have to do it from here.
Oh, I see you do. Yeah, I would not.
Is it working?
So don't use that.
Thank you, Dory. Well, first I want to clarify that I'm not going to cover all the details in the slides. The objective of the slide set is that you are able to download the set and look into the details and perhaps be motivated to make more questions and comments across the week to either me or all the instrument scientists that are here. So both Gemini telescopes are complemented by a suite of optical and infrared instruments. Our operational mode offers 4 facility instruments plus 1 adaptive optic unit in each site. The constraints by this limited number of facility instruments that we offer is not only set by the instrument support structure that can only hold 4 slots and 1 adaptive optic port, but also we are constrained by budget and staffing constraints and the need to run an efficient queue mode. We keep our set of instrument capabilities competitive in 3 ways: by replacing the less demanded instruments with new facility instruments. This is the most direct way, but of course it is the most resource consuming way. We also run an active instrument upgrade program, and we support a visiting and community instrumentation program. The table on the right shows the facility instruments that we are currently offering or planning to offer in the next semester. As you can see, we have a variety of modes. We offer currently 7 facility instruments, and we're about to start offering an 8th one, which is GHOST. The most important thing I would like to remark here is that the optical workforce instruments are almost identical, and they are used about 900 hours per year per site, each one. And each telescope also has a workforce near-infrared instrument, which is used at about 500 hours per year. Those are Geniers and Flamingos too. And we provide a spatial resolution of 0.5 arc-second in the optical and 0.75 arc-seconds in the near-infrared under the best natural seeing conditions. This is one of the fundamental requirements of the facility instruments. And we are able to provide image quality of about 80 milliseconds at Gemini North, thanks to the altered adaptive optic system. At Gemini South, we reach diffraction limit at the K-band at 60 milliseconds, more or less, by means of the James adaptive optic system within a field of 85 arc seconds on the side, which is a world-class capability. The facility instrument suite has to enable multi-instrument queue, as I mentioned it, and it has to enable switching between instruments in about 2 minutes. This is because while the telescope is slewing to the next target, which takes about 1 or 2 minutes, the instrument must be configured and be ready to the observation. After the telescope is slewed, in the first minute, we are closing the loops of the active optics on with the wavefront sensor system. And by the fourth minute, we are able to take the first images of the target. And if the target is bright enough and does not require sky subtraction, we are able to take the first spectra by the minute 5 or 6. This is also a world-class capability of Gemini. It has been offered in the last 15 years or so, and we are working hard to improve it, as you will see in Brian Miller talk during this week. We start with a quick review of the optical facility instruments. These are the GMOSs, which are almost identical. As I mentioned, they have a wealth of modes to offer. They have almost 30 square minute field of view. They have log slits. They provide up to spectral resolution 8800, and they have a multi-object spectroscopy capability, which is quite demanded. They have 2 integral field unit options, which are fiber fed and have a sampling of 0.2 arc second, which is well suited to the natural scene at each site. The GMOSs are quite tall. They have 2 decades, and but these are among the most scientifically productive instruments at Gemini. They have more than 2,000 papers, and so we keep upgrading them. We have, for example, upgraded the detectors twice in the last decade. The last time was in 2017 with the Hamamatsu detectors. And because we are seeing some issues, some noise issues, especially in one of the detectors at Gemini South, we are looking into the possibility of replacing one of the detectors, which is quite a resource demanding task. It will require to recommission the focal plane of Gemini South. So we are also considering the possibility of eventually replacing the whole focal plane by a monolithic detector. The GMOSs are very friendly to user-demanded upgrades, for example, new filters or new gratings. GNears is the workhorse near-infrared instrument at Gemini North. It offers a wealth of modes, including cross dispersion and long slit, with resolution up to 18,000. And it can be used with the altered adaptive optic system. If the base imaging capability at Gemini North, which is new, is not available, you can use the GNears acquisition system to take images within a small field of view with a variety of filters also. GNears is going through an important instrument that way. We are providing 2 IFUs, a low resolution IFU, which matches the natural scene at Mauna Kea. It has the field of view, the number of pixels, and the spectral resolution has some synergies with the low resolution with the IFUR at GMOS North. So the users will be able to explore synergies between the optical and infrared integral field spectroscopy. The low resolution IFU currently being commissioned on Sky at Gemini North, and we are expecting the high resolution IFU by September. This high resolution IFU will have a sampling of 50 milliseconds and will provide a spectral resolution of 18,000, which is quite a unique capability. So we all look forward to having this at Gemini North. At Gemini South, the workhorse instrument is Flamingos 2, which provides wide field images, relatively wide field images, the widest field at Gemini at 6 minutes. It achieves a uniform spatial resolution of 0.4 arc seconds under good seeing conditions. It has a long slit mode, and we keep upgrading it. For example, we have provided recently upgraded spectroscopic filters, which increases the transmission in about 10%. We improved the thermal insulation, and we upgraded the utility wheel to add more filter slots because the users keep asking about having more filters permanently installed. We are offering the Flamingos 2 multi-object capability, which allows to place up to 150 slits on targets in a field of 12 square arc minutes, and a spectral resolution up to 2000 and a superb image quality of 0.4 arc second. And we have started a feasibility study to report which are the resources needed to offer Flamingos 2 with the GEMS adaptive optics system. This will not only provide long slit spectroscopy, but also the possibility of doing multi-object spectroscopy within a field of 2 times 1 arc minute, corrected with GEMS adaptive optics system. Okay. Slight technical problem. Okay. So about NUI and NIS, we're going to simply mention that NUI is the base imaging capability, provides the base imaging capability at Gemini North. It has several camera options. It can work with the Altair adaptive optics facility. And NIS is also the base near-infrared integral field unit in the near-infrared for Gemini North, which will be soon complemented and perhaps superseded by the GNSS fields. One important note is that NIS will be decommissioned in 2024 in order to release resources that will allow us to complete the commissioning of iGains 2 and GPI 2.0, which we expect will demand a lot of resources during 2024. The Altair adaptive optics facility has been upgraded by having a new laser in 2019. And we're also looking into the possibility of improving the transmission of the dielectrics under 1 micron and over 2.4 microns. At Gemini South, we have GSOI, which is a primary imager for the adaptive optics system. As mentioned before, we have a corrected field of 85 arc seconds on the side. GSOI is quite stable. And for GEMS, we have upgraded the laser in 2018. We had a new natural gas star system in 2019. This allowed to go deeper into the wavefront sensor stars and, of course, increase the coverage and the stability of the system. In order to increase the stability of the system, we're also looking into an upgrade of the real-time computer. And well, we have procured a third deformable mirror. This will serve as a spare of the already quite old deformable mirrors. They have more than 15 years, I think. And eventually, we could use the third deformable mirror to increase the scope of GEMS to the original scope that was thought to have 3 deformable mirrors. As mentioned before, we are looking into the possibility of having a spectroscopy with GEMS. About our future facility instruments, GHOST is currently being commissioned. I think Chris Hayes will give a talk about the first results this week. This is a high resolution spectrograph which has high throughput, simultaneous continuous coverage across the whole optical range. It can provide a spectral resolution up to 75,000, and it can observe up to 2 targets plus the sky within a field of regard of 7.5 arc minutes. It was built by HIA and the Anglo-Australian Optics Group. Another important future facility instrument for us is IGS-2. IGS-2 is a high-resolution spectrograph which provides resolution of 45,000 in the H and K band simultaneously. It is closely based in the original visiting iPrints. The PI is Chan Park, and the instrument is being built here by the Korean Astronomy and Space Science Institute. The whole project is progressing as planned into the assembly and integration phase, and we expect to be commissioning it in the second half of 2023. Okay. Yes. GPI is our extreme optics imaging and polarimetry integral field spectrometer, which provides diffraction limited imaging of exoplanets and circumstellar material around bright stars. After completing its base science, GPI has been shipped to the University of Notre Dame and will be upgraded to increase the contrast and the sensitivity. This is also a multi-partner project by the University of Notre Dame, as mentioned, the University of San Diego, and HIA. We expect to have GPI 2.0 being commissioned at Gemini North in 2024. Scorpio is our most important future instrument at Gemini South. It is a multi-band instrument which will provide simultaneous coverage in the optical and the infrared. It will allow to take images in 8 channels within a field of view of 9 square minutes, and will also allow to do spectroscopy within these same 8 channels simultaneously with a resolution of about 4,000. It is designed for rapid acquisition and readout, and we expect to have it delivered on time for the start of the legacy survey of space at time of the Rubin Observatory. The integration will start soon. The Southwestern Research Institute is a main contractor, and we expect to start the commissioning in early 2024. Last but not least, we have Gemini plus GEMOS. The future Gemini North Adaptive Optic Facility has been supported by an MSF award, Gemini in the area of the multi-messenger astronomy. Gemini includes 4 side-launched laser beams, which will support 2 primary modes. One primary mode, which will have a correction that will significantly improve the natural scene within a field of 2 arc minutes, and another narrow field that will provide mere diffraction limited within 20 by 20 arc seconds. The PI is Gaetano Ciro, who will also give a talk this week. And the first light instrument for GMAO is a community-led instrument led by Suresh Sivanandan from the University of Toronto and funded by the Canadian Innovation Fund. GEMOS will provide wide field MOAO within the 2 minutes field of regard of GNAO. It will have a multipolar fuse when it's with its own complementary adaptive optics. and will achieve a spectral resolution up to 80,000. Sorry, 8,000. It also has an imaging subsystem which will observe within the field of 2 by 2 Armenian is corrected by the wide field option of GNO. The project is progressing well, although it is community-led. There is a significant involvement in the design of the instrument because we expect it to become a long-term resident or a facility instrument at Gemini North. The instrument is forecasted to arrive at the end of mid or end of 2026, in time to be commissioned with GNO in 2027. Okay. That work? No. Thank you. Well, as Maria mentioned, one of our strengths is diverse and inclusion, and the visiting instrument program allows us to offer a more diverse instrument suite. The PIs have the opportunity to use their own instruments with support from Gemini Engineering and the operations staff. And this has been a very successful program. The demand of the visiting instrument at each site is around 30%, sometimes more. And the time that is finally used on sky is in the order of 20% of the available observing time. The visiting instrument program expands our capability to precision radial velocity to at the order of 20 centimeters per second of uncertainty. We are able to offer high resolution spectroscopy in the near infrared, and in the medium infrared, we can do high precision polarimetry, very rapid imaging, and we can also do Speckle imaging in the optical. Finally, you will hear more about the Gemini instrumentation program. There are several talks in this meeting. Today we have Jeff Chilcott and Galina Singh talking about GPI 2.0, and Hyun Oh, who will talk about iGrains 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben, for that comprehensive overview. Are there any questions from either the in-person audience or online?
Okay, I will be available the whole week. And of course, there are many of our instrument scientists here also. So please explore this opportunity to talk with us.
Yeah, we can just wait for a moment to see if there's anybody, because it takes a while to type sometimes. Jen?
Thanks, Ruben. Maybe you could say a little bit about how the visiting instrument program works and what the process is like for bringing a visiting instrument to Gemini. And as you said, some of these instruments are getting turned into facility instruments. So we have these transitional projects.
Yes, when a PI has built or is planning to build an instrument, he can approach us and, for example, request a letter of support that will allow the team to get more resources to complete the instrument construction. Or we can eventually, for example, support any adaptation, any change that the instrument needs to be used at Gemini. For example, in some occasions, we have funded the for optics of some visiting instruments. The first time that the PI comes, it has to receive an allocation of observing time via one of the national tags. And if the observing run is successful and the PI wants to come again with their instrument, they can do it, but this time they have to offer it to the community. In that case, we also ask the support from the team on the community, in the sense that they have to provide the reduced data if at all possible. And in some cases in which the demand has been high through our national tax, we have considered the possibility of including them permanently. For example, Solo and Alopeke are Speckle instruments that are installed permanently in our acquisition and guidance unit. They don't take a port, so that allows us to offer them almost permanently across the year. And other instruments like iGreens or Maroon-X, they are highly successful, and we expect to have them for a bit of more time. In some cases, we are in the case, for example, of Maroon-X, we are considering, we are starting to study how much resources we need to convert them into a permanent facility available at Gemini. Yeah. It takes quite a bit of resources to convert a visiting instrument into a facility instrument, because there are a series of constraints. One of them, the instrument has to be robust enough to allow us to make long-term planning, and it also has to allow operation in the queue mode.
Just out of curiosity, online and in the room, if you are working on instrumentation, can you raise your hand? Everyone in the back. Now, if you are interested in becoming involved in instrumentation, but do not yet work on it, and this is including people online, you can also raise your hands too. Can you raise your hand if you're interested in getting involved in instrumentation? Don't be shy. It's like, maybe.
There's one person online.
And one person online. Okay, now you see who everyone is, and it's just in time for the break. But before the break, there are a couple, well, let's give Ruben a nice round of applause again. Ruben. Okay, so this is our first break. We have posters on the other side of the partition, and I believe 2 stations for refreshments here. And before everyone goes on break, if Megan is here and Zach is here, can you come and see me? Otherwise, enjoy the posters in the back, and we'll see you back here at 10:55.
No, si no me das el... Oye, no, pero la mía es peor, la tuya está. Como alguien por acá así con un lápiz, ¿sabes? Yeah, but no one is doing anything. I am not involved in instruments. I am working.
Software development for instruments is the thing.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know to touch them.
Nos vamos a echar a mirar cosas.
Sí.
A ver si se cayó o no. ¿Tienen tamales?
Sí, igual, pero a mí me pasa igual y me lo he cambiado. ¿Cómo te lo pones?
No, porque tenía la letra más bonita. Digo mi nombre, por favor.
Doctor Ricardo Salinas.
Tuya, ¿viste? Mira, aunque intento hacerla legible. The thorough guy. Gracias, Clarita.
No, ahí no llego, y me va a salir. Espérate.
Allá basta que vaya con el.
No, espera.
Con lo único que está autorizado.
No, te pongo Instrumentation. No, voy a poner Gemini.
Ahora.
Oh, sí, pongo.
So yeah, I know. No, I mean, the only thing I was gonna ask, we had a million of course, or something, I think, is putting all the stars when they're like 5. Oye, eso es lo mismo. Aún está de vuelta, si no hay que.
Pero mi apellido es súper grande.
Claro. Yeah. It's just, ah, sí. Yeah.
¿Qué te mata?
My own. Ya lo vi. Se transforma en Julián. So hideous. No. No.
I have an issue. People love.
Flash, right. No, absolutely. No. Oh no, he's not gonna give it a talk.
What?
Full COVID. Shit.
¿La está normal? ¿Se
Pues
encuentra
lo
mal?
mismo estaba tosiendo, entonces lo fuimos a ver en la mañana, le fuimos a la agüita y le fuimos
Ah,
a
¿sí?
bien.
Wow. Bueno, al menos os tiene a vosotros. Que al menos os tiene a vosotros.
Sí, pero venían en el avión junto con Rubén y con. Vamos, café.
Sí, espérate que pongo la cosa porque me tengo que ir por el guardador.
All right, where's the coffee? Oh, no. Oh, sure. Absolutely. Oh, the highlights, yeah. And the other result. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm checking the show. Not there. See.
You did not care about that.
Yeah, I need that.
Well, first of all, but it doesn't happen. They're made of. Yeah. Yeah.
The next virtual. Yes. Oh, see, I'm down for that. So.
Everybody do that.
So. It's the end of the day. So Megan.
Bye.
So it's actually
And even spot.
And Stephen will be.
yeah, I know. I said, this is really important to see, you know.
So the software is on the block. Get the target. Fast.
You're already hours. It's not, it's the real value of it is the jam up for 2 minutes. Right now.
Heads up. Any problem.
So again,
You know, I would say. we need to be more discussion. With the feature. Before we. And talk. We need to be- May not even be one for November. Really flesh it out. The others are-
It does become. We currently say, okay. Share. So, can you email through that?
Yeah. Yeah, but we gotta figure out the. I'll find this stuff. And then maybe one.
But this is.
This is a little different.
It's different because we are taking. A unilateral, we decided to. US decided, and then we're telling. Well, we decided now.
But we decided how to work.
And that's one of the.
No, I think, well, yeah.
Yes. See. In person. Without something that.
There was some other. Well, this is part of the body. Well, I think it's don't know. So you say, yeah,
Right. We got something back.
Yeah, they got their time.
We got the guarantee.
Yeah, they got guaranteed time. Well, these two. It's kind of fun. Anyhow, they're not science. Getting science. That one.
Gemini.
Yeah, we the film. Well, it will say.
I don't deal with that. How will do it. So having music this week. One more.
But I know. It's not ready. You left those.
Said, wow.
Oh.
That's there was no. But that's fine. That's the time.
And you don't want to.
So,
No.
it'll be, it's like say, Christmas. So
Oh, I see that.
yeah, we don't necessarily do it. Necessarily different. So, here.
Well.
We got the icons too.
Yeah.
So the first, yeah.
Windows. Okay, well, it's the first time that they. Well, we keep it.
I think.
Start, actually, start. And. Yeah, I think it's a good-
Yeah.
Oh.
Beside.
Yeah.
We don't.
No. It's not.
There's never-
It's too. Not everybody. That's where the science leads. My leadership. $1.3 billion.
So you were.
No. We need to use.
Beyond.
No, I don't know. Well, you don't get an increase. Well, in that case, you took them years. The second one. No. But you don't get one. You see, you also have some idea. So, say it's.
No, no.
Probably, yeah, let's say it's 10% of it. Climate change. Literally to the left. We already covered it. You're right.
Yes, you will. Get some extra exercise. So we'll go all the way around.
Yes, and she did a nice job of changing the names so that they're ordered. These are the only ones we have. Any file from who are that section.
The same. The number of blocks that you're.
Oh, more?
I was about to send it to the conference. And I was like, oh, you think-
Where'd this come from now?
I don't know. Planetary.
Oh, they put it here because I actually can.
It's something to follow.
Oh, no, I just put the rest on my own hand. and-
It's not, it's not gonna be, it's not gonna be.
Excellent. This year, A. And then you. So that's like. So that. It's in the. No, they have a very similar program in town as well, but they do give out those 50,000 attached to the facility installation. But at the same time, they have these big programs like here, which is give out like free for the hall. So they're those programs.
They gave us the arcade. Whatever.
He has one. He's got wedges projecting up to 20 meters. He's got no
No, I mean, I gotta go to no, it looks, I didn't even, it's the thing that, just,
So if there's enough, then we'll stop dribbling. The other one is prime politics.
well, we need to.
Yep.
One page of you. This only looks like. Oh, you did. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, somebody can get online.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, online.
We are about to start in 2 minutes.
2-minute warning.
One minute warning. Please come back to the general session room. If everyone could make their way back from coffee and everything, we're going to get started in just a minute. All right, looks like everyone's back. So welcome everyone to the first solar system and exoplanets session today. It should be very exciting. I'm Megan Mansfield. I'm going to be co-chairing this session with Zachary Hartman, who's going to be managing the virtual side of things.
And so our first talk of this session today is going to be David Trilling from Northern Arizona University, who's going to be telling us about Gemini Speckle observations of close approaching near-Earth objects.
Okay, sound check. Megan, can you hear me okay? This is David.
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. And am I supposed to be running these slides, or I should just say next slide? How does this work?
You should have control of them. You should just be able to use your right arrow key to
Oh,
the
yeah.
next slide.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, attendees. I'm happy to be able to present to you Speckle observations of near-Earth asteroids. Here's a list of my co-authors there. Let me briefly tell you about near-Earth asteroids, and then I'll tell you about some Gemini observations, of course. Near-Earth asteroids are bodies whose orbits bring them close to the Earth's orbit. It is interesting and important to study them both for reasons of science and also planetary defense. I'm showing you 3 pictures here. On the upper right and the lower left are pictures that spacecraft have taken of near-Earth asteroids. You can see we know actually quite a bit about what their surfaces look like in detail. And that tells us something about how these asteroids formed and where they came from, and maybe about the origin of life on Earth and so on. Those are science investigations. But also planetary defense is important. And this figure in the middle in the bottom is, that's a picture from a security camera in the Russian city of Chelyabinsk. It was taken in the year 2013 when an asteroid entered the atmosphere over the city and exploded. You probably saw a lot of YouTube videos of this. It was very impressive and created an awful lot of damage in that city. And it would be useful for planetary defense reasons to know what are asteroids made out of so that we can prepare for impacts. Okay, so there's sort of a spectrum of how to characterize NEAs, near-Earth asteroids. On the one end of the spectrum, which I've laid out here horizontally, is a spacecraft kind of study. This could be an encounter or an orbit or even a sample return. These provide very rich data. They are extremely expensive, hundreds of millions of dollars, and are only really a very small number of targets are accessible, maybe 2 or 3 or 4, some number like that, can really be accessed through with this kind of study. On the other end of the spectrum is sort of traditional ground-based observing, where you might use spectroscopy to determine compositions, you might measure light curves to tell you something about the shapes, and so on. These are relatively poor data of unresolved bodies. They are relatively cheap. You need a few hours of ground-based telescope time, and you can observe many targets this way. And so this is this continuum from the richest, rarest, most expensive spacecraft observations to the sort of most accessible ground-based observations. And the question is there something in the middle that could be an interesting niche to study asteroids? And of course, the answer is yes, because otherwise I wouldn't be giving you this talk. So I want to just briefly talk about Speckle observations. As a reminder, if you don't think much about Speckle very often, the observations are made at something like 60 hertz, so 60 frames per second. This has the effect of freezing out the atmosphere, so the atmospheric turbulence basically is non-existent in each one of those short exposures. And consequently, we obtain diffraction limited observations with an 8-meter telescope. Well, that's pretty nice. So Gemini has 2 Speckle cameras. There's Alopeke in the north and Zorro in the south. Each of these provides something like 20 milli-arcsecond angular resolution at that diffraction limit. At the 2 wavelengths that we observe simultaneously, 562 and 832 nanometers, which is kind of like R band and I band. So again, those are observed simultaneously. Given Nyquist sampling, you would say we could resolve bodies that are larger than something like 50 milli-arcseconds with this technique. And finally, these are highly time-constrained observations. The window of observability is really usually only a few hours. What we're doing is we're observing an asteroid as it flies by the Earth, and there's a few-hour window where the object is, the angular size is larger than this sort of 50 milliarc second, where we think we can resolve the body with our Gemini Speckle observation. And I want to specifically give thanks to Ricardo Salinas from Gemini South, who has really mastered this project for us and just made it happen. So thank you, Ricardo. Okay, so here's the summary. At 50 milliarc seconds or greater, any near-Earth asteroids encounter the Earth something like between 0 and 2 times per year on average. So, excuse me, this is not a particularly rare nor particularly common. So it's right in the middle of that continuum I talked about before. In 2021, we began a campaign to use the Gemini Speckle cameras to obtain multi-wavelength, so 2 channels simultaneously, disk-resolved images of close approaching NEOs. So again, the difference here compared to other campaigns that we resolved NEO, and that allows us 2 different science goals here. We can directly measure the size and shape and albedo of the objects. And importantly, we can look for longitudinal color variations. So as the NEO, as the NEA is rotating as it flies by the Earth, we can use our 2-channel imaging to see if there's a color change across the surface. This part is red and this part is blue. And this has been predicted from mechanical strength modeling of asteroids, but has never really been observed, or it's hard to observe. So this is a unique opportunity to really understand the evolution, the structure and evolution of NEAs using a ground-based telescope. We have a decent sample size, because we have 0 to 2 objects per year, and detailed characterization at a relatively low cost. We're talking about really a few hours per year to do this work. There have been no technical issues, despite some concerns we had, including very large rates of motion on the sky of these objects as they fly by the Earth. We are using the 512 by 512 array readout to keep our object on the detector. Let's see. Oh, I messed it up. There we go. Okay. So let me show you some preliminary results. Please note at the bottom here, it says preliminary results. Please do not circulate. We're working on our paper, but I don't want to let anything out quite yet. The first object we observed is an asteroid called Eros, asteroid 433 Eros. It's the largest NEO. Actually, it was the first discovered NEA, excuse me, and the first discovered NEA discovered in 1898. It turns out, just by coincidence, this was the first one available as we began our campaign, and this is an excellent calibration or test or validation target because it was intensively studied by NASA's NEAR mission, which orbited about 20 years ago, orbited this asteroid. So we have excellent data that we can compare to our new Gemini observations. Excuse me. The expected size was about 68 milliarc seconds, so just really a little bit bigger than this threshold that we set out. And observations were made in June of 21. Okay, so these are not the Gemini data yet. Let me just show you our predictions first. So this is let me walk you through what we're looking at here. Again, we know quite a bit about Eros because of the NASA mission. And so on the top row, those 3 images on the top row, is how Eros would look at its maximum elongation, which happened to be during June of 21 when it flew by. And the bottom row is how Eros would look during its minimum elongation if it was oriented a different way, which is was a few months later. In the far left row is our spacecraft data from like 1,000 kilometers from the asteroid. So really close, excellent data, like you would make a geological map out of it. The middle row, sorry, excuse me, the middle column, the far left column is our excellent data. The middle column is somewhat degraded. And then the right column is degraded to the resolution that we would expect the asteroid would look like to the Gemini Speckle cameras. So I put this pink box in the upper right because that's the thing we expected to see in June of 21. Excuse me. Okay, so here's our data. On the left of these 2 images I'm showing is the 562 nanometers. Again, it's like R band. and the right one is 832 nanometers like I-band. The full image is shown there with the 1 arcsecond scale bar, and then I have a little blow up. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but anyway, there's a little excerpted where you can see the image better. And it works. It's not surprising. Gemini is an excellent facility. The cameras work just as advertised, and we know the asteroid quite well, but it still is very reassuring to have a, excuse me, a confirmation of our approach as we proceed. Okay, on to our second target. We observed asteroid 7482 in January of 2022. The predicted angular size, excuse me, was 120 milliarcseconds, so quite a bit bigger than this 50 milliarcsecond threshold. This asteroid has a known 2.6 hour rotation period, and so we observed for 3 hours in order to get a full rotation to look for this color change as a function of the rotation. These images here are only in the 832 excuse me, wavelength. And again, the 1 arcsecond scale bar is there. The red core here is similar to what I showed you before. That's what you should be looking at here. And you can see that there is a rotation as a function of time. We are resolving this body and seeing it rotate. Future work that we need to do is to compare this 832 data to the R-band data, and again, look for these color changes. We have quite a bit of other data on this asteroid from other telescopes. So we're going to combine it all to do a really sort of comprehensive study of this particular object. Okay, and then here's one more. Results to come, asteroid 7335. We observed this one on May 26, Gemini South. The predicted angular size was about 90 milliarcseconds, so intermediate between the first one and the second one I showed you. We haven't finished our data analysis here, so you have to stay tuned, but it's going to be good. And finally, I want to advertise a future opportunity, actually. Asteroid Apophis will pass by the Earth in 2029. This is, you may have heard of this asteroid. It's a very famous one because it will come so close to the Earth. The angular size at closest approach is going to be something like 440 milliarcseconds, so like almost half an arcsecond. And this is something like 20 resolution elements across the disk. So this is far and away the best opportunity of any asteroid as it flies by the Earth. This is a fabulous apparition. NASA's OSIRIS-APEX mission, it was recently announced, is going to have an encounter actually to orbit this asteroid shortly after the asteroid flies by the Earth. So first the asteroid goes by the Earth, and then a matter of days later, the NASA spacecraft will catch up and start its orbiting mission around the asteroid. And of course, the mission is going to produce incredible data that far exceeds what we can do with any ground-based telescope. But those are after the Earth encounter. And so the sensible and scientifically interesting thing to do is to observe this Apophis asteroid before it flies by the Earth, and then also again after, and then we can use the NASA spacecraft again to sort of anchor our studies. But the real trick there will be to ask, did some properties of the asteroid and its surface change before and after the Earth encounter? And again, there are models that say that it will, and we can test those models with Gemini and the Speckle cameras. Finally, just to show you this picture in the bottom right, this is the same one before as Eros, and I had that middle column where I said the sort of intermediate resolution. Again, the right column is what we saw for Eros, and the left column is like perfect spacecraft data. The middle column is what we're going to see for Apophis. So we're going to have this kind of excellent data with Gemini and the Speckle cameras in 2029. Okay, so in summary, we've demonstrated that Speckle imaging is a powerful and unique NEA characterization tool. I apologize, that should say NEA instead of NEO on the slide. Same thing. Those are near-Earth asteroids. We've observed Eros, we've observed 7482. Next week was when we sort of expect to get back to our processing of 7335. So again, a small sample that we've accumulated, but I think is going to be extremely powerful, and to demonstrate this technique, which has not been used before, and place us in an interesting spot in this continuum of studying asteroids. There are more targets coming, although actually for the next 12 months, there's none. And so it's a good time for us to write the paper and get it out, and we'll come back to this, sort of second wave sometime next year. And the sweet spot, or the best targets for us, are close approaching asteroids that are not spacecraft targets. And finally, as I mentioned, Apophis, which is coming in 2029, is going to be a fabulous, very unusual, fabulous apparition and opportunity. Thank you for your time. That's the end of my talk. I believe I'll be in the Slack and can address questions there. And if there are questions here that we can do in real time, I'm good with that too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, David, for your talk. Are there any questions? If you're in the room, you can come up to a mic.
I'll
Yes.
ask the first question. Hi, thanks for the great talk. This is Hui-Han Kim at Gemini. One of the example you showed, like 7482, I believe, and the 832 nanometer images, I see some diffuse feature around the actual object. Is it real, or is just some kind of artifact after post-processing?
Yeah, it's not. It's a good question. I didn't want to talk about it too much because it's
Sorry.
no, it's a very good question. It's it's part of the black magic of Speckle observing and reductions, which I am not an expert in. I'm working with people who know a lot about that. The diffuse background, I think, is not a real signature from this asteroid. And the question is, what is the core that you believe, and what is the diffuse background that you don't believe, and where does that transition change? And that actually is the main thing we're working on right now to finish this paper. So it's an excellent question. And I think we know how to define that, but we need to really make sure we've got it sort of uniformly applied across all of our data. So thanks for that. It's a perfect question.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, David. This is Ricardo Salinas. Is there any future NEO that's going to be visible from both Gemini North and South, so we can do simultaneous observations with Alopec and Sorrow 4 filters all the way?
Wow.
Do you have anyone in mind already, or not?
Yeah. So I didn't know Ricardo was there. Make sure you go shake his hand, because he's the one who makes all this happen. Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you.
I have not investigated that. As I said, we have a 1-year period where, just by coincidence, there's no good targets coming, so we're kind of on hold. After that, I have the answer on my computer, but I can't tell you offhand. So let me send you a message separately, and we can look at that.
Are there any questions on the Slack?
Yeah. Hey, David, this is Zach. Tom Speckle, another science fellow at Gemini Earth, has a question saying, is it possible to observe the pixel to pixel color variation in a single pair of frames in different bands, or do you only get the disk integrated color as a function of rotation?
So the goal is to do, I don't know if I would say pixel by pixel, but let's say resolution element by resolution element. Basically what you do, you just take a ratio of the two images as a function of time, and you look to see if color blobs are moving across the surface in a coherent way. It's a little bit hard to be rigorous about that because it turns into color blobs. And so we have some idea, again, from Eros. We know what the colors across that surface actually are. And so I think we can back out our sensitivity to color changes. For the other ones, it might be a little bit tricky to actually, say, if we don't detect blobs that we really believe, well, can we put a limit on that? That is some work that we need to do. And actually, one of the geologists on our team is going to be doing that. And he is. It's pretty fun that we're doing asteroid geology with a telescope. Everybody should just think about that for a moment. Thanks, Tom, for that question. Thanks, Zach.
All right, I think for the sake of time, we'll move on now, but you can keep asking questions on the Slack. So our next talk is going to be by Jeffrey Chilcott from Notre Dame, who's going to be talking about GPI-2.
And just as a reminder for the speakers, I will be putting stars, if you're doing a virtual presentation, in the corner when it's at 5 minutes.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and you should be able to change slides with the right left arrow keys.
Excellent. All right. So I wanted to thank everyone for coming to discuss GPI 2.0. This is an upgrade to the Gemini Planet Imager. GPI, as in the past, is accumulating a lot of authors that it has accumulated before. With a vast number of these, I think almost 50% of the people who are on this list actually being new students who have since joined the project. So let's see, there we go. So a little bit of recap of what was GPI 1.0. So GPI 1.0 was delivered to Gemini South in 2013 and underwent science operations, was part of the general queue from 2014B to 2022A. Of the accepted proposals, there were 58 different unique principal investigators with about 1,700 hours of total queue time between all of them, split very close to 50-50 between the large-scale survey and the LLPs, the standard proposal calls, director's discretionary time, and fast turnaround. This resulted in 78 refereed publications, which were cited approximately 300, I guess it's not an approximate number, 3,287 times. And I want to point out that those are just the refereed science publications. If you include the instrument publications, GPI has had a large influence on the instrument community and is used widely for its instrument papers. That gets up to about 5,100. It has an instrument H-index of 33 of science papers and 39 of instrument plus science papers. The science data resulted in 14 unique PhDs during its tenure from 2014 to 2020, and it was delivered with a robust IDL data reduction pipeline. It produced a number of important scientific results, including some important movies that get shown a number of times. It was able to look and understand the atmosphere of Beta Pictoris b and also chart its movement and make predictions if it would occult or not occult its star. It discovered the lowest mass Jupiter-sized planet, 51 Eri b. It discovered a number of different brown dwarfs that we were able to get spectra of. And it had a wide variety of different debris disks and was able to make interpretations and understanding of our debris disk structure. The Gemini Planet Imager Exoplanet Survey was focused on understanding the demographics of planet formation, not necessarily on discovering planets, but on understanding where we sit in the universe. As a result, we found out that planets are relatively rare and had a very strong, or it found a very good detection range for hot start planets, but it was a little bit lacking in the number of stars that it was able to survey to understand the parameters for cold start planets. And these are different planet formation scenarios. And so GPI was being considered to move from Gemini South to Gemini North. And at the same time, the GPI team decided in 2018 to go out and discuss with the scientific community and bring the science community in for a meeting to discuss what proposals or what requirements GPI would need to both meet their next generation science and their sort of wish list or their goals of science. And out of that two-day meeting resulted a number of different science cases, including different requirements to push on the instrument. These were formed around a couple of different ideas, including not competing with existing instruments that are on the summit, but being complementary, and also pushing the science in a realistic way that could be met. So what we did is the teams went out, found the scientific community. The scientific community reported on essentially the requirements here, and these were turned into technical requirements for upgrading the instrument. These were backed by a couple of different simulations and surveys and resulted in two major pushes in science direction, and then some auxiliary science. The two major pushes are for detection of both hot and cold start planets. And so what you're seeing here on the left is in gray are the existing contrast curves. This is the brightness that GPI was able to essentially dig down in its dark holes around existing stars, simulated against a model universe with both hot and cold start planets matching the statistics that GPI found. In dark black is an improved contrast curve of 3.2 magnitudes that we estimate that GPI would be able to achieve if it was upgraded and are written around the goals. And so you can see the number of planets that are circled that weren't detected by GPI that would be available to be observed. On the right is the same simulation of a universe, but now with a survey of stars running from 0 to 1,000 stars, correlated with different contrasts and magnitudes, leading to some of the goals of pushing GPI's magnitude down to discover cold start planets. I don't know what happened there. Okay. The other option or the other goal was to look at very young planets around Taurus. This is pushing GPI's limit. GPI traditionally only worked out to about 100 parsecs before the inner working angle became unmanageable, and the stars around these very young moving groups are extremely faint due to their distance, or it's extremely faint for GPI. And so this pushed the inner working angle and the brightness magnitudes of GPI, but it would allow us to reach some of the absolute youngest planets. The third additional science case area that GPI wanted to look into was the asteroids and solar system objects groups wanted to get down to about 14th magnitude. This would open up approximately 1,300 objects that would be available for GPI to study. There's been a growing interest in looking at planet variability. And in fact, we've had some interest from GPI using its wide field, but relatively wide wavelength range, but relatively wide wavelength range, but narrow field of view, sorry, to look at AGN. So expanding GPI's capabilities outside of the exoplanet and solar system regime. What this results in is, this is GPI as it is today. So this is GPI 1.0. And everything in green that you see here are updates and modifications that we're making to the system. These updates and modifications are intended to improve operations of GPI, and they're also intended to improve the efficiency of the instrument. Oops. Here we go. So the first of those upgrades is an upgrade to the adaptive optics system. GPI was built with a standard Shack-Hartmann wavefront sensor. It was a spatially filtered Shack-Hartmann wavefront sensor, but we are upgrading to a pyramid with an EMCCD. These were, this was designed by HAA. It was simulated by both HAA and Stanford and is being built at the University of California, San Diego. It replaces, as I mentioned, our Shack-Hartmann wavefront sensor. It's based upon the nefarious TMT, and in fact, it's an identical prism to those. It unfortunately has to fit into a relatively narrow space envelope under the existing footprint, mass, and size of GPI. So it is very space constrained, and it will be updating or moving the upgrade rate of GPI from 1 kilohertz to 2 kilohertz. Additionally, we've been pushing down the latency to improve operations. As you can see here on the right, a number of the components have been acquired and assembled. The one component we're waiting on is what is one of our more hopeful ones, which is an EMCCD with an extremely low latency. And on the bottom, you can see both the assembled part and the students at San Diego have decided that it looks like the Millennium Falcon. So they bought a little tiny Han Solo to travel with the AO system. As I mentioned, our goal was to push GPI's operations to at least 13th magnitude with gentle degradation through 14th magnitude. And so these are simulations of the pyramid AO system on GPI against essentially multiple brightnesses of stars and multiple different seeing conditions. And what we find is that GPI should reach its goal with margin for error to be able to operate down to 14th magnitude and may get to 15th magnitude in the simulations. Along with upgrading the AO system, we're upgrading the coronagraphs. In fact, the physical coronagraphs themselves are staying the same, but the focal plane masks are being upgraded. So we're putting in new pupil masks and new Leo masks. This is leveraging design work that has been going on for the last 10 years for space-based missions. That started off with some of the GPI technical development. They've moved on to space-based designs, pushing the chronograph designs even further, but we are now essentially redeploying them inside GPI. They're designed to reach deeper contrasts at smaller separations. And so far, the masks are being designed by Space Telescope Science Institute and are being manufactured by Lambda Consulting. These are essentially grown nano tubes. What you can see here on the bottom left are 3 different designs that we have. If you notice, if you know GPI's existing designs, these are quite a bit different. And what their goal is not only to achieve a deeper inner working, deeper contrast, but also by sacrificing some of the outer working angles, especially some of the contrast outside of GPI's capabilities or operations. One of the interesting things that we found is that we're actually able to improve throughput substantially by having essentially tighter alignment tolerances. Because GPI has been operating for the last decade, we've been able to find that it has it is able to maintain an alignment much tighter than what the original designs were for. And so we are now building around that knowledge of GPI's decade-long information. We're also upgrading the integral field spectrograph for GPI with a low resolution prism and more even resolutions between the existing high resolution prisms. That will enable it to do Y, J, and H band at about the same capabilities with slightly higher resolution in Y and J and a tiny bit lower in H. It will be able to do K band simultaneously. And then what is interesting for a survey mode is it will be able to do broadband all the way from 1 to 2.4 microns at the impressive resolution of 11.8. All in one single shot though. So we will get all those simultaneously by being an integral field spectrograph. And in fact, it's not in this slide, but those prisms arrived today via FedEx. One of the other important components of GPI is upgrading the software to improve reliability and reduce the number of steps for Gemini to use it in Q operations. As you can see here on the left, this is a checklist in order to operate GPI on a single target. And it's a little disingenuous to say that it has 27 steps in it, since a number of the steps are wait for certain things to occur or to ask the SOS to do an acquisition. And several of the bottom steps are just for data monitoring that we underwent. But the idea is that GPI is multiple instruments in one. It's an AO instrument, it's a CAL, and it's an integral field spectrograph. And so by being complicated, we have the ability, and we've learned over the last decade of where the complications are. And our goal is to simplify the operations to get it closer to a single button operation. This includes translating the high-level control library to Python and improving Q operations and to improve time domain science. The current status of GPI is it is preparing to ship from Gemini South, or did prepare to ship from Gemini South. It went down the mountain, it traveled up north, it arrived at Notre Dame, it was unloaded, and it is now safe and sound in the lab. GPI arrived at Notre Dame in June of 2020. It's undergoing a complementary set of pre-ship tests that were done last year to confirm that its state, and then to essentially confirm its arrival state. These are the same tests that were actually performed when GPI was originally shipped from North America to Gemini South. GPI is approximately 24 months behind schedule, and the goal is to ship it to Gemini North by the end of 2023 to early 2024. Upgrades to GPI will enable it to study fainter stars for closer exoplanet populations. Its new adaptive optics will hopefully be capable of locking onto stars 4 magnitudes fainter. The upgrades should allow us to find lower mass planets closer to their parent star than the current system. It will be able to obtain full spectra across the entire near-infrared band simultaneously. And as I mentioned, the goal is to be available for science by late 2024 to the general community. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions.
All right, do we have any questions? Maybe we can start on Slack if there are any questions there.
There are none.
No, none yet.
Actually, I have a question. Do you have an expected number of planets you can image with GPI 2 compared? Like, is there a number of more planets that you're gonna, what's the upgrade for GPI-2 gonna give us compared to GPI-1 in terms of number of planets we can image?
Yeah, so there's two, let's see here. I can't remember if I have this in my spare deck set or not. So there's two different ways of looking at this. I don't have that in my spare. So there's the first one, which is the slide I gave earlier, which is right now we have one object that is maybe a cold start planet or maybe a hot start planet. And so if you assume that it's a hot start planet, then we would add 4 to 5 cold start planets. And this is using a blind survey. So essentially trying to understand, again, the statistics and not taking into account current planet finding, or sorry, not solely searching for planets, but actually searching for the statistical properties of planets. There's a number of hot start planets that I do have that I can't, but you might be able to sort of eyeball it based upon this figure. We do have simulations for different number of stars and different number of surveys. What is another interesting case is that there are a number of groups who are looking at accelerations from Gaia and Hipparchus and taking in essentially data from other areas of astronomy to do informed surveys. Now, this breaks your ability to do an unbiased sample by biasing your sample, but will add planets in. And so we expect GPI will find a number of other planets. And again, I don't have the number off the top of my head. It's, but you know, you can sort of guess it based upon that figure that's there, the number of planets that essentially we will add to the list of directly imaged planets.
And then we do have a question from Jonathan Williams on Slack. Will the data reduction still be in IDL, or is there work to upgrade that too?
Yeah, so there was originally a discussion within the team if we wanted to leave everything in IDL or if we wanted to upgrade it to Python. So the IDL package that does the data reduction for GPI just does essentially the core pieces. So it allows you to convert from 2D information to 3D information. That core code hasn't been updated in many, many years. And while we're going to have to make a modification for the new filters, it was decided that right now, a number of people interact with that code through Python. That code will actually accept commands from Python. If you put things into the correct directory, all it is looking for is a config file, and then it immediately executes on that. Since that was written in IDL, it was written to be essentially standalone, being that you do not have to have an IDL license to execute it. You just have to point it at the correct folder. It was decided by the GPI team that as we were looking at different things and we were trying to most effectively use the money that we had, or to search for money in the most effective way, there were more important science questions than just translating the pipeline from IDL to Python, when right now the GPI team and other members of the community use Python to write the scripts. The IDL code runs on its own, especially in the compiled version, and then it spits out frames which are then promptly picked up by Python.
Are there any more? Okay, well, I have a quick question. Maybe we can get the slides for the next speaker ready as well. Well, I'll just ask quickly. I was wondering on your slide about the statistics of how many planets you're going to find, how sensitive is that assumption to that, your assumptions about like the relative percentage of hot start versus cold start planets?
So I will say that the, I wish I had the hot start one, but I will say that the prediction for hot start is a little bit more, we updated this using the GPI statistics that were available at the time, or the current statistics from the GPI survey about the number of planets. So I will say the hot start ones are well grounded, or at least are grounded in those statistics. The cold start ones are a shot in the dark. If there are no cold start planets that exist, then we won't find anything. If cold start planets are more plentiful than the existing hot start planets, then we would find substantially more cold start planets. So it's a little bit, since there aren't any known cold start planets, unless you count 51 Aries one, and it's on the maybe line, we don't know how over predictive or under predictive we are, though I think no matter what we find, if you find 4 as we predict, or if you found many more, you found many fewer, that would have a big influence upon our understanding of planetary system formation.
Awesome, thanks. And thank you for your talk. So our next talk is going to be by Garima Singh from NRC Herzberg Astronomy and Astrophysics Research Center, who's going to be talking about wavefront sensing and control for GPI-2.
Good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great. All right, I think I can take the control now. Okay. Well, thank you, Megan, for the introduction, and thank you organizers for letting me present this work remotely. And I'll be talking about wavefront sensing and control for Gemini Planet Imagers Calibration Unit 2. Before I move on, I would like to share that I'll be joining Gemini North as an AO scientist in coming months, and one of my blanking out. One of my roles will be to work as an instrumentation scientist for GPI 2.0, and I'm really looking forward to working with some of you directly. All right, so thanks to Jeff for giving this excellent talk on explaining Gemini Planet Imager and talking about its upgrade, and also sharing what kind of science GPI 2.0 will enable. I'll focus on the calibration unit, the upgrade of calibration unit, which we are doing at HAA. And Cal unit is basically the high contrast imaging. It will provide the high contrast imaging capability to GPI 2.0. And it's the second stage unit, which is going to correct for quasi-static speckles and also address post-AO residuals upstream of the IFS. So I'm just going to focus on Cal2, the Cal subsystem of GPI 2.0. All right, so here is just schematic of what Cal unit looked like for GPI 1.0 and what it's going to look like for 2.0. So in GPI, the Cal unit was a dual arm interferometer. And basically GPI, this Cal unit was designed to address the vibration, which it was not able to do properly. So GPI 1 was not able to achieve the contrast which it was designed for. So the Cal 2 that we are developing for GPI, we are actually, it's a common path interferometer. So it's fed by the GPI 2 AO. And the focal plane mask is basically gonna send the light to the science beam splitter, which is gonna split the light between the GPI 2 IFS, and the rest of the light will go to the Cal 2 science path, which is, as I said, it's a common path interferometer. And so we'll be using self-coherent camera as a focal plane wavefront sensor to suppress speckles, and we'll also be using a LOFIS, which is a low order wavefront sensor, to correct for pointing errors and well, not only pointing errors, but other low order aberrations as well. So the goal of this talk is to introduce how LOFIS and SCC works and how it's gonna help GPI 2.0 to achieve the desired contrast. So before I move on, I just want to mention the Cal 2. We just want to show the organizational chart for Cal 2. It's an effort led by NRC, and the PI is Christian Marwa. And Cal 2 is basically, we have people working from HAA, both national and international partners, mostly from the US and France. And you can go through Christian's SPI paper to know more about Cal 2 in detail. All right, so this is the core team at HAA, which is actually doing the groundwork for Cal 2. So here, this is our lab, which we call New Earth Lab, and that's where we are actually setting up all the optical elements and testing both LOFIS and SCC, trying to make both of these sensors work together and test the technology in the lab. So I'll be presenting results from New Earth Lab. And this is the conceptual optical design for Cal 2. And I'm not going to focus too much time on this one, but here is just to show you that the light from the GPI 2 AO is coming from this side here. And the blue light path is the GPI 2.0 science path, which is not going to be affected by our upgrade. And Cal2 upgrade is what is shown in this yellow science path, which is going to go to the Saphira detector, which we will use for focal plane wavelet sensing. And the one in the red path is basically going to go to the CRED2 camera, which we're going to use for the lower wavelength sensing. So the Cal2 upgrade is not going to affect the GPI 2 science path, which is going to go towards the IFS. So before I focus on explaining how the LOFUS and SEC works in Cal2, I just want to mention that the wavefront quality that is provided by the adaptive optics correction is not sufficient for high contrast imaging of exoplanets. So here I list some of the causes that basically it's a list that showing the explaining what causes the residual aberrations in posterior regime. So if you look at the dynamical errors, we have low order aberrations, which basically make the starlight move around your coronagraph. And then you have non-common path aberrations. They happen because the wavefront sensing channel is different than science imaging channel. And then when you take the system on sky, then you have other errors, for example, aliasing, fitting error, low wind effect, wind-driven halo. So this is just an example from another instrument called Sphere. And this is how the images look like when you have, I think this one is for aliasing, this one is for wind-driven halo, and this is for low wind effect. So all of these state-of-the-art high contrast imaging instruments are affected by these errors. And that is why instruments like GPI has been able to provide a raw contrast limit of 10 to the power -4 to -5 at large separation. And that is why GPI was able to image only the self-luminous young extrasolar giant planets. And with the Cal2 upgrade, this contrast limit, we're going to be improving this contrast limit by at least a factor of 10 to enable imaging of Jovian-like exoplanet at small angles. So let's look into how Cal2 is going to actually address low order aberrations and non-common path aberrations. And before I explain how these two sensors work, let's just look at the optical layout of a coronographic system. So here, it's just an example with a TMT pupil. So at the entrance pupil, you have the AO-corrected light coming from right. And at the focal plane, if you don't have a coronagraph, then most of the light, well, all of the light, the starlight or the planet light is going through inside the pupil. When you add a coronagraph, which is there to suppress the light of the star, then most of the starlight is diffracted outside of the geometrical pupil. And then in the re-image pupil plane, we use something which is called Leo stop, which blocks the residual starlight it's preventing the residual starlight to go into your science camera. So so in the posterior regime, these instruments, such instruments, basically, they suffer from low order aberrations, and they are caused by alignment errors, chromatic errors, vibration, thermal distortion, temperature variations. And they basically, these errors basically make your starlight dance around the coronographic mask. Here is a video from Skexeo instrument at Subaru, an on-sky video, which is showing this is a coronagraph here, and because of the low order aberrations, your star is no longer aligned with the coronagraph. So there exists a low order wavefront sensor, which I actually developed during my PhD. And this LOFUS was especially developed to address low order aberration for coronographic PSF. So if you look at the re-image pupil plane here, Leo stop, in the conventional coronographic system, this Leo stop is opaque, but in this LOFUS concept, this Leo stop was made reflective. So instead of simply blocking the starlight, this Leo stop was sending most of the starlight towards another channel. And this is just an image of a low order PSF. And you can actually use the single PSF to measure the low order aberrations. If you want to know more about how it actually works, you can ask me questions on Slack, because I'm not going to be discussing how this single image is used to do the low order wavefront sensing. So this is a well-proven technique. LOFUS was able to close the loop on sky on the Skexeo instrument. Here is a video of LOFUS in action. When you close the loop with LOFUS, and the star is aligned well behind the coronagraph. So on the New Earth lab, we will be using pupil plane images for LOFUS, and this is what Cal2 will use too. So in this setup, we use a special coronagraph, which instead of simply blocking the starlight, it makes most of the starlight go through a different channel called reference channel in the Leo plane. This is the signal seen by the LOFUS. So we'll be using pupil plane LOFUS sensing. So you can use actually this full frame or just the frame or just a signal around the reference pupil to do the lower wavefront sensing. So here are some results from the New Earth lab. So here, this is a reference image in simulation, and this is the lab image. And for this LOFUS, you actually need to calibrate the system. So you apply tip tilt and other Zernike aberration, and you see the response of the sensor. So here I show the response of the sensor to different Zernike modes in simulation and here in the lab. So for testing LOFUS on our lab, I applied GPI 2.0 residuals on the DM, and then I closed the loop. So here I basically show the open loop residuals and the closed loop residuals for different modes. And I also implemented model gain optimization with LOFUS. And this is just a result for tip mode. So in all of these graphs, the x-axis shows the frequency and the y-axis, and this one shows the PSD for tip mode, cumulative standard deviation in the middle one, and the rejection transfer function in the last plot here. This is basically just to give you an idea that LOFUS, be it focal plane wavefront sensing with the LOFUS or the pupil plane wavefront sensing with the LOFUS, it works and it does its job, suppressing the low order, correcting the low order aberrations. So hopefully that's what we will be able to do for Cal2 as well. All right, now moving on to the non-common path aberrations. So as I said, they happen because your sensing channel is different than your science imaging path. And if you look at a typical long exposure coronographic image, it has basically three components. It has a smooth halo, which basically in long exposure, these fast moving speckles, they average out and they add a smooth halo while adding photo noise to your detection. Then you have static speckles that you can correct in differential imaging. And the real problem is the quasi-static speckles because they evolve during the entire observing sequence. And the non-common path aberrations, which evolve during your observing sequence, they are the one that cause quasi-static speckles to evolve. And that is essentially why the current high contrast imaging instruments, including GPI, is limited by speckle noise. So one way to correct for non-common path aberration is to use the science image itself as a focal plane wavefront sensor. And one such sensor is called a self-coherent camera. So here we have the optical layout again, and let's focus on the Leo pupil here. And so this is, as I said, is the signal seen by the LOFUS. And this coronagraph at the focal plane, this focal plane mask basically sends most of the starlight to the reference channel here. So what will happen in the science camera in this setup is that you will have some of the starlight going through the reference channel and some will go through your main pupil because of diffraction. And what you will see is fringes in your science focal plane. So SCC basically make use of these fringes to measure the electric field of speckles. So in this case, only your speckles will be fringed because they are coherent with the starlight, and your planet won't be fringed. So in this case, it's a simulated planet, and it's only the starlight which is fringed, but not the speckles. And SCC can use this information to measure the electric field of speckles and then apply the correction on the deformable mirror to suppress these speckles in real time. And I'm not gonna talk about how SCC does it. Again, if you have questions, please ask me on the Slack. I'll directly show you closing the loop with SCC on the New Earth lab. So here we are closing the loop and creating a dark hole on the quasi-static, and quasi-static speckles, especially under the, I think this is under the local lab turbulence. So here, this is a fringed image unfringed image. And when we close the loop, in a couple of seconds, we can dig a dark hole, thus creating a region of high contrast. And in the lab, we have been able to show a contrast of roughly 10 to the power -7 beyond 5 lambda on the region. And we have also implemented coherent differential imaging. So if you look at this case here, it's a typical image that you get on sky. It's dominated by speckles. There is no SEC correction here. And we have added a speckle and, sorry, we added a disk and a planet, a fake disk and a planet in this image. You close the loop with SEC, you start to see some more details. And then when you implement coherent differential imaging, then you can actually subtract out the residual speckle which were not addressed by SEC actively. And with the differential imaging, you gain a factor of 20 to 40 in the contrast. So hopefully the goal is to actually be able to do this on Sky with Cal2 when it's going to go on GPI 2.0.
You're at time.
Okay, all right. So just take 1 minute. Here, what I'm showing is the simulations with a Subaru telescope pupil. We're actually developing SPIDER's instrument, which is the pathfinder for the Cal2. So SPIDER's will demonstrate what Cal2 will be able to achieve when it's going to go to GPI 2.0. And in the simulation, when I close the loop with LOFIS and SEC, we are able to dig a similar kind of dark hole, reaching the level of 10 to the power -7. And I'll stop here. This is my conclusion slide, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Any on Slack? Maybe while people think about questions for a sec, we can go ahead and get the next set of slides ready. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I don't see any questions, which means we all understood it perfectly, so good on you. Okay, so then I guess we'll go ahead and go to the next talk. Yes. Oh, they can't see me online now. All right, well, our final talk in this session is going to be an invited talk by Jennifer Winters at Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, who is going to be telling us about discovering stellar companions to the nearby M dwarfs at separations of the solar system planets.
Okay, great. Sound check, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, and you should have control of the slides with your arrow keys.
Okay, let me just, all right, great, thank you. Well, I'm so excited to be able to tell you about this project I've been working on using the Speckle instruments on the Gemini telescopes. My name is Jen Winters, as Megan kindly introduced me. I'm a research associate at the Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. I'm moving on to Williams College starting next week. So I'm really excited to make that transition. And so I first want to just point out my collaborators on this project. This is, I want to give thanks to Elliot Horch and Todd Henry and Donna Cassetti. And then in addition, this has been an ongoing project for the past 4 to 6 years. And so I definitely want to thank the observers at Gemini North and South, as well as the instrument scientists, Ricardo Salinas and Andy Stevens, the support team there, as well as the Steve Howell, Nick Scott, and Elise Ferlin, who's reduced a bunch of the data for me. So I'm going to be talking about the very nearest M dwarfs, but I want to first orient us by talking about the very nearest star to us, the sun. This is the sun and our 8 planets here. If we think about other neighbors of the sun within 10 parsecs, I show them here. The more massive stars are bluer, so these are the 4 A stars within 10 parsecs, out to the K stars here in orange. But I'm interested in M dwarfs, as you can probably tell from my talk title. And so when you add in all of the M dwarfs within 10 parsecs, you can see that these low mass stars really dominate the nearby star population. And in fact, they make up 75% of all stars in our galaxy. And so I just want to remind you of some of the physical parameters of M dwarfs. So here's an M dwarf, typical M dwarf star compared to the sun. These have masses roughly 10 to 60% the mass of the sun with similar radii, and they're intrinsically faint, so they have really low luminosities, and thus not one of these types of stars is visible to the naked eye. But since, like I said, since 2018 and even before then through other collaborators' proposals, I've been conducting an all-sky survey using the Speckle instruments on the Gemini telescopes to search for stellar companions to the very nearest M dwarf. So the Speckle instruments, the original is the Differential Speckle Survey Instrument, or DISI, and then Zorro and Alapeke are the kind of replicas of this original instrument. And so I've been using these for a number of years to conduct this large survey. And the motivation for my survey, before I get into all the nitty-gritty details, the motivation for conducting a survey like this is encapsulated in this plot that shows multiplicity, stellar multiplicity, as a function of spectral type. And by multiplicity, I mean how frequently a star has a less massive gravitationally bound stellar companion. So this is there's an obvious decreasing trend with primary star mass, meaning that the more massive stars are almost 100% multiple. They almost all have lower mass companions. But then when you get down to the M dwarfs, you can see that that's roughly 25–30% multiplicity fraction. And we want to understand why this relationship, why we observe this relationship. So is this due to the binary stars' birth environments? Like, we know that M dwarfs, or it's been shown recently that M dwarfs have lower disk masses than more massive stars. But then also in like young nearby star clusters, or those lower mass stars have been shown to have a higher multiplicity rate than field stars. Is that due to some kind of metallicity effect, because younger stars are typically have higher metallicity than older stars, or is there some other kind of birth environment issue? Or is this possibly due to the evolution of binary stars, where low mass stars are just not massive enough to hang on to their companions, and so they lose them over time? So that's part of the motivation for the project I'm going to tell you about. And then in addition, of course, planets. You know, we can only know as much about our planet as we know about our star. These are the very nearest M dwarfs to us. So I'm surveying the M dwarfs within 25 parsecs. So we need to know everything that we can about these stars, because they're highly attractive targets for exoplanet searches. And first of all, we need to know everything about them so that we can properly characterize our exoplanets that we detect around them, which we think that they all have planets, at least one planet. But also we need to know if they have unresolved companions so that we can correct for that. But it also turns out that these M dwarfs, previous work has shown that these M dwarfs have these stellar companions at separations less than 2 arcseconds. So this is a stellar multiplicity fraction as a function of distance for M dwarfs within 25 parsecs that we published a few years ago. And it turned out that most of the stars that were multiple had these separations less than 2 arcseconds. And so we need Gaia can get us down to about 1 arcsecond resolution, but we need high resolution techniques to push below 1 arcsecond. And it turns out that 2 arcseconds translates to 50 AU for a star at 25 parsecs, which is on scales of our solar system. So I just remind you of the distance scale of the solar system. This is the logarithmic plot. If we put an M dwarf here where the sun is, it turns out that M dwarfs have stellar companions at these solar system separations. And using high resolution speckle imaging allows us to find binaries at these separations. So within the orbit of Mercury and out to Uranus's orbit. And so we use, like I said, we're using the high resolution speckle instruments on the Gemini telescopes. DISI was originally on Gemini South, and then it's now moved to the Lowell Discovery Telescope. And actually now I think it's in at APO in the Southwest. But what we do is we take one speckle image, it's 60 milliarc seconds. So like Dave Trilling mentioned earlier, but we take stacks of these images. So we take sequences of 1,000 of these 60 milliarc second images, depending on the brightness or the faintness of our M dwarf target. We can take many sequences of 1,000 60 milliarc second images. So then we take the Fourier power spectrum of the sum images, from which we can create a reconstructed image, which shows a companion, a stellar companion. And so this technique is amazing. These instruments are amazing. Like Dave Trilling was saying, we can get down to 20 milliarc seconds, and in some cases below the diffraction limit of the telescopes, because we observe simultaneously in two filters. There are a number of filters that are available. Generally, it's best to do, you know, kind of a 500 nanometer filter with an 800 nanometer filter, so you get color information for any new companions or any known companions that you detect, so we can differentiate between a white dwarf companion or an M dwarf companion. And these speckle instruments are capable of roughly 1 milliarc second precision per individual measurement. So I show here a plot from a recent paper by Rachel Matson, who was conducting a survey primarily of solar type stars, but this highlights some of the speckle instruments and their capabilities. So we can get down to below 1/10 of an arc second and comfortably get delta mags of 3, or even to 5 within within separations of 0.2. And so I want to talk about explain to you our sample. So we're surveying 1,200 M dwarfs. These all have distances less than 25 parsecs. It's an all sky sample. As you can see, this is an ATOF projection plot that shows the projected positions of all of our stars on the sky, and they have a wide range of V magnitudes. So Ricardo Salinas can tell you about the pain of trying to observe these really, really faint M dwarfs, but some of them, he did it, so grateful. And then if you look at the masses of all of these stars, I want to emphasize that these are all the different flavors of M dwarfs. So there are early M dwarfs and mid M dwarfs and late M dwarfs. There's these where M dwarfs become fully convective below masses about 0.35, 0.3, depends who you talk to. But we have a representative sample of both early M dwarfs and mid to late M dwarfs, as well as these really, really low mass objects down here. And so to date, we've observed about 3/4 of our sample. We've observed 955 stars, and we've used 4 different kind of facilities, but this is primarily a Gemini project. We use the Lowell Discovery Telescope and WIN to try to mitigate using all of our Gemini North time. So we observed the northern closest M dwarfs with those smaller telescopes, and then Gemini North for the rest of the northern targets, and then Gemini South has been amazing. We've detected 80 new binaries so far, and that's all these little black boxes. Excuse me. And so we're super excited. This is just amazing. So here's some of the actual measurements of our companions, and this includes known binaries as well. But I just show that although there's a lot of equal mass or equal magnitude or equal mass companions, but we get down to 4, delta mags of 4 very comfortably. And also, I just want to point out the Gaia lower resolution limit, which is purported to be 0.12 arc seconds, but I bounced all of these against the Gaia DR3, and only 6 of these are actually resolved in the 3rd data release from Gaia. Of course, you know, in the future, I expect more of these to be resolved. Some of these are not. Some of these systems aren't even detected in Gaia. They just, I suspect they haven't just cross-matched the points with the positions, but we have ground-based parallaxes to supplement what Gaia is currently missing. I expect that all to be resolved in the future, but Gaia is not so good with binaries either, subarc-second binaries. And so we can use these new measurements to update what we knew from a number of years ago. So roughly, we began this project in 2016. And if we compare what we knew about this population of nearby M dwarfs then and their binary separations, I show here the log of the projected separations of, excuse me, all of these binary pairs. And for the 25 parsec M dwarfs, we estimated the peak at about 20 AU. But if we compare that to what we know of the M dwarfs within 10 parsecs, which we assume are thoroughly surveyed at all separation regimes, they've just been observed to death. So spectroscopic surveys, AO surveys, direct imaging, Speckle, lucky imaging, like everybody's looked at these stars. And the peak of those few binaries within 10 parsecs is at 4 AU. And so we generally expect this peak to be, for all of these 25 parsec M dwarfs, to be around 4 AU. And then for comparison, I just show where the peak is from Deepak Raghavan's 2010 FGK binary survey, where he found a peak at roughly 51 AU. So not only, so that's where we stood a number of years ago. But with the addition of all of these new 80 detections, in addition to some new spectroscopic orbits that have been published since 2019, this peak has shifted by a half. So it shifted to 9 AU, which is just incredible. In blue are all the new detections. And so not only are M dwarfs have companions less frequently, but their companions are at much smaller separations than solar type stars. Just confirmation of that important. And probably they're gonna, probably that peak is closer to 4 AU. So in the future, we want to get a second observation of roughly half of our new detections. We've only gotten a second observation for half of them. We want to confirm them. And we want to finish the rest of our survey. We want to get the last 300 stars, and then we can easily vet these newly detected companions to see if they are actually gravitationally bound. So these are all the nearest stars, all nearby stars. So most of them have high proper motion, and so we can compare, say, where the Gaia data point is compared to archival images taken 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, and see if our science star has moved on top of a background star. And so therefore we can determine which of these are actually gravitationally bound companions. So I just want to highlight as well a complementary survey that I'm finishing up. So I'm finishing up this multi-epoch high-resolution spectroscopic survey of the nearest mid to late M dwarfs within 15 parsecs. So this is about 400 of the same 400 stars in the same sample. Excuse me. And then we're also observing using TESS to look for planets and to perform stellar astrophysics studies on these same 400 stars, measuring rotation periods and flare demographics. So this is just a really rich sample. And then there is still other complementary science that can be done, and especially with Gaia. So while I say that only 6 of them are resolved in Gaia, that's not the end of the story. That's not the end of Gaia's usefulness. So if I went through and I searched for all of these new detections in the DR3, and it turns out that many, like 50 of these, have this RUWE parameter that is significant. So this parameter indicates how much excess astrometric noise there is from a single star solution in the Gaia astrometric solution. And so hopefully, so there roughly 50 of these have a significant non-single star excess astrometric noise. So hopefully we can get perturbations from Gaia. And so we can get the magnitude of the perturbation. Using our Gemini Speckle data, we can get definitely the relative flux, because we get delta mags for every single companion, from which we can deblend the photometry and get individual masses for each star. And then if the orbits are a reasonable, few years, we can get a number of, we can map out the orbit with Speckle, and then we can get masses for each of these stars, with which we can constrain the mass luminosity relation, and also determine, the mass ratio distribution of these types of stars, and then split into different subsets based on primary star mass. So in conclusion, I've been conducting this all sky survey of many nearby M dwarfs, looking for really close companions. And we've observed roughly 3/4 of our sample, 955 M dwarfs, and detected 80 new companions. And we learned that most of these M dwarfs have companions at these small separations, which is at 25 parsecs, 10 AU is 0.4 arc seconds. So we really need high resolution techniques for these to detect these companions. And then finally, this work is important for characterizing our planet discoveries. So not only is it important to know if your science star is a binary, like a really truly gravitationally bound binary, that's important for subtracting off excess light and subtracting off excess like rate of velocity trends. But also if these are just background stars, we need to know about those as well, so that we can still correct for any excess light. So thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, do we have any questions? Yeah, all the way in the back, if you want to come up to the mic.
Thank you for your great talk. I have a quick question. What is your expectation for like the maximum or peak of the the binary fraction in AU?
What's my expectation of where the peak should be?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think it should be closer to, I mean, probably like closer to like 5 or 6 AU, because it's possible that there's widely separated binaries that are under kind of represented within 10 parsec sample. So I think it's closer to 5 AU.
Oh, I have another question. And like for your target, that's like 1,000 numbers, right? I mean, you observed like about 1,000 M dwarfs. Yeah. And how many like moving group members are included in your like target?
Yeah, there are some. So the way the sample was initially defined in 2014 even, was it was all the M dwarfs that had parallaxes. And this is before Gaia. Of course, we've updated the parallaxes to be more precise with the Gaia parallaxes. But so there are, maybe that's irrelevant information, but yeah, there are some young stars that are like AP Call is in there. There are definitely some young stars. If they had a parallax before Gaia and they were within 25 parsecs, then and they're an M dwarf, they're in this sample.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Jennifer. I have a question. So, for how many of your detections are you getting a color, some detection in the blue channel? And can you comment on how important it would be to get colors?
Right. So technically, we it's interesting that you asked. So I purposely showed this plot only for stars that we detected in the 800 nanometer channel, because for some of these they're not detected in the blue channel. Not so many, maybe 10 of them don't have a detection in the blue channel. But for 70, or this is 150 stars because it includes all of our measurements. So for like 100 or 110 of these, we have a color, like a V minus I color. And so we haven't detected any kind of white dwarf yet, as far as I can tell. Maybe one, but they're all M dwarfs.
Hi, great talk. This is Janice, just a very basic question. So what is the impact of the binary fraction separation in terms of the peak that's changing on planet formation scenarios?
Right. Well, I mean, so Matt Holman, who's at the CFA, he has so technically, what's been shown is that as long as your planets are within a third of the distance between, of the binary star separation, they should be stable. I guess then, for M dwarfs, it's really turning out that they all have more than one. So what happens, in those cases, as long as maybe they're both within a third of the separation, a third of the distance between the other, the binary separation, they should be stable enough. Is that what you're asking?
I think that's an answer to a question. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, M dwarfs tend to have all the M dwarf planets that we're finding, or many, at least the transiting ones, they're all at really short periods, and really, really tiny separations. Like of course, the one I think of is LTT 1445, which is this M dwarf triple at 7 parsecs, and the two planets are orbiting the A component, which is separated by 50 AU from the BC component. That it's a hierarchical system, but these planets have like 0.02 and 0.04 AU distances from the primary star, so they're stable. So this 10 AU thing is irrelevant in terms of this system, but I guess it would matter for like closer binaries. I mean, that's a question of how stable that system would be. And if anybody is brave enough to look for planets in spectroscopic binary systems.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Do we have Slack questions?
There's none on Slack, but I do have a question. Great talk, Jen. You mentioned metallicity, and I was wondering whether you've looked at it a lot with the different binary detections, and whether you'd seen any trends.
So, I mean, metallicity is tricky, right? So you need to they're not very, there've been a lot of surveys, but hardly anybody's done a decent sample that is consistent, right? So, so that's definitely on my list of things to do, because I want to know if there's a trend of, of changing multiplicity with metallicity, but it's hard to measure that. I guess SDSS is perhaps doing that, so that would be possibly. But no, I haven't looked into this, but it's definitely something that I'm interested in, and I would like somebody to do it because I really want to know. But my current what I'm currently looking at is galactic space motions to see if, as a proxy for age, to see if these binaries are getting stripped at larger galactic space motions compared to smaller galactic space motions. But this sample is too small to really definitively tell. So I need 1,000. 1,000 rate of velocities.
All
Thank
right,
you.
let's quickly thank all the speakers in this session one more time. And then just a quick announcement before we leave.
Yeah, so we had our first session, which was all virtual. So I'm really thankful for the fact that this room is really well equipped to support our virtual speakers and audience. I do have a couple announcements before we let everyone go to lunch. If Jonathan Williams is here, please come to the front. If you have a talk this afternoon, this testing will happen now. And then after you're all done, you can go to lunch. Like the speakers in the afternoon all to come up, including if you are giving a poster flash talk. And so we'll reconvene at 1:30. That gives us about 70 minutes for lunch. Okay.
So where y'all? Oh, I don't know. Here or lunch here or somewhere else? How are you doing?
Yeah. But if you could have been expert of the Speckle instruments, Gemini, yeah. Jamás he mirado las características de los instrumentos, pero sí he podido la flexibilidad como se ve la secundaria ya hay lo que pasa es que una secundaria que un día para la cosmología hoy en día todo por hacer el física para hacer las cosas combinadas
Just a quick question. Do you have time for lunch today? Or you have other commitment? I can go with my group. Yeah, okay, sure.
Claro, no tiene cálculo binario muy cercana, que es capaz de ver lo que sea.
Yo entiendo que quizás no, porque sí, porque esas binarias son hubo algún tipo de mass transfer, ¿cierto? O sea, son binarias las que tú estás hablando para symbiotic stars. Significa que
No tiene que haber. Si pudiera, fuera el mismo evolve de, ¿no? Entonces sería gigante. Pues no sabemos. Entonces hay para que pero nada está haciendo con esto. Porque por la maravilla y el dolor de tener esta función fuera de la regular tan importante.
Okay, it's gonna show up here. Oh, totally fine.
muy bien. Sí. Colores, sí.
Sí, los colores aquí. Yo lo tengo listo directamente a la que porque hay separación.
Depende nuevamente de qué tan distante lo que solo ya pero ella dentro de 25 parsecs, 50 parsecs, que están muy cerca. Por eso es que Zorro puede resolver muy bien porque está muy cerca. La nebulosa planetaria. La nebulosa planetaria está a 1 kiloparsec. Entonces, ahí se es complicado estar resolviendo angularmente la misma resolución, pero físicamente.
Claro.
Entonces,
Además, haciendo, por ejemplo, la dwarf, por ejemplo, una estrella del tipo White Dwarf en el sistema, no estás esperando una emisión muy importante, la emisión de toda la zona, es como una estrella fría. Entonces, si vas esto es un poco más complicado, porque tienes toda la emisión fuertísima que viene de la otra estrella esta, porque debe, como usted está diciendo, molestarse mucho. Bueno, son dos filtros, ¿no? Son dos filtros del mismo, no puede ser otro.
no, o sea, hay dos cámaras y las cámaras tienen ruedas de filtro. Entonces, tú puedes seleccionar el filtro.
Porque las tres cámaras que hablaron ya,
Es
tres,
que lo
dos,
vas a-
todos estamos
Es
mismos.
que esos son como los estándares, que el 562 nanómetros y 832 nanómetros.
Una es I, light, y the other is U, B.
No, un R y un I. Pero
No, I, vale, 8 y tanto, pero no es verdad que
sí,
el nombre es muy fácil también.
Hawái. Son los filtros.
Bueno, hay un montón.
Entonces, esta es la cámara azul, que tiene, estos son los filtros que se usan para Speckle. Son a 466 nanómetros, 562 nanómetros, en teoría tiene una chalpa, de muy poca gente lo ha usado, pero muy interesante. Y en el 716 y el 832. Estos son los normales de Sloan, son como white film.
Sí, no, esto es adentro de
El 462, 562, el H alfa que está, bueno, el H alfa por ahí.
Sí, tenemos un poco de
No, creo que no está dibujado.
No, porque estaría más del medio.
Sí, está por acá. Lo que pasa es que el Detroit corta acá. Entonces, lo más rojo de 674 va a la cámara roja y lo más azul de 674
Sí,
va a la
esto
cámara
está
azul.
como un lado, hay catorcenado, pero bueno, hay. Sí. Tienes que pensar entonces de que estás bien. Muy cercano. Y es para poder llegar a esta separación pequeña, pero aún visible de eso, ¿no? Más lejos no.
Bastante cercanos. Pues digo, muy cercanos no los van a ver, y más lejanos, Gaia debería ver en teoría. Entonces, Speckle está como entre medio de radial velocities, que te da como cuando las cosas están muy cercanas, tú ves la velocidad radial, ¿cierto? Cuando están muy lejos, una órbita muy grande, los planetas se mueven, no se ve la pero Gaia debería ver muy lejano.
No, nada, yo te pregunté ahora mismo para quedar en la cabeza la historia, entonces
No, podemos
miro
seguir
aquí
hablando.
y entonces te
Sí.
pregunto si algo más, porque si no se deja para después uno vuelve, ¿no?
Si quieren, unámonos a algunos de los grupos que fue a almorzar, porque se arrancaron mis... ¿No van a almorzar? Ok. I like it. Nice. Yeah, see you.
There, yep.
Just waiting. It's all good.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I don't know if anyone in the actual room can hear me. I'm one of the remote speakers, and I was wondering if I could test my slides during this time.
Oh, heck no. No, of course you can't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
I'm another virtual speaker and I would also like to test my slides. Thanks, Erica.
There we go. I'll put this on so you guys can hear me remotely.
So it's showed up there, and then you controlled it going on this.
Hold it, but you're sharing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so yeah, you're sharing with all the remote people.
Not here.
And I think that was my.
I can't make that go to that screen.
Do you want to email it to?
Damn it. All right, yes, stop the share for a second.
Another backup is PowerPoint. It'll have a movie embedded in this. So they don't do a live demo, they just play a movie.
I mean, you could do that. That might be a nice backup. But I think what I'll do, if you want, I don't know how much you want to get to lunch. I'd like to take care of the two remotes since before I mess anything up.
Yep.
And if you want, we could try to do where I stop and I share this screen instead and see how that works. I have a feeling that it's still not going to show up there.
Well, you
That's the
take
problem.
care of them. And
Yeah, no. I know for a fact that's not going to work.
Okay.
Actually, what would be so awesome is if maybe I had. Do you have a mouse?
No.
Okay, because if you
I have a
had
trackpad I could bring down.
okay, because if you had a remote thing that you could sit here, so that you could operate the mouse while looking here, as opposed to trying to operate that where all the directions are reversed. That's what I've been doing. That might work.
No, you'll do it.
I'll let you think about it.
I'll think it.
If you want to do the video, uploading the video so that I can get in there for the just in case.
I'll upload the file with the video as a last result, but I
Okay.
just really want to do it. Yeah.
I would want you to do it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, like I said, though, it's just this setup is like one of the most complicated setups with in-person and remote and streaming.
Yeah. No, you take care of it.
Okay. Okay, who wants to go first? Remote testing.
I can go first. I'm Erica.
Erica, yep. All right, so first things first. I'm going to give you remote mouse. And then find you in the list right here. Okay, so you should now be able to control the slide movement with your arrows, with your arrow keys.
Okay, it started at the end, but I'll just go to the front.
I don't know why that's been doing that. Like, on half of them. I think maybe when people give me the files, it remembers where they were. And so it's on the end because that was the last slide you were working on. So as long as I think we leave it at the front, maybe it won't do that. But no matter what, don't worry, when I put these up during the talk, I make sure it's on slide 1.
Okay. I'm just making sure I can see on the projector behind you. I'm just making sure nothing is cut off on the bottom, but it looks like everything's okay. So.
Oh, yes. Oh.
I want to see this talk. This looks awesome.
Oh, thanks. Okay, I think I'm good.
Okay. Extra special sneak preview.
Thank you.
All right. So.
All right,
Okay,
I'm next.
Don't move your mouse for a second, because oh, you did it again. Don't move your mouse until.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You had control, because you can use the mouse to like point at things if you need to.
I have a question. So when I have control of the screen, does that mean they can see my screen, or is it just?
No, they're seeing this screen. You are actually, interestingly enough, totally controlling my screen.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
All right, I got rid of that message that people were complaining about. All righty. And who's next?
I guess I am Megan Tannick.
Megan. All right. And you're on number 1. This time I'll actually look at that. All right. You should now be able to control with the mouse, I mean, with the keyboard, going back and forth. Yeah, see, you've already moved the mouse so you can point at things.
Great. Okay. I have notes open on my other monitor, so I just want to make sure I can switch between the windows. Looks like. Yes, I can. Okay.
Okay. And then do you have any animations or anything that you want to check to make sure? Or?
No, I'll just go through the slides real quick though. They're all still, so I think it's just gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, this all looks fine.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. Thank you. Now I know how it works.
So not so horrible.
Yep.
But don't move your mouse because I need to. Yep, I need to turn off the mouse control. All right, now I have full control of the mouse.
Perfect.
Okay, is there anyone else?
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for testing. Is there any other remote people on that will test?
Me, Stephen Gwynn.
Stephen?
I've been rescheduled from tomorrow to today.
Oh, yes. So I think you were towards the end. Yep, second to last. All righty. Oh.
It's looking familiar.
All right. I think it's there. You should have control using the arrows. Just double check.
Not much happening here arrow-wise. Oh, there we go. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Great.
Perfect. Okay, now don't move your mouse while I take back over. All right. Oh, I need to end it, that's why. All right, anyone else? Okay, not so
All right.
bad.
Are you Jerry?
Yeah, I'm Jerry.
Nice to meet you, Jerry.
Yes. Hi. I guess you can see me on camera. Sometimes called the IT guy to the stars. Literally. The stars.
And sometimes the IT guy to the comments.
I uploaded the PowerPoint.
Okay, where'd you upload it?
Hmm?
Where'd you upload it? On the forum?
With the form.
Okay, yep, so I will process it over there really quick. All right, so I'm gonna go off mic. Oh, so you downloaded a okay. Here's the thing. Right. Right, and I have that. So you can do the drop to the all right. Right. Okay, but it's okay. They just have some thing that they could find. Strongly find out. So that it's a bit or position online, get it strong, and then to get down to here, and then I test it or process it, and then take the rule of all the. So that's really almost there. But the problem is that no, this is only showing the remote people. And that is
아니요. 그 이미 만들어가지고 이게 지금 20개 덜 가지고
여기서 뭐 일주일 차인데 여기에 결과랑 거기도
거기 결과는 저희 31개.
그 사이 막 일주일 사이에
아니요. 제일 먼저 만들고
일주일 만에 벼를 만들어내다니 야 최고 6년차인데
하긴
별의 탄생을 딱 하면은 바로 되는 잘 소화한 자들 알고 우리 그때 가가지고 이제 돌리는 거 있잖아요. 이거 이후에 거기서는 학생들이 하고 있어요.
만드는 그 너무 필요한 때마다 만들어서 다른 학생들이
몇번 쓰다가 또 이제 한다고 최근에 저희 수련에서 병렬부터 이렇게 만들었어요. 신청하면은 PPO 여러 개 해가지고 수련에 그게 있냐 그때 한번 그거 해봤고 한번 아예 끝나가는 경우도 있고 결과물을 안 보게 되면 일단 한번 근데 여기는 본인이 직접 안 됐다고 그럼 페이스북에 본인 직접
이 그림은 다 제가 직접 그리고 사람이 다 직접 계산.
How is my I'm trying to do the Baymax. How would you Baymax first?
There you go. I would rate it 10 out of 10. No, everything's going smoothly. The only thing is I would remind people, I guess, of the chairs when they stand in front. I got most of the people got a nice back and front of Megan.
No.
I just want, like, there was no way for me to like be like, can you just move slightly to the right?
It's actually really funny when people start coming up to the mic to talk. She was on this camera. She was exactly eclipsing the microphone.
Yeah.
Actually, there's one thing I want to do tonight. I think. Would you get
얘기가 나오잖아요. 뭐라고 다음번에 뭐 할지 일단 했는데 지금은 케미컬 해석으로 똑같이 단지 더 거래이랑 테모 다이나를 지금까지 계속 연습 같은 브레인스가 연습을 해서 다음 번까지 다른 기회를 하나 방법을 찾아야 예전에는 진짜 왜 하는 건지 모르겠는데 하다 보니까 정말 재밌는 것 같아요. 잘 모르겠어요. 약간 기분 마음이 떨어질만 할 때 앞에 오는 구조되는 것 같아요.
이거는 헬라
네. 벌써 포스터 아주 몸살 때문에 받을 수 있는 분 많이 있어. 네, 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 제가 뭐 하는지도 네, 네. 이게 뭐가 많이 끝내 마음 편해서 그런 것도 별거 아닌데 왜 이렇게 어려운지 별거가 아니야.
나한테 와라. 이제 포스트 지금
또 1분 안에 말할 수 있다. 안 보고 말하면 오늘이더라고.
1분 안에 모든 걸 다 얘기하고 그냥 랩도 뒤에 쓰고 와서 얘기하자 이렇게 하는 이분 알려줄게.
그냥
중요한 사람들. 다다다다다다.
관련된 분들이 한밖에 안 올 것 같아요.
근데 아마 몰라 했는지. 근데 메가프로 하는 사람들이 많은데. I have a lot of power. I think we're starting to get fatigued from the one thing. 거기서 아이를 어디냐? 잘 적어. Silence. 여기는 몇십을 쓰다가 엄청 고민하다가 몇십을 넷플이 좋은 거 보고 아 스텔라이라고.
근데 저도 여기가 괜찮겠죠.
And here's one.
그러니까 선택하기가.
Here's two.
그래서 너 작년에 16, 17을 하고 있다. 발표를 할래 안 할래? 발표를 할지 몰라. 할 거면 나한테
Oh, you are brilliant. See, you know that stuff.
청소년 전체를 대상할 때.
Because I accidentally messed up the podium, but.
안 해도 상관없어.
영어로 해야 돼요?
그건 알죠. 전체로 할 거면 영어로 해도 나지나 그룹에서 할 거면 외국인들이 좀 있는데 그건 두세 개 오면은 두세 개만 나지나 그룹에서 할 거면 두세 개이 아마 그럴 그래서 여기서 할 때 말 거냐 아니면 아이말이 아닌가요? 아니요 만약에 그렇지 그거 잠깐만요. 자격적인 거. 네. 재미있는 가장 핵심적인
Whenever anyone today that's when like all the stuff off the so I got rid of the thing on top. Can I talk in again? Oh, 하나 남아라.
Not really 5 to 10, so I don't need that. Have you ever seen the friction pens? Like.
Oh no.
I also have this other special paper, it's a little tougher, and I can write all kinds of notes on it. Keep them, and I can pop it in the microwave for 5 seconds. I know. I filed the other stuff out. Cut that out later. Yeah. Because I think he's keeping the stream going anyway, so. Yep, and I got all that. I think we're done. I think we're good. What time we coming back? Theoretically. 1:30? Yeah, 1:30. So we've got. What's that?
I was thinking on going to Brazil. Yeah. But now it's like a. I got this. Yeah. Oh.
I think when Gary goes down, I'll set it up. If I sit over here and like, and then for the virtual one, I do the call. I'm the timekeeper. You can be the timekeeper. So that. Really loud, I told you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a people older version.
Hi. Hi, how are you doing? Yeah.
I didn't
Hey, everybody, we're approaching time, so take your seats.
You're the chair? You need to bring them from.
We are starting in an hour. Oh, not hour, in a minute.
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear? Please.
I shoved it down. I'm good. Make sure I.
Please.
Hold on.
Yes.
All right, so. This will be good.
All right, where's the people?
And then make sure to turn it off. Yeah. Erica, can you hear us? Oh, you don't need talking to that. No, I just told her. But she can't hear you unless you're talking.
I heard like a muffle of something.
Very mutely out of that.
Are you ready?
Yes.
How come you didn't come in?
Was there another question? Sorry.
I'll see you later. I'll see you back in the line.
Yeah, let me put my headphones on. Maybe I can hear them. Wait, can you say that again? Yeah, I can't hear. I'm sorry.
He's not talking to the microphone yet.
Oh, okay, great. Good to know.
Yeah, but then I can't do it. Everyone's gonna hear you no matter what. All we're gonna go to the room system and also feeds directly into Zoom.
Okay.
So what the room hears, they hear.
We're gonna wait until 1:35.
1:35?
Yep.
Okay, we will have a we'll start in about 2 or 3 minutes at 1:35.
Sounds good.
Well,
I think this is the guy I've met more than once. No, I had a did because the flag right now around no wait wait time out there. Yeah, Megan. Yeah. Okay, good. Because you messaged me after I closed my laptop.
Okay. Yes. Okay, welcome back from lunch, those who made it back from lunch. My name is Jonathan Williams. I'm at the University of Hawaii, and I'll be chairing this afternoon's session, which is on solar system and exoplanets. The first speaker is also from the University of Hawaii, but she's not here. It's going to be Erica Bufanda from Hawaii on Zoom. And she's going to tell us about volatile vehicles to the past, characterizing the activity of long period comets.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
But we don't have these slides up yet. So 1 second.
Okay. Ah, it's at the end again. Can you guys make it start from the beginning? Okay, everyone's gonna get kind of a sneak preview of the talk. Awesome. All right. Thanks for that introduction, Jonathan. I guess I'll go ahead and begin. I am Erica Bufanda. I'm a sixth-year graduate student at the University of Hawaii Manoa Institute for Astronomy. It's amazing to say that out loud. I've been here for 6 years, still in denial about that. It's kind of a retro picture. This is of me in front of the Gemini North telescope approximately 6 years ago when I was just a measly protograd visiting Hawaii. So it's really nice to actually come full circle and use Gemini data today for my thesis. And so today I'll be talking about the color analysis portion of my thesis, specifically because it does use and utilize Gemini North and South data. And so, is it working? Oh, I can't go to the next slide for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the kind of comets that I study are from the Oort cloud. So this is an artist's representation of our own solar system. If you can see my mouse, that these gray orbits right here are the orbits of all of the planets. And then right outside of that is the Kuiper belt. That's kind of a dusty, icy donut just past Neptune's orbit. And then if you go way out into the outskirts, 10,000 to 100,000 astronomical units away from us, we have the Oort cloud. It's kind of a spherical, icy shell of debris, a relic that was left over from the primordial time, which was our solar system's birth. Now, when the solar system was forming, we had the protoplanetary disk phase when the planets were coalescing, material was flung in many different directions, scattered, and eventually some of it settled in the outer solar system, forming that icy graveyard. Now, fast forward to the present, some of this material is gravitationally disturbed yet again by a passing star or a supernova, and it's sent inward to the inner solar system where we observe it for the first time as a long period comet. And I like to call these small bodies volatile vehicles to the past, volatile meaning ice, and vehicles to the past because they have some of the most primitive preserved materials from the early solar system having been preserved in the Oort cloud in cold storage for billions of years. And so when we study their properties, we're looking back in time to the early formative processes of our solar system. And so, oops, the kind of LPCs or long period comets that I study are dynamically new, dynamically old, and Manx comets. The first one, dynamically new, they're fresh from the Oort cloud. They have the most eccentric orbits stretched out, the largest, furthest approach to the sun. In contrast, dynamically old, they have had many orbital iterations. They've been around the inner solar system a few times. And then Manx comets can either be dynamically new or dynamically old, but with the addition that their activity is very minimal in comparison to other LPCs. We colloquially refer to them as Manxes because they're like the tailless Manx cat. As you can see here, the dust tail of C2014S3 is much less prominent at a shorter heliocentric distance than Hale-Bopp is in this other photo. And so using these three populations, I attempt to answer three different outstanding fundamental hypotheses in planetary science. And I'll be focusing on these last two here because it's directly related to my Gemini data. The first one, can color be an indicator of a comet's dynamical evolution? And secondly, can Manx objects constrain solar system formation models? The motivation behind the first question is posed by Jan Oort himself in the 1950s when he hypothesized that there should be differences between the surface properties of dynamically new and dynamically old comets. Now, historically, this has been difficult to investigate because when we discover LPCs, they're already active. They already have a dust tail, and this obscures the surface colors that we measure. And so it's very difficult to disentangle that dust tail from the actual surface materials. And we've seen this time and time again with ground-based observations of comets as well as spacecraft missions. So here in this plot, this is reflectivity as a function of wavelength. It's like the reflectivity of the comet minus the solar reflectivity. And so for two different dates for K2 pan stars, you see that the the spectral slope is slightly different, which indicates that activity affected the color we measured. And then this effect is a lot more prominent for the Rosetta mission to Comet 67P, which shows that older surfaces show redder, more steeper slopes in comparison to surfaces after undergoing activity, revealing fresh icy surfaces that are much bluer and have a shallower slope as a result. So the question is, can we disentangle the activity from the surface colors? And that's part of the motivation behind one of these questions I'm investigating. And the second question has to do with the Manx population. So we don't have that complication where activity is obscuring the surface properties of these minor bodies. In fact, it's a lot easier to measure their colors and compare them to asteroid types to kind of infer where they originated in the protoplanetary disk. So if you see in the schematic here, this shows the protoplanetary disk in kind of a simple schematic where the inside is red, the outside is blue. And it shows that when the planets were forming and when material was forming, anything that was formed at a certain spot in the disk, it gets that chemical signature wherever, and then it's scattered into some other place in the solar system. So different solar system formation models predict different amounts of inner solar system material scattered out to the Oort cloud. And if we have a population of Manx comets and we compare those to asteroid classes, which can tell us where these small bodies formed, we can attempt to constrain and rule out some of these models. And so it all boils down to doing a detailed color analysis of both active LPCs and inactive LPCs or Manx comets. For the active LPCs, we're separating we're measuring the activity, or sorry, the colors pre and post closest approach to the sun. And then we're using independent methods to attempt to separate dust from these surface colors. And then for the Manx comets, we measure their colors using broadband photometry, and then we assess their asteroid class and look at their population as a whole. And so usually the sequence of events goes that once a comet is discovered by an all-sky survey, and for reference, approximately 30 comets are discovered per year, or LPCs specifically, then I have a program set up at the Canada-France-Hawaii telescope where I conduct calculated follow-up observations in order to constrain their orbits as well as predict their brightness over time. And this informs an even further follow-up observation from Gemini north or south in order to get their color through broadband photometry. Here where we show the spectral reflectivity as a function of wavelength for different filters on Gemini and how we can use that to distinguish between asteroid classes and map the spectral slopes as well. And then for our brighter targets, we also use spectra. Oops. Is it going to go next? There we go. Okay, so I've had the pleasure of being able to gather data using both Gemini North and Gemini South from the 2020B semester to the present, using a variety of band designations. And I've been able to collect 34 target colors, so 34 active LPC colors. At least a dozen of those have multi-epoch colors or pre and post closest approach to the sun. And we mitigate for rotation by interweaving the G filter in between our photometry. And so for our Manx comets, I've also had the fortunate circumstance of being handed all of this data from my advisor, Dr. Karen Meach, where she has over 80 target colors obtained for this population. And for all of these targets, we reduce our images using the Gemini Dragon software, which is very fantastic. And I'll show some of the outputs of that in the next couple of slides. And so this is an example of the output from the Gemini Dragon software. In this first panel in the upper left, this is the direct output after running the reduction routine. You'll see that we have some vignetting going on, and thankfully it's been confined to the outer chip. Usually what we do is we extract the central chip because we've been informed that is where the photometry is the most robust. The trade-off is that we do lose some stars for photometric calibration, but it's okay. Usually it works out. Sometimes it doesn't, but that's just something we have to work with. So The next thing we do is sometimes the image is still not entirely flat, and so we use source extractor to flatten the image, and then I do photometry using PanSTARRS, the PanSTARRS database. Okay, and so one other thing that we do is correct for fringing, which happens in the wideband. Dragons has a really nice automated routine that does this automatically. Sometimes, and I'm not entirely sure why this happens, but sometimes the routine doesn't get all of the fringe out. And in that case, I also do a manual removal of the fringe using a slightly more robust, slightly different technique that was developed by Snodgrass and Carey in 2013, and ESO that is a little bit more complicated, and we can talk about that if we have more time at the end, so please let me know. And this is the complicated process, but the thing to note is in the end, the fringe is gone, so that's the good thing. And so let's go ahead and talk about some preliminary results, and please keep in mind that a huge amount of this thesis work was put towards developing image manipulation techniques, reduction routines, data collection, data gathering. So finally now in my final year, I'm working on the analysis and implementing these routines. And so we don't have a lot of results in terms of the entire population, but we can show what the data looks like. And so if we start off with the upper left-hand side, this is a comet that is weakly active, and I think it is now active. So when we compare it to other small bodies, we notice that the colors are a lot redder in comparison to a comet on the right upper right-hand side, C2021A9, which is close to perihelion or closest approach to the sun, and it's a lot bluer. We speculate that's because it's more active. We have C2018D04 in the bottom left-hand corner, and we have multiple dates for this target. The interesting thing is its colors do not change, even though this is a very active target. So that's something that we are definitely going to investigate. But we are still working on reducing and analyzing all of our small bodies, all of our LPCs. And this final image right here of C2018EF9 is an example of our Gemini data working overtime, what I like to say, call it. But basically this red star is where we have Gemini data. And in addition to doing a color analysis, our photometry works as data points to construct the brightness light curves of our comets. And so using Gemini data, we were able to construct the outburst for C2018EF9. So it's helping us in two different ways. Some work that I'm currently working on is the dust modeling that I mentioned earlier. So the dust modeling is something that we're using to try to disentangle this dust from the active LPC so we can probe their surface colors. And basically what we're doing is we have a model that was developed by Farnham et al. In 1996 for his thesis, and we have an observation of an active LPC that we're able to model based on its grain size distribution, its emission velocity, its dust production rate, and this helps inform our color analysis. And so one question that we want to ask ourselves too is, can we do a population analysis with such a small sample, right? We have 34 targets. Can we do some science with this? And the answer is yes. And we know this because in previous small body surveys of centaurs and Kuiper belt objects, color trends have been discovered for these small bodies with such very similar small populations. So we are still very optimistic that if there are trends present, we will be able to detect them. Okay, and so a brief aside about Las Cumbres Observatory. Sometimes our targets get too bright for Gemini, and we're able to observe them with the Las Cumbres Observatory network. And the really nice thing about this observatory is it has a teaching component. In addition, we integrate the High Star program, which gets high school students familiarized with astronomy research. And actually one of my students won a few awards for her science fair on comet colors. And so we're able to train the next generation of planetary scientists this way. And so another kind of—
Your time.
Oh, how many minutes do I have left? Just one or?
1 minute.
Okay. All right. I'll just breeze through these next couple of slides. I was able to come out with a paper that showed that a Manx object had some interestingly evolving colors. So we had this target had colors that were getting redder. We believe this is because a dust mantle was developing at the surface, and this is about to be published within the next 2 months. And so hopefully. And then for our Manx population, the gist of it is they have a diversity of surface colors, and we never expected that. In comparison to SPCs or short period comets, this is widely unexpected, and we're looking forward to investigating this population in the future. And so this is my where I'm at in my thesis slide. It's been a lot of work so far, and it's going to be a lot more work in this hopefully final year. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Erica. Any questions? Either in the room, on Slack, remotely. And I was thinking, if you're in the room and you don't want to get up to the microphone, you can also just use Slack if you prefer. So go ahead.
There is a question on Slack. So Stephen Gwynn is asking that you said you do additional sky flattening with S extractor. Could you elaborate a bit?
Yes, yeah. So Source Extractor is a program that its main goal is to extract sources, like the name suggests. Well, one nice thing that it does is it also estimates the background. It estimates the average background as well as the map of the average background. And so it kind of picks out the unevenness in the background. It creates a FITS file from that, and I'm able to subtract that and get a very flattened image as a result. So I don't use it for its intended purpose, but I still use it.
Let me follow up on that by asking how you said dragons would correct the fringes in most cases, but you had to use a different method. And I was wondering, maybe it's not so much a question for you, it's for Kathleen, whether that could be implemented in dragons.
Yes.
What's your thought on that?
So I think it's interesting because I'm not entirely sure why for some cases it doesn't work. I haven't been able to ascertain like what's causing some cases to, because what usually happens, or what happens for those unique cases, is that it'll do most of the fringe subtraction, but some of the fringe will still be there. And I'm not entirely sure why. I think that me and Kathleen have talked about this way back, maybe like a year ago, briefly. I think there's some input parameters that need to be tweaked for some of the images, but to be honest, yeah, I don't exactly know.
Hi, Erica, I have a question. So one of your slides, you showed the reflectivity versus wavelength. Those like 3 plots for inactive comets and the active comets. So yeah, earlier. So for the active comets, the reason the reflectivity is low is because they are dustier, or?
Oh,
I don't study comets, so if you can
sure,
explain
yeah.
that to me.
Do you mean?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
the active cases.
So usually what's been seen in the past is that when the slope is shallower, that is when the surface is bluer. And what's been seen in spacecraft missions is after activity, like fresher, like ice deposits are revealed on the surface that are blue in color, and that's what causes these shallower slopes. Another thing that could be happening is the dust coma itself scatters the light in a way so that it affects the color. And that's what's also causing the shallower slope. And so the idea is that the grains, they have some kind of properties. They have, what's it called? So grains have like a size distribution, and depending on that size distribution, it will reflect the light in different ways. And so the idea is to get as much information as about the grains as possible to see if we can get rid of that effect on the surface colors. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Of course, yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Erica. Let's thank Erica again.
Thanks, everyone.
And we'll move on now to Megan Tannock, who's also remote. And yeah. Okay, so Megan, you have 15 minutes and you'll see stars appear on your screen at around 10 minutes in. Okay,
Okay, sounds good.
so Megan's from the University of Western Ontario and she's got a very, very long title, but it's on Igrin spectroscopy.
Okay, well, we're just waiting for the slide to appear. I guess I'll just introduce myself. So my name is Megan Tannock, and I am a recent PhD graduate of the University of Western Ontario, which is located in Canada. I am also currently a postdoc there, and I'm really, really excited to be speaking at the Gemini Science meeting today. My relationship with Gemini started in 2011 when I was an intern at Gemini North, and my PhD thesis heavily featured Gemini data. So this is really, really nice to be speaking with you. I only wish it was in person. I was all set to be there in person and I got COVID recently. And so here I am in Canada, well past my bedtime, but happy to be speaking to you anyway. So this talk is going to highlight some of the results from my recently accepted paper, which I wrote in collaboration with my PhD supervisor, Stan Metchev, and also Kelly Hood, Greg Mace, Jonathan Fortney, Caroline Morley, Daniel Jaffe, and Roxana Lupu. And as was just mentioned, this project features some brown dwarf data that we took with Igrins on Gemini South. Oh, there we go. Oh, too far. Since this audience has very broad expertise, I'd like to start with a quick reminder of what a brown dwarf is. Brown dwarfs are formed in the same way as stars, but they are substellar objects, meaning they don't fuse hydrogen. We have three classifications for brown dwarfs, the hottest of which are the L dwarfs, the middle temperatures are the T dwarfs, and then the coolest ones are the Y dwarfs. And all brown dwarfs are cool enough to host a variety of molecules in their atmospheres, and brown dwarfs, like giant exoplanets, have really complex, cloudy, layered atmospheres. So this cartoon shows what those cloud layers might look like. The hottest objects over here on the right side of this image have the fewest molecular species, and colder objects over here on the left have more variety. Jupiter is also shown here for comparison, and you can see the similarities between Jupiter and the colder brown dwarfs. So this makes brown dwarfs excellent laboratories for understanding atmospheric physics and chemistry of giant exoplanets. So spectroscopically, this means that we get really interesting spectra with deep, broad signatures of molecules like water, carbon monoxide, methane, and ammonia. So the top spectrum I've shown here is an M dwarf, and it looks approximately like a black body. Below it is an L dwarf, and below that is a T dwarf. And both of these spectra are a lot more complex than the M dwarf. Jupiter is again shown here for comparison. So if we want to understand brown dwarfs well, we need to be able to accurately model all of these complex cloud structures and different molecular species. So some context for the project I am presenting today. When we're comparing observations to models, incomplete physics, missing lines, inaccurate line positions can make detections of molecules and determinations of parameters like radial velocities, projected rotation velocities, very difficult or even impossible, especially in low signal to noise observations of exoplanet atmospheres. And if you've ever tried to fit a model spectrum to a cool brown dwarf, you know this can be very challenging. And if you haven't, I'm showing an example from my 2021 paper here. So if you look at the residuals in the bottom panels here, you can see that none of the models fit the data perfectly. There are problems in both the continuum shape and in the line positions, even in the most up-to-date models. So this means that you get different physical parameters depending on the part of the spectrum that you use. So this is where iGrins helps us. For those of you who haven't had a chance to use iGrins, it is a fantastic visiting instrument on Gemini South, which captures the H and K bands at a resolution of 45,000. And it's perfect for brown dwarfs because their flux peaks at these wavelengths, and the combination of iGrins' excellent throughput and the size of Gemini South gives us an opportunity to get a really high resolution spectrum of a brown dwarf. And brown dwarfs are often very faint. And high resolution spectra are the key to assessing the accuracy of the line lists and spectroscopic models that we rely on to determine different parameters. I'm really excited about the next talk in which Hee-Young Oh will be discussing iGrins' northern successor, iGrins 2. And coming up later in this week, there are some other talks about iGrins science, and there's some posters as well, so you should check those out. So iGrins is a very special instrument, and the discoveries that I'm about to present would not have been possible without it. So the goals of this work were to use our high resolution, high signal to noise spectrum that we obtained of a T6 dwarf with iGrins on Gemini South to test the reliability of the most up-to-date atmospheric model spectra and molecular line lists. And since I only have another 10 minutes for this talk, I'm going to quickly overview our project and our results. So in this work, we compared our observed spectrum to the most up-to-date models to assess their accuracy. We used our observed spectrum to validate the newest water, methane, and ammonia line lists. We detected trace molecules like hydrogen sulfide, and we identified new signatures of molecular hydrogen beyond the usual collision-induced absorption. We were able to validate the physics assumed in our atmospheric models, and we were able to identify disequilibrium chemistry effects. We were able to determine the abundances of molecules and determine which wavelength regions of the models provide the most reliable and consistent results for physical parameters. And finally, we provide a detailed near-infrared spectroscopic atlas with thousands of identified absorption features. So this work has been recently accepted to MNRAS and is available on their website and on arXiv if you want to check out all of the glorious details. But for today, I'm just going to highlight the things shown in red and focus on the methane, hydrogen sulfide, and molecular hydrogen. So this is our iGrins spectrum that made all of this amazing science possible. We observed the brown dwarf 2MASS J0817 with iGrins. It is a T6 dwarf, which is fairly nearby at a distance of just 2.1 parsecs. And it has an effective temperature of approximately 1060 Kelvin. And to the untrained eye, this might look like a noisy spectrum, but in fact, the signal to noise at the peak of the H band is 300. So all of these things you're looking at that look like noise spikes are in fact absorption features. And I'm going to show you those in detail in the coming slides. So we're interested in knowing how the various parameters obtained from our model fits change with our choice of model, wavelength, and dominant molecular species. So let's start with an overview of the entire H band. The top panel here shows a model spectrum. Oops. Jumped ahead, separated out by each molecular species. So the way that you read this is the molecule at the bottom is going to be the dominant molecular species at that wavelength. So here, water is the dominant molecule. The panel below is just the data that I showed before, and I'm going to show a panel like this with the different molecular species on every spectrum I show today. Also, I've highlighted the Echelle orders of the iGrins spectrograph at the top here. Since we want to know how different molecules affect the fitting, we fit the models to each order individually, so just very narrow wavelength ranges, rather than fitting to the entire wavelength coverage at once. Having a hard time steering here. So the models that we fit are the BT Settle models of Allard et al., the 2012 models of Morley et al., the Sonora Bobcat models, and a custom set of models that we're calling the Sonora Bobcat Alternate A models that use all of the same underlying physics and pressure temperature profiles of the Sonora Bobcat models, but with updated methane, ammonia, water line lists. And the alternate A models were assembled by Callie Hood of the University of California, Santa Cruz. And in our highlights today, I'm going to start with discussing the methane line list used in these alternate A models, as they have the most apparent and dramatic effect on our model fits. So we're going to zoom in right on the center of the spectrum where methane is the strongest observer. So again, the top panel here is our Bobcat alternate A model split into different molecular species. The middle panel shows our Igrans data in black, as well as our Sonora Bobcat model in blue and an Bobcat alternate A model in red. So I'd like to remind you the only difference between these models is the choice in the water, methane, and ammonia line list. All of the other physics is the same. And you can see that the older methane line list used in the Sonora Bobcat model actually has a shift or a stretch in the positions of the deepest features. So it lines up well, it lines up well here on this feature, but as you go to shorter wavelengths, these features get more and more offset. But the newer methane line list used in the alternate A models actually corrects for this. And this is something that we would have overlooked at lower resolutions. It would have been harder to disentangle this. The lines would have been blended. So thank you again, Igrans. This wouldn't have been possible without you. So this is going to be really important for determining the properties of brown dwarfs, and knowing the accuracy of the line list is also important for exoplanets. The identification of molecules in an exoplanet spectrum is usually done with a cross correlation. So I'd like to show you how much the newer line lists actually improve cross correlation. So again, in blue, we have the Sonora Bobcat model with the older methane, and in red, we have the alternate A model with the newer methane. And in this case, the new methane gives us not only a higher peak in the cross correlation, but it gives us a narrower peak, and the positions of the peaks are actually a little bit offset. So this is really important for brown dwarfs and exoplanets. When an observed spectrum combines the light from a star and a planet, individual lines from a planet can have signal to noise of less than 1. So your ability to recover a planet or detect a particular molecule is only as good as your model. I see the 5-minute warning, thank you. So the inaccuracies in the line list are going to affect the parameters that we derive. In our brown dwarfs, for example, it's going to give us offsets in radial velocities. It's also going to overestimate our projected rotation velocities, or V sin i's. Show you what that looks like. So I have added another plot here to the slide that we looked at before that plots V sin I as a function of wavelength for each, a measurement made in each of the Igrans orders for each of these 4 models. And you can see here at the short wavelengths and over here at the long wavelengths, where water is the dominant absorber, the V sin I values are fairly consistent. But here in the middle, where methane is the dominant absorber, the V sin I values are completely discrepant. The only model that is consistent the whole way through the wavelength coverage is the Bobcat alternate A model with the newest methane line list. So our takeaway here is that the older near-infrared methane line lists are inaccurate. If you want to study brown dwarfs or exoplanets, you're going to need to use something like high temp that is updated. So now I'd like to zoom in on a different part of the H band and show you a really exciting discovery. So we have a very clear detection of hydrogen sulfide in this atmosphere. With a complete model, it's a little bit hard to see the effects of the hydrogen sulfide. The hydrogen sulfide line is here in purple, and you can see that it's quite weak compared to a water line below it that it'll be blended with. But we did something kind of clever. Whoops. Where we removed hydrogen sulfide entirely from our model. So now the signature of hydrogen sulfide is really apparent down here in the residuals. So to accurately model the observed spectrum, hydrogen sulfide must be included in this model. And this is the only convincing detection of hydrogen sulfide in an extrasolar atmosphere to date. And it's actually very important because the presence of hydrogen sulfide validates the assumption of rainout chemistry that is used in these model atmospheres. If rainout did not occur, the sulfur would all be locked away in iron sulfide, and we wouldn't see any hydrogen sulfide at all. So this is really important to tell the modelers that we're actually getting the physics inside of these brown dwarf atmospheres correct. And it's another discovery that wouldn't have been possible without Igrans. So now onto the K-band. I want to zoom in on this part of the K-band here and show you something that we've actually never seen before. So we noticed in this order that there was a line missing from the model. It's very clear down here in the residuals, and it turns out that this feature actually matches the 1-to-0 S1 transition of molecular hydrogen to 6 significant figures. So our next step was to add a molecular hydrogen line list to our model and to check the fit. And it turns out that it fit very well. So I've overlaid the same Bobcat alternate A model here, now including molecular hydrogen. in red, and you can see in the residuals that this line has disappeared. And this molecular hydrogen feature is actually among the strongest emission lines in things like shocks, planetary nebulae, and young stellar objects. But this is the first time that we've ever seen it in an extrasolar atmosphere. And by comparing to the dust concentration and extinction of the interstellar medium, we can actually place a limit on the dust content of the outer atmosphere of this T6 dwarf. We found it has to be at least 500 times less than the interstellar value, meaning that this atmosphere is effectively dust-free. So the molecular hydrogen line wasn't the only feature missing from our models, but it was the only one that we could identify. I've shown here another order where we have a line in our spectrum that is missing from our model. So this means that we're not done with brown dwarf atmospheres. Even though our models are very good, there's still stuff that we need to work on. So I'll just wrap up here. This IGRIN spectrum is a very important benchmark for brown dwarf and exoplanet science. We're finding that atmospheric models that use state-of-the-art line list represent our observations really well. And we're now able to do much more interesting things with our data than merely detect the most abundant molecules. We can detect trace species that we've never seen before. We can see low abundance species, and we can more readily detect the abundances of species, which I didn't show here, but is in our paper. In our paper, we also offer a list of recommendations and warnings depending on which fit parameter or molecular species you are interested in your data. And I'd like to highlight that I only showed 4 out of the 49 IGRINs as shell orders in this talk. There is so much more to see in our paper, the highlight of which is our 25-page IGRIN spectroscopic atlas with thousands of identified absorption features. So again, this paper has been accepted to MNRAS, is available on their website and on arXiv. We've also made our IGRIN spectrum publicly available if you would like to check it out. And a quick shout out to the Other Worlds Laboratory at the University of California, Santa Cruz and the Heising-Simons Foundation for funding this work. So thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Very interesting. Questions? Yes.
Hi, thanks for the great talk. I was wondering that H2 detection that you made, are there several lines in the IGRIN's bandpass that you'd be able to detect? I'm asking with the ulterior motive of seeing if you could do that with a cross correlation for a hot Jupiter exoplanet.
Yes, great question. There are other lines in the IGRIN's wavelength coverage. Unfortunately, they are a lot weaker than the one that we found in our data. So I went and I investigated, and I wasn't able to tell if we were actually getting a detection of the other weaker lines or if they were just getting lost in the noise. I think if you tried to do such a cross correlation in an exoplanet, that one at the wavelength that I showed in this talk is going to be your best bet. It is the first time we've ever even seen it in like a brown dwarf atmosphere, but I think if you had an exoplanet that's about 1,000 Kelvin, where this line is going to be quite strong, and you have very high resolution, high signal to noise data, maybe. This is probably not what you wanted to hear, but it's hard to detect.
Worth a look though, thanks.
Is there a hand up? I'm sorry. No. Okay. Again, if you prefer, you can, even if you're in the room, you can ask questions via Slack. Anyone on Slack? Okay. I had a question then. With the H2S, what was the abundance of the H2S? Could you measure that?
Yes, I don't know off the top of my head, but we were able to measure a column density from our models and compute the abundances that way. I don't remember the exact number, but we did a comparison to, there's no other H2S measurements in brown dwarfs. So we did a comparison actually to a published value we found for Uranus, because there's H2S in its atmosphere, and the abundance here in this brown dwarf is higher, but I don't know the number off the top of my head. Sorry. It's in our paper.
Okay. Actually, that's kind of a follow-up would be, yeah, is that H2, the 2.12 micron line, is that seen in giant planet, in our planets?
Yes. So the subtle thing in my statement of this is our first detection is it's our first detection in an extrasolar atmosphere. So this line has been seen in Jupiter and in Saturn as well.
Uranus and Neptune are just too cold, I guess, right?
I think so, yeah. You need, for this particular line, the best chance, or the transition likes to take place at about 1,000 Kelvin. So I think that maybe they're a little too cold. I mean, Jupiter and Saturn are colder than that too, but.
Yeah, okay. That's partly why it's so weak, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, one more. Wait, how long was the integration on Igrins?
Oh, it was on my other slide. I think it was almost 4 hours. And this is, actually, I'm just gonna go, can I go back? Yeah, because I have the magnitude on that slide as well. Where is it? There it is. There's a slight delay between changing the slide and actually seeing the change. There we go. Okay. Oh, sorry, not 4 hours, almost 3 hours. So 2.6 hours on Igrins. And this is magnitude of about 13.5 in the H and K bands. It's this is one of the brightest late T dwarfs that we can possibly access, and it's because it's this bright because it is only 2 parsecs away.
Okay, great. Thank you. Last call.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's thank Megan again.
Thank you.
In person.
Okay.
Yes.
A reminder, if you're an in-person speaker, probably while the Q&A is going on, please come up front to be mic'd.
Okay, so while we do that, this is Hye-Young Oh from Cassie, who's going to tell us more Igrins. This is Igrins 2, the new Igrins for Gemini North.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, sorry for the delay. So yeah, this is my great pleasure to give a talk here today. I'm gonna talk about Igrins 2 as one of a team member in the development team at Kashi. So here is some background of the development. So in 2018, the Kashi was joined to Gemini with a full partnership, and within the agreement, the Kashi we agreed to develop the facility instrument, which is very similar to Igrins, and it will be. We are planning to go to Gemini North. This is the key milestone. So we started from 2020, and we had a kickoff meeting, and then we had the CDR review for the upgrade in the same year. And this year, the slip-in camera test in the lab was one of the important tests. And our goal is to ship our instrument, and then we have the commissioning and then operation in the second half of next year. So here is the major science requirement. Maybe you have seen it before many times. So we cover from the 1.5 to 2.5 micron with the over 40,000 resolving power with high sensitivity. And at Gemini, we have like a 5 arcsecond slit length. And this is optical design of Igrins. So here we have the telescope beam coming in, and here is input optics, slip view camera, there is slit. And this green thing is our main disperser, which is the immersion grating, one of the key elements in our instrument. And we have 2 channels, the H and K band camera, and each camera is equipped with H2RG detector. And on the right-hand side, we can actually see how the real optomechanical design looks like
This is the photo of original eye greens. So one of the greatest thing of eye greens is we have a very broad spectral grasp. With a single shot, we cover the whole H and K band in a single shot with 2 bands. So you can see this example, the pipeline output covering whole bands, and we cover about over 40 orders with a single shot with this 2-channel camera. And I will just briefly go over the science case. Eyeglass is near infrared high resolution spectrograph. So of course, the young cell object evolution and they're studying their disk is one of the important topic. And the stellar population and chemical evolution is also studied. And also RV studies towards binaries, brown dwarf, and also exoplanet is interesting topic. And we can also do interstellar medium stuff. So for the eyeglass science example, actually, before my talk, Megan Tenok showed one of the great examples toward the brown dwarf, which was really nice. And here's more example for young cell object. So far, et al. Showed the characterization of the pit double hydra, showing including CO band head and titanium line, which is sensitive to the magnetic field. In the bottom, you can also see evidence of accretion burst with the long-term monitoring with the eye greens. So actually, Song-Young is presenting this result tomorrow. And yeah, also exoplanet is the study is going very actively, which is really interesting. So Line et al. Showed the detection of the hot Jupiter's atmosphere feature and the estimated the carbon and oxygen abundance. And actually, Dr. Megan Mansfield also will talk about her study about the atmosphere of the exoplanet today. Will be interesting. And also ISM study, like such as planetary nebula, detecting new species from the PN, and also the bottom one is the detection of unshocked material, the circumstellar material from the supernova remnant, which is Cassiopeia A. Yeah. And I want to switch to the development status of eye greens too. So I want to introduce our team. So Chan Park is our PI, and Yongsam Yu is the project manager, and Insu Yu is also supporting. So Yun Jong is leading optical work, and Sang Hyuk is doing a lot of work with optomechanical development. And for electronics, Muyong is leading. I think he is in person today here for the conference, and Hein is doing software. Maybe she is here also too. And I am doing the systems engineering work. And I want to also introduce Gemini team. So Hyun Kim is the project manager, and Brian Chin is doing systems engineering. And also John White and Eduardo Tapia is helping engineering support. And Francisco and Ignacio is helping developing software. And also Agile Science Operation Support, Pablo Prado, Hewan Seo, and Jennifer Miller is also helping us. For advisory members, the Ruben Diaz is the project sponsor, and Tom Hayward is also advisory member. So maybe you want to know what iGreens 2 is from iGreens, the original iGreens. Actually, by requirement, the specification remains the same, but there is some change because it has been 10 years since we developed iGreens. Some part is not available anymore, and we wanted to make some upgrade within the given time schedule. So here is 3 major change and upgrade in iGreens 2. For optics, we upgraded the slip view, field of view, and for mechanics, we improved the light tightening, including use of one body radiation shield. And for the electronics, use of AC, the board for the detector controller was one of the major change because the JADE2 was originally used, but it is discontinued now. So among these 3, I will just highlight the optical design change. So on the left-hand side, there is the original slip view, field of view of the iGreens. this is actually the why we had to cut some part of the slit mirror surface due to secure our science beam at the time. But after we did some design study for Ignis 2, we found that we can kind of simply upgrade the field of view, and with that we can get better target acquisition and to better utilize detector area. So in the actual optical design, there's part called the input world mirror. We could just shift this part to with few millimeter and then move other following optical element a little bit, and then we could be able to get the full field of view in the optical design. Also, the mechanical design was changed accordingly. And I want to switch to show photos to show what we are actually doing in Kashi lab these days. So this is photo of sleep view camera detector. You can actually see the surface of H2RG detector here. This is the assembly of the sleep view camera. And here is the full bench of assembly showing input optics, sleep view camera, and sleep view camera, the optics of sleep view camera, and there is sleep view camera detector. So here is the scene that we are moving in and out from the clean room to do the detector work. And in the bottom here, you can see how the Macy board looks like. And here is the photo of radiation shield. And here you can see we are closing the chamber cover in the lab. And here's also the web monitoring tool to monitor all the temperature and the pressure status, which is available online. Here is the stack of temperature controller here. And here's more for the showing our people. So Heini is working on software work, and Sang-hyuk is doing the assembly. Here is one of our group photo during the detector mount assembly. And Ujong is taking the test image here. And actually we have a group chat because for more effective communication, we made this group chat. And at this time, we are very happy with our first the sleep view image here. Yeah. So I'm switching to the alignment of the sleep view camera detector, which I mentioned that we did earlier this year. And the method is that the alignment of sleep view camera means we are testing the part highlighted here with the red box. And we use the part called the slit test mirror, which has a very narrow pattern on the surface. So we installed this slit test mirror instead of a slit for the test. And actually the slit surface is kind of tilted. So we can use the in and out focus phenomena to find the best focus of sleep view camera. So here is Gmax simulation for the test. So here, this is real setup for the test. So the slit test mirror look like this, and then it is installed at the position of the slit. So here is slit, and here is detector. So after that, we were able to start our first image in May. So we are very happy to see this image, although the focus was not perfect yet. And at the same time, we were able to confirm that we successfully got the circular shape of field of view of sleep view camera after our optical design and optomechanical design change. And we were happy to see it. And after that, we had to optimize the focus of the sleep view detector. So by our design, the sleep view detector, the position of the sleep view detector itself is a compensator. So the changing the position is available by changing the part called bumpers here. So we can replace the size of the bumpers with a different size, and then we can move the focus of the sleep view camera. So we did some iteration to find the best value through the many cooling cycle, and finally we find that 1.8 millimeter movement made the focus perfect. So here you can see how we are getting close to the best focus by moving the physical position of the sleep view camera. So in the back, there is first image, which was not kind of out of focus. And after that, we moved it 1 millimeter. And then finally we got a 1.8 millimeter adjustment. Then we have clear image. So if we draw the vertical line like this, here is where the slit will be located when you install the slit. So we see the focus is good here. And then if we draw a plot crossover this horizontal line, you can see the focus is a Fourier transform is good at the center. This is an example of the cooling test during the alignment. So we are having about 2 days of cooling time now, and then we are trying to reduce the time. And by adding each component, we are keeping the cooling test in the lab. And for the software, Kashi team and Gemini team is communicating closely to make the iGreen software to be the facility instrument. So for the observation software, which is called the OBS app, we are developing now, and also the engineering tool is under development. So I want to mention that in this long COVID situation, we had to work remotely together. So there was kickoff meeting and CDR in remotely, and Kashi team was providing kind of a virtual tour for Gemini team to show our photos and videos in the Kashi lab. And finally, actually last week, the team was able to meet in person in SPI meeting in Montreal. Actually, myself was not there, but we were really happy to see each other. And hopefully we see more in person. And this is my last slide. So we have about a year before shipping. So according to the schedule, we are now on schedule. And in the second half of the year, we are proceeding to the spectral camera alignment. And also the documentations and test report will be important. And the detector, about the detector procurement, we needed 3 detectors, which is sleep view camera and HNK band. So we have 2 detectors in the lab, and we have installed in iGreens 2 already. And another science grade will be delivered early next year. And we have confirmed it with the Teledyne. And we expect more face-to-face interaction. Actually, some Gemini members will visit Kashi after this GSM, and then we are expecting another visit in October. Okay, thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Questions? Anyone online? Nope. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
This is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your talk. And this instrument is kind of upgrade of iGreens.
Yes.
So, but when this instrument is already, you are planning to use both iGreens instrument, one in the Gemini North and one of the Gemini South simultaneously. I think so.
Oh yeah, I think it's actually depending on what Gemini planning to. Yeah, actually. Yeah, maybe he wanna answer. The Gemini, the iGreens 1 will stay with us till 2024 A semester. That's the current plan. Of course, we can, there will be change, but so far, it's gonna stay in the Gemini South for 2 more years. Can you hear me? What? Oh.
Yeah, I think we're aiming to be having sort of a very minimal
time between the two instruments. So when we know much better when iGRINS 2 comes to Gemini North, then we will likely then stop iGRINS, because we're also getting new instruments at Gemini South with Scorpion. So it's likely no overlap of the two of them at the same time. But we aim to have that programs could continue in theory, large and long programs between the two sites.
Okay, thank you.
So, no. Okay, well, thank you very much. Let's
Thank you.
Young again. Okay, the last talk before the poster session is my fellow users committee member, Jennifer Burt from JPL. She's going to tell us about using Maroon-X to chase small TESS planets.
Heck yeah, I'll try and make it snappy so everyone stays awake.
Do your thing first. Yep.
There you go.
And then like previous.
Good stuff. Cool. Okay. Thanks everyone for being here and for sticking around to the last talk in this session. I much appreciate it. As was just mentioned, my name is Jennifer Burt. I'm a staff scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and I'm here to talk to you today about some work I've been doing using Maroon-X on Gemini North. So most of my work is in planet detection and confirmation, and I'm focusing right now on, there we go, on following up planets discovered by NASA's TESS mission, which is a transiting exoplanet survey satellite. So TESS works by doing an all-sky survey where it's focusing on measuring the brightness of hundreds of thousands of stars, and then looking for these regular dips in the star's brightness that indicates the presence of a planet that's blocking out part of the star's light. Now, TESS is taking a slightly different approach to this than its predecessor Kepler, which stared at one small part of the sky for 4 years, gave us a very in-depth view of a more limited number of stars. Instead, TESS is looking at the entire sky, and it does this in an observing mode, where it looks at one swath of the sky at a time for about a month, 28 days, and then it skips over a little bit to one side, looks at the next column of the sky for a month, skips over to the next bit of the sky, and it's marched its way around the majority of the sky at this point. So this is a nice mosaic that shows the TESS map after the completion of its primary mission the first 2 years. And you can see that we get the vast majority of the southern hemisphere, much of the north. The hole that you can see on your left-hand side is because the moon gets in the way over there right now. It's very hard to measure part per million planet signatures when the moon's getting in front of you. And so we're just avoiding that for the moment. So the data that comes out of TESS looks something like this. This is a light curve for TOI 824b. This is a planet that I discovered a couple of years ago now. And so you can see the brightness measurement of the star is relatively constant over time after we've taken out the effects of instrument and spacecraft systematics and stellar variability. But then we get these regular little drops in the brightness that you can see in the top plot. The spacing between those drops, between those transits, tells you about the orbital period of the planet. And if you phase fold those so that they line up on top of each other and increase the signal to noise, then you can model the actual shape of the transit, and the depth there tells you something about the ratio between the size of the planet and the size of its host star. Now, if you know something about the star, you can then translate those parameters into the orbital separation of the planet and the actual planet radius. So TESS has been quite successful during its first the 2 years of its primary mission and its first extended mission. It's discovered over 5,000 planet candidates, and you can see those plotted above me. One of the exciting things that we are continuing to see with TESS and that we first saw with Kepler is that the majority of planets in our galaxy seem to fall in this regime between being the size of Earth and the size of Neptune. This is an interesting discovery for us as exoplanet scientists because we don't have any planets like that in our own solar system. So it's been an area of intense discovery and learning to try and figure out what these super Earths and sub-Neptunes, as we call them, seem to be made out of. This is an updated version of the mosaic I showed you just a moment ago. This includes the observations from TESS's first extended mission. So we're filling in parts of the ecliptic plane here. And a nice thing that we're learning as well about TESS is that just every part of the sky is full of planets. So if I overplot the positions of those, 4,000, 5,000 planets I just mentioned to you, on top of that figure, they really do just fill out the entirety of the sky. Now, unfortunately, while TESS is very efficient at finding planet candidates and showing us that they exist all over the sky, the thing it doesn't do is give us masses for those planets. So the vast majority of these objects, we have radii, we have orbital periods and separations. We do not know how massive they are. So on this figure above me, you can see that of the 5,000 planet candidates, only a few dozen or so, the ones in green check marks, have actually been confirmed and had their masses measured. And that's a problem because exoplanet masses enable a whole additional level of exoplanet science. They let us do things like model the interior compositions of the planets. They're required if we want to do accurate studies of the planet's atmospheres via transmissions, spectroscopy, and they help us to understand things like the planet's formation and evolution. So they're really a main parameter that we need to understand these planets as 3D objects rather than points on a graph. Now, those masses, again, don't come from TESS. They come from ground-based collaborations doing radial velocity follow-up of the stars. And so the idea with RV follow-up, which is what I specialize in, is that you will take the light from a star and you measure it with a high-resolution spectrograph. And particularly, you're looking for the positions of the absorption features in the outer cooler layers of the star's atmosphere, the black lines on this plot. If the star is kind of sitting in space and minding its own business, those lines don't move very much. But if there's a planet going around the star, then the gravitational tug of the planet causes the star to do a much smaller orbit on the interior of that two-body system. The motion of the star, then red and blue shifts those lines periodically. You can see in this nice figure here. And then if we translate the locations of those lines and the shifts they make in wavelength space into velocity space, then what we would expect to see from a planet going around the star in a circular orbit in terms of the velocity is a sinusoid. So that nice plot that you can see on the right-hand side is what we're looking for. So this is the basic approach to radial velocity science. In chasing after the planets around TESS stars, we can look at the distribution of the effective temperatures of those stars to get a sense of the spectral types. And you can see that this is a somewhat bimodal distribution. TESS focuses either on M dwarfs or G stars, and there's kind of a dip in the middle. And for today's talk, I'm going to be focusing specifically on the M dwarf side of this distribution. That's because we're excited about M dwarfs for two real reasons, what we call the M dwarf advantage. The first is that it's easier to find planets around M dwarfs than it is to find them around G-type stars. That's both true in the transit sense, because a planet of the same size causes a larger transit dip around a smaller star. And in the radial velocity sense, because a planet of the same mass causes a larger RV variation around a lower mass star than a higher mass star. The other reason is because it's easier to reach planets in the habitable zone. So both of these detection methods rely a little bit on the idea of seeing the planet go around its star at least a few times. So you can detect a periodic signature that repeats consistently enough that you believe it's a planet and not just variability in the star mimicking the Keplerian signature. Now, for a planet like the Earth around the sun, you would need to watch that star for at least 3 or 4 years to see the planet go around 3 or 4 times. But the habitable zones of M dwarf stars can be at periods as short as 10 days. And so by looking at smaller, cooler stars, we can reach planets in the habitable zone, see them orbit their stars 3 to 4 times in the time scale of just a month or 2. So it makes it a little more accessible to us. Now, if you look at the current landscape of RV instruments, which is what's shown above me, you can see that the majority of precise RV instruments are built to be optical spectrographs, the ones on the left-hand side here. But there are a few near-infrared spectrographs that are coming online on the right. The one that I'm going to be talking about today is Maroon-X, which is located at Gemini North. Maroon-X is not quite as blue optical as many of the traditional RV spectrographs. It starts its coverage more in the yellow part of the spectrum, but then extends all the way out to 900 nanometers. And that redward coverage, red optical coverage really, is really valuable for chasing after M dwarf stars. You can see the comparison of the SED for a star like the sun in blue, and then an M dwarf star in red at the top of this, and how the red stars really do amp up their flux coverage as we move further into the red and the near infrared. So Maroon-X has a spectral resolution of about 85,000, and like I said, it goes from 500 to 920 nanometers, so red optical spectrograph. The fiber-fed is shell. You can see the throughput curves for the 2 different arms, the blue and red arm of the instrument on the left-hand side here. And again, it's really optimized to have excellent throughput in the red. And then a nice example from the team is shown on the right. This is a very eccentric Saturn mass planet around the star HD 3651. This has become a nice example for RV teams to test the performance of their instruments, because the planet's high eccentricity suggests that there's probably no other planets in the system. They would become dynamically unstable quite quickly. So you can measure this very large signal, but be confident that there are no smaller planets that are adding additional noise to the residuals of your fit. And what you can see here is that the Maroon-X data, after we fit out the model of the planet, shows very small error bars, which is very impressive, but even more so, very small RMS values. So the blue arm of the spectrograph has an RMS of just 0.6 meters per second. The red arm is getting down to below 0.4. Maroon-X is really an example where the team under-promised and over-delivered. So the original claim was it'll do 1 meter or 2 per second, and that'll be a really nice advancement in doing these red optical spectrographs. And they have blown us all out of the water with what the instrument's producing so far. So it's a really exciting instrument to be involved with. Okay, so the two stars in particular that I want to talk to you about today are TOI 1685 and 1693, catchy names, I know. These are both mid-M stars, so M3 types. And what you can see here are the TESS light curves for the two stars. The top one is the top panel on each plot is the simple aperture photometry. So you can see some bumps and wiggles in there, mostly due to instrument and spacecraft systematics. The bottom panels are after we correct that out and treat the data to handle those signals. And if you were glancing at these off the top of your head, you might not think there's anything particularly interesting going on for these two stars. But if you dig into the data a little bit and look for periodic signatures, then in both cases, you would find a very small but very noticeable transit. So each of these stars has one very short period planet orbiting around it. And each of these planets, based on the TESS data, is expected to be just under 2 Earth radii or so. I'll note that going forward, most of these results are preliminary. Maybe I'll have that coming up in a minute. So don't read into it too much yet, but we're excited about the early promise. So tiny planets going around M-dwarf stars should have RV signals that are large enough that we can detect them, we hope. But the challenge for these stars is that in addition to being M stars, where they have most of their light coming out in the red part of the spectrum that our optical spectrographs don't necessarily capture, they're also quite faint. So to do this kind of science well, you want a red sensitive spectrograph with high resolution and high precision on a large aperture telescope. And that's a lot of qualifiers to put together into one request, but thankfully Maroon-X on Gemini North does an excellent job of delivering on that. Oh, here we go. Okay. The preliminary results so far, these aren't quite ready for publication, but I wanted to give you a sneak peek of where we're heading. So for TOI 1685, this star actually already has its first planet published. So you might ask, why are we still investigating it? Short answer, we didn't know that the other teams were also observing it. So there are two papers out already, one from the Comet team, which is shown on the left, one from the IRD team shown on the right. Both of them do a very nice job of confirming that short period planet that you can see in the top figures. And they both also make note of a potential second signature in the data. Now, the Comet team thinks it's at something like 9 to 10 days. The IRD team thinks more like 2 and a bit days. So it's a unsolved mystery so far about what exactly that second signal is. But the other thing that is problematic about these two results from a follow-up point of view is that they both have very nice 4 to 5 sigma detections on the mass. But for planets this small, if we want to really dive in and understand if they are pure rocky bodies or if they have heavy steam-like atmospheres, then you actually need something more like a 10 sigma measurement. So the folks who want to study this planet with JWST came to us and said, Maroon-X could probably do a good job of this. Could you help us get more data and do the analysis to amplify our mass measurement? So that's exactly what we did. Here's the full RV time series for this system. The first thing to note is that the Maroon-X data just has these very tiny error bars compared to everything else. So that was really encouraging to see. And in a very reasonable exposure time of something like 20 minutes per point. You get data from both sides of the spectrograph, the red and blue arms, so you get 2 points per epoch, which is very nice. And then if we fit that data with the 2-planet model and a Gaussian process that's being used to treat some of the stellar variability, we go from the 4 to 5 sigma mass measurement that we had with the 2 previous publications, something more like a 10 sigma measurement in the semi-amplitude, which is very exciting. This is exactly what we were aiming for. I wish I could say we had already solved this problem of the second signal, but that's not quite true. When we do this fit and include it, we end up with a somewhat bimodal distribution in both the period and the transit epoch of the planet. So we're not entirely sure what's happening here yet. Needs a little more digging, but the transiting planet, at least where we know the exact period and time of conjugation, is pretty well nailed down. It's exciting. Second system, 1693, is not published yet, so no one's gotten a mass for this planet. We're the first ones to really chase it. Again, we have data from Maroon-X in cyan and magenta here, and then from IRD in orange. 2 seasons of Maroon-X data, again, that we've now folded together. And in this case, again, you can see that The transiting planet, we have a very nice measurement at the kind of 4.5 sigma level, which is great. Again, it's a small planet. And because no star ever seems to have just one planet, there's always at least one more to make things tricky for you. Here we see a second signal at a 5 or so sigma detection level on a much longer period, more like 20 days. For both of these longer period planets, we've gone back to the TESS data and looked for signatures of them transiting, but we don't think they do transit. We've done some injection recovery tests, seems to rule out any significant detection of planets at these periods. So the longer periods and probably a slight shift in inclination from the inner planets is probably knocking them out of a transit probability, or will we be able to see them? Okay, so that's the planet parameters that we have so far. Again, preliminary, we're updating these as we go. Hopefully there'll be a paper out later this year. But we see that the top 3 planets are all what we think are super Earth, so they're below about 10 Earth masses. And then the bottom one, that long period planet around TOI 1693, is probably more like a sub-Neptune planet, so it's a mixed structure in that planetary system. But yeah, they all have semi-amplitudes at the 2 to 3-ish level for the small planets, and then just under 7 for the larger one. And so this is, again, an example of small planets around M-dwarf stars have accessible radio velocity signals if you have the right wavelength coverage and telescope aperture to get at them. And so if we place those 2 planets on a mass radius diagram, as I've shown you here, you see that they join a relatively small set of planets from the 5,000 candidates we had. If you downscope to the confirmed planets with 4 sigma mass measurements or better, it's a couple dozen stars at most. 7 of those are TRAPPIST. That's kind of cheating, the one system. But these 2 join a relatively small population of planets, and they're going to help us better understand what's going on in these super Earths that are close into their stars and relatively highly irradiated, what they can tell us about planet formation and evolution in these small, cool M-dwarf systems. Okay, and with that, I see standing up. So TESS is producing a plethora of these kinds of systems. There are so many more of them than we have telescope time to go after right now. So I think Maroon-X and many other RV spectrographs are going to be very busy for the next many years chasing these kinds of planets. A lot of these systems exhibit signs once you start doing detailed RV analysis of additional non-transiting planets. That's both exciting and frustrating because it makes it harder to get the correct interpretation and best fit to the system, but it's not a bad problem to have. More planets is never a bad thing. Confirming these planets requires, like I said, the combination of red spectral coverage and large apertures. So Gemini North has been a really great asset in doing this. And both of these planets are great candidates for doing either transmission spectroscopy or emission spectroscopy with things like Hubble or James Webb in the future. So we're looking forward to chasing a more detailed characterization of both systems. And with that, I will say thank you very much and ask any questions you might have.
Very nice. Questions? Really? Come on. Good.
First, thanks for a great talk. That was very impressive. The data are extraordinary. That second star, it wasn't obvious that the IRD data was even from the same star. The Maroon data was so much better.
Yeah.
So my question though is, you said that Maroon-X over delivers on its specifications. Any thoughts as to why that is and what we can learn from that spectacular success?
Yeah, so I think the team was conservative when designing the instrument. Maroon-X was built to use a lot of off-the-shelf products, and so it is a little less bespoke than many of the other RV instruments that have come online in the last few years, and because of that, they were cautious about promising on what it could do. I think this was in part just humbleness maybe on their part, I'm not sure, but it was pitched always as being like a 1 meter per second level instrument, and it has just really gone above and beyond that, especially for these M-dwarf stars.
So just curious, do you think it's a control of systematics or is it the quality of the design and the parts? It sounds like you said it's off the shelf parts, so maybe it's just how they manage the systematics, but why don't we talk during the coffee break?
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a question, but before I ask, can I ask the poster flash talk people to start coming down so they can prep? There was an interesting slide, great slides. There was one with a whole bunch of big mirrors and acronyms. Could you explain the red ones?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a busy graph to take in all at once, so I apologize for that. There we go. Yeah, so this is kind of the current precision RV landscape as it stands. And so each facility, the apertures and the wavelength coverage are somewhat approximate, but they're pretty close. And so, yeah, we have kind of the traditional suite of optical-based spectrographs on the left-hand side, and then this up-and-coming field. Some of these are somewhat well established now of near-infrared facilities on the right. And so, is there anyone you're particularly interested in, or I can just give you a rundown?
Eye locator. What's eye locator? I don't know that.
Yeah, so eye locator, someone here was from Notre Dame earlier today. Eye locator is being built at Notre Dame right now. It's going to go on the Large Binocular Telescope. It is similarly a near-infrared spectrograph, but it's going to be fed by an AO system. And so one of the big science cases is trying to look for planets around binary stars, where you can actually, because there are two telescopes, separate the starlight and have RVs from one star on one telescope and RVs from the other on a second.
And HPF is Hubble, I guess, right?
Yeah, the Habitable Zone Planet Finder, which is on HET and has been doing excellent work on both M dwarf detections and stellar variability for a number of years now.
Final one is PAVI.
So PARVI is a debut instrument. This is great. I promise I didn't ask him to ask this question. So PARVI is the Palomar radio velocity instrument. It is similarly, it's pushing further into the near infrared than almost any other instrument at this point. It's an H&K spectrometer. It is also AO fed. And one of the things that makes it really interesting is that traditionally RV instruments scale with the size of the aperture. So PARVI on the Hale, the 200-inch telescope, which is quite large. But because it's fed by an AO beam, the PARVI instrument is like this big. And so that makes it much, much easier to do the thermal and pressure and stability control that you need for doing very precise radio velocity measurements. It's a lot easier to stabilize something that's the size of like a toaster oven than this is the size of a room.
Okay, great. Last call. Okay, let's thank Jennifer again.
So thank you all.
So we're heading into the poster session, but we're going to have a flash talk. So 1 minute each, which will be a challenge, I guess, for the. I'm not going to have time probably to mic people up. Might we use? Yes, right. I already went for we'll use that for all the. Are you in order? So the left.
I think I am.
Actually, it doesn't matter. Just to introduce yourself. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. I don't know.
Where is it?
Where?
And you can talk?
Hi.
Yes, done.
Hi, I'm Celeste Parisi. I'm from Argentina, from Córdoba. I have been working for several years in the metallicity determination of SMC clusters using the calcium triplet technique. Basically, if we know the equivalent width of the calcium triplet lines and the difference in magnitude between the observed star and the horizontal branch or red clamp, we can calculate the W in the upper right equation, which is a direct indicator of metallicity. And the beta parameter is provided by calibration. What we did with Bruno Diaz from the University of Tarapacá in Chile was to derive the beta parameter for these filters, including the GMOS filters, which is necessary for the spectroscopic follow-up of the disclosure survey, which we are performing using GMOS. That's all. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Zach. I'm a science fellow at Gemini North. So my poster is on the multiplicity of halo stars within 100 parsecs with Gemini. So we've started up a small little survey looking at all the halo stars and ficta stars within 100 parsecs of our sun. And so we've looked at 43 so far, and we have found only one binary. So if you want to see that one binary, please come to my poster or check it out online. And if you have any questions about it, I'm walking around.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Dong Lim, and this is my poster. We have performed the near-infrared high-light resolution spectroscopy using the iGreens at Gemini South Telescope. Actually, we observed several stars in metal poor global cluster candidate in the birds. Their name is Carmago 1103, 1106. And from this near-infrared spectroscopic data, we determine the atmosphere parameters, the temperature from the line distillation method, and the surface gravity from the equal width of the CO band. And with these atmosphere parameters, we measure the chemical abundances through spectral synthesis. So, however, unfortunately, we cannot find any clear evidence of the metal poor global clusters in both fields. So, on the other hand, we found the significant systematic differences in abundance between H-band and K-band spectra for the aluminum, calcium, and titanium abundances. So, and finally, we compare our spectroscopic result with the nearby opposite stars. So, if you are interested in the near-infrared stellar spectroscopy, please visit my poster. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lee Jae-jung from Chungnam National University, PhD student, and my poster shows the chemodynamical result for 11 extremely metal poor stars and 9 very metal poor stars. And there are 7 stars having eccentricities larger than 0.7, which is the general characteristics of Gaia Sausage and Enceladus, as well as none of Gaia Sausage stars. They have very diverse kinematics, and also they're considering the low metallicities, we can think they came from the low mass dwarf galaxies. The more information you can find my poster. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I have a weird astronomy fact for all of you today, and that is that out of the hundreds of thousands of RLRs that we know in our galaxy and beyond our galaxy, only one of them lives in a binary system. And if you heard Jen Winter's talk, that doesn't make sense. The multiplicity of that doesn't make sense. But this lonesome binary has companions, has friends now. We have found 10 new RLRs in binary system. This is the first image of an RLR in a binary system. So why are RLRs in binary systems so rare? Why are they so difficult to find? How did we find it and find them, those 10? And finally, why does this matter at all? All those questions, the answers to all those questions are on my poster that actually I forgot to bring, but there's a PDF and you can check and you can talk to me, you can call me. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Here, the last one is the video. Let's start the next section with it. Okay. Right. Okay. So it is now time for us to see those posters and get some coffee and so on and so forth. We will resume. We're a little bit behind schedule, not too bad actually. Actually, no, we're right on schedule. Amazing. So we'll resume in 20 minutes.
If Sí, pero modificando el Gmail. Esta frase,
Website de Instrumentation Santiago when Ricardo arrives in taxi. The first thing to tell me.
left it at home.
Como de Karen in Santiago.
Oh.
He left La Serena one day before. Now you can imagine the cost.
Que lo dicen los
No, but you here you can go
And they really like behind the medicine.
할 거는 자기네들이. Okay. Oh, here I thought I was wasting too much time. Okay.
Thank you for that.
Let's see.
Oh. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the actual speakers missing, because,
Yeah.
yeah, because
Yep. No, we have that one now.
we do?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there was one that that was not
Yeah,
yet
we're
processed,
missing
that's right.
Kim Van and that guy,
Right.
that person. I don't know, male or female, but that person.
Right.
Which both of them have been phenomenally unresponsive throughout this entire process. So I don't know what to think. But I sent them an email. I copied you on it. Hopefully they reply all and get back to us quickly.
Okay. Well, we can hope that's all we can.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe you have to start with our. I know, right? Probably some more
Oh, yeah, that's it.
In the game, the car, we have to start with. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, I think. So I the background are but these are the background
Actually, I wasn't on the
yeah, so you're not here. No, so
Kim Ben,
Really?
yeah, and Sun Young Yoon at the 220 slot. Yeah, I guess they've just recently been emailed, but I, yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got one laptop that's got still running my baseball, so so it's really cool. When it goes on that is no way to I think No, I had to take another room, but we're not supposed to take.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, 5 minutes to the start of the next session. 5 minutes to the start of the next session.
This is virtual shared microphone.
Now,
Okay, we're going to start the second session. And as you settle into your chairs, we'll have the last flash poster presentation, which is in video form.
My most recent paper where we perform a detailed chemical analysis of the solar type stars in the WASP 160 binary system using high quality Gemini Grace spectra. Briefly, our analysis reveals a correlation between the differential abundances and the condensation temperature of the elements. In particular, we found both a small but significant deficit of volatiles and radiated or refractory elements in the secondary stellar component, which hosts a gas giant planet relative to the primary star for which no planet have been detected yet. We discussed several possible scenarios associated with processes of planetary formation and evolution in the system that might explain the peculiar chemical differences that we detected. Please have a look at my poster and paper for more details, and if you have any questions or comments, please feel free to contact me. Thanks.
Okay. Sorry about the general presentation. Okay, good. So now we will start the talks. There's 2 talks this afternoon, the rest of the afternoon, 2 15-minute talks. There's a slight change, well, actually a big change to the schedule here. The Megan Mansfield and Jake Turner will present tomorrow in the afternoon tomorrow. Today, Stefan Gwynn from CADC NRC will discuss remotely about dragons and processing at the CADC.
Hello. Does this need to be, do you need to push play here? There we go. All right. Same old question everybody asks. Can you hear me? Can you see my slides? Yes.
Yes.
Great. So my name is Stephen Gwynn. I work at the Canadian Astronomy Data Centre here in Victoria, British Columbia. And I'll be talking today about not the data and not even how to process the data, but more sort of the platform on which you could process the data. So I'm going to be talking about, maybe the slide change here.
Should just use the arrow, use your arrow keys.
Yep, no, I did that. There we go. Okay, so we're going to talk today in particular about the Canadian Campfire, which is the Canadian Advanced Network for Astronomy Research, which is a research platform sort of similar to Data Labs. We started off in 2009, so quite a while back. And the idea is to provide a platform to process astronomical data from telescopes, and to provide sort of more power, compute power that you can normally get on a laptop or even a sizable tower into the hands of astronomers. It was developed by us, the Canadian Astronomy Data Centre. It operates on hardware provided by the Government of Canada through the Digital Research Alliance Canada. Yeah, it provides significant digital resources, sort of hundreds and hundreds of cores, a few thousand cores, and hundreds of terabytes to astronomers. The original version we had was based on virtual machines. We're now moved on to we still have those, but we've moved on to providing a technology based on Docker containers. And what we provide is hardware, compute resources in the form of a remote desktop environment, notebook sessions, viewer, storage that users control, and access control to all of the above, so that you can either keep your data private, data and software, keep your data private, share it with a team, or make it public. Now, when I submitted the abstract, the idea was to sort of increase usage of the thing that we've developed. Since the time I submitted my abstract and now, we've roughly doubled the number of people who are using this platform. So uptake has been extremely rapid. So I'm just going to walk you through a few screenshots of what it would look like if you were to use our platform. If this thing turns, there we go. So this is the opening splash screen, and there's a way of selecting what kind of compute resources you want, with sort of a pull-down menu that allows you to specify the type of session that you want to have, and how much memory, how many cores you want that session to have. And then walking through the individual session types. The first is sort of Python notebooks, which I think are familiar to a lot of people, that allow you to run sort of Python, and you're running in your browser, but the Python is actually executing on computers at the CDC. The image viewer, come on.
Oh, just say next slide. I'll look for you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. There we go. So this is the Carta session. Carta is a sort of like DS9, except it's perhaps more optimized for image cubes, and it allows you to look at sort of even terabyte-sized images or data cubes, but it only sends over the internet the parts of the image that are being displayed on the screen. So you can look at quite sizable images without actually without transferring them to your local machine. Next slide, please. This is the user storage portal that I was talking about. It sort of comes in two flavors. They're both named after large holes in the ground. There's Vault, which is our archival, slightly older archival system, where if you put files in there, they're replicated twice, so there's 3 copies total. So it would be there 20 years from now. And then Cavern, which just sort of looks like a giant file system, and it basically is a giant file system, which is not backed up. On the other hand, the performance of that file system is a lot larger. And when people come in, they're by default given just a terabyte of space, but if they have a use case for larger allocations, they can get up to 100 terabytes. So that's pretty rare. 1 to 10 is sort of more common, but this allows you to share data within a team or make it public. And access to the storage is via a browser or a Python client, or you can mount the whole file system so it just looks like a file system on your computer, or into one of the containers. Next slide, please. So what I want to talk about a little bit longer is this remote desktop session. So it's browser-based. So this looks like a screenshot from a slightly older Linux desktop. But if you look closely, it's actually running within a browser. And there you can see all my bookmarks up there. And so there's icons that you can click on and launch things. But each time you launch something, it's not running on the same. It's not like a computer. When you run stuff on your laptop, it launches stuff and it's still using the same resources on the laptop. Each time you launch something, you get access to another computer at the back end of the CDC. And then what software is available is, sorry, next slide, please. is dictated by this applications menu at the top. And so it has sort of the normal things like a browser and whatnot, but under the Astro software, there is a whole bunch of preloaded, ready to go bits of software. So CASA for Alma, and then our Gemini, we have Dragons and Nifty, but there's also SST and various other things. Next slide, please. So when you launch it, it just looks like you're launching Dragons in your on your computer at home, except you're not. It's all running on computers at the CDC, but you have the same prompt. You have the same abilities. Next slide, please. So this is originally designed to be a kind of almost a demo, but not quite. And then you also have access to all the cool plotting tools that Dragons provides. And then, like I say, so if you launch this, oh, that's one slide too far. If you launch a Dragons container, you're getting, 16 cores, and I can't remember, 64 gig of memory and whatnot. But if you launch a second one of these terminals, you're getting a whole new computer. They're not using resources at the back end that are the same. You're actually getting new resources each time. So it allows you to get an awful lot of compute power in a fairly lightweight manner. Next slide, please. And then again, the group management is the way that the access to all these things are controlled. The storage, the images, and in catalogs are all controlled through this one thing where you, the user, can kind of in a fairly fine-grained way control who has access to what. In particular, what's sort of novel about our system is that allows one user to create a container that has all the software in it, and then share that container with other people in his team or the public again, which makes it quite powerful. Next slide, please. So Gemini software on Campfire. One is Dragons. We currently have version 3.0.1 is installed. We will be upgrading to 3.0.2 shortly. When 3.1 becomes available, we will upgrade to that and make that available to everybody. The other piece of software we have is Nifty, which is has been run on the NIST archives and has produced science-ready data. And so instead of coming and reducing your data, the data is actually sort of already ready to go, pre-reduced and ready to download. And the question is, what should you do next? Is there some other software that you, the user community, would like us to install? One of the other ideas I have is, now that we've got Dragons installed and we've got a fairly sizable amount of compute resources, could we go through the entire GMOS archive, for example, and just process that and persist the results, and then make that available to the community as sort of science-ready data products, rather than you download the data, go through the archive and download the data and process it. You just download the data and it's ready to go. Which for other archives that we host at the CDC, so CFISH-T data in particular, and then back in the day, we also used to do an awful lot of HST processing, and we found that caused the reuse of data to be significantly higher. Next slide, please. So here's a list of reasons why you should use Campfire, and one is because it provides you access to significant resources with a fairly low, fairly flat learning curve. It's relatively easy to use. The software is already installed. Although we don't host the Gemini archive, we do actually have a copy of all the public data is hosted at CDC. So if you're going back to do archival research, that makes this a good choice. It's a cloud-based, so you can access it from any device with a browser. It's not, not tied to any one particular laptop or computer. You can actually do this from your phone if that's what you want to do. And then once you have produced the results, you can easily share those results with everybody. The problem perhaps with people who build science platforms is they're kind of like, I don't know, vegans or Catholics, and once they start doing this, they kind of want to proselytize everybody else. So I should say that, you know, although I really like this, it's not necessarily what you need to do. If you have a small amount of data and a good computer, there's no reason for you to do this. But if you have a larger amount of data or you want to do a fair amount of processing, this is a good option. Next slide, please.
So maybe 3 minutes or so. Oh,
Yep,
okay.
I saw the stars pop up. This is actually my summary slide. Sorry, it's 11:45 here in BC, in Victoria. I'm going a lot faster and not quite as doing quite as well a good a job as I might have been if I had actually traveled to Korea. This is my summary slide, and with the email address if you would like to use the Campfire Science platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments, questions online? What do people think about having all the GMOS data fully reduced available? Right.
So I heard the question.
Yeah, hi. Nice talk. Thanks for giving it so late where you are. This is Janice. Do you ever have any virtual workshops to learn how to get set up on the system?
What has actually happened so far is it's grown very organically, in as much as it tends to be it'll be one person starts to use it and they'll, rather than us telling people what to do, one person will figure it out by themselves and then tell their buddies. So it hasn't, we haven't felt the need for a sort of workshop. I mean, I'm obviously the kind of nerdy person who knows how to use these things, but I hadn't been using it at all. And then someone said, hey, check it out. And it really was sort of push button ready to go. And a lot of the people that we've asked to sort of walk us through their thing, they seem to have no problems picking up how to use it. There's a few gotchas where you can sort of, there's better, you know, better ways to do it, but there's not, basic usage is pretty easy. There's when you join up you can also join our Slack channel, which provides an awful lot of help. So we haven't actually had a formal tutorial or demo or anything like that so far.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to the last talk of today, which is also Gemini, sorry, also dragons. Kathleen Bree will tell us about dragons data reduction with a status report, and for those who maybe missed yesterday's workshop, maybe tutorial. So it'll be a 15-minute talk.
How's this? Oh boy, that's loud. I'll control my voice. Thank you for being here, sticking it to the end. Although I have to say this is not the end. Brian is doing a demo after me, okay? Don't miss it. So this was supposed to be a status talk. Status talks are boring. So I'm going to go quickly through the status, the actual facts, and then I'm going to share a bit more with you. So hopefully it will help you understand that status, where we are and our plans. So I just want to mention our current team. No real particular order, except the first line is our old-timers, and the second line are brand new people. They've been with us for something like 9 months. So they are the Dragons team. I'm not Dragons. The whole team is Dragons. Okay, maybe I should just look there instead of there. So the status as of now, it hasn't changed much since last year, unfortunately. So for all spectroscopy, you still have to use Gemini RF. It's coming, it's really coming. And then for all imaging, do use Dragons, just forget about Gemini RF at this point, use Dragons. Sorry. We do have the quick look, the GMOS long slit. And if you wonder what quick look is, it's basically to give you an idea of what your data looks like. So currently, the way I see it is that since you have to use Gemini RF to reduce your GMOS long slit, and it's quite time consuming, I agree, then you might want to do a little quick look reduction with dragons, super fast, and it's going to tell you if it's actually worth your time to reduce the data properly. So what is in development now? Something I think I've alluded to last year is this nighttime processing, quick look processing of data for the target of opportunity observations. The software is in place, everything is ready. We're currently in the testing phase and monitoring to see how it behaves for whenever the Gemini North now, whenever there's a TO in our test environment, it triggers and reduces the TO, imaging and GMOS long slit. Then for the long time promised GMOS long slits for science, the software is in place. What we're missing right now is the documentation, and then there's a lengthy testing phases. And because of the GMOS South amplifier problem that happened in January, we had to last minute add a new feature to better handle that. So this has not been fully tested, and we know there's some issues that will need to be fixed. And what is happening right now, and we have staff, well, right now they're sleeping, but what the team is working on is the near-infrared long slit. And here, notice I said near-infrared, I didn't say just Genius or just F2. We're writing for both, making sure that the software is written in a generic enough way that most of it actually is reusable across near-infrared long slit instruments. Future, we're going to cover everything that Gemini RF covers now. So the near-infrared IFU NIFs, and now Genius. The Genius cross disperse, the MOS, GMOS NF2, which is now being offered as FT, and GMOS IFU will also come. And keep in mind that all this is also valid for our new instruments. So Ghost, the data reduction package, is written for Dragons. It will be distributed as a third-party software until we find a time to fully integrate it into Dragons, but it is Dragons. Scorpio, so Scorpio will basically reuse almost all of Dragons that we have, because Scorpio is imaging, optical and infrared, and long slit spectroscopy, optical infrared. Well, at this point, we almost have everything. We're working on the last piece, the near infrared long slit. And GERMOS, we're already in talk with the GERMOS team. It's going to be an image slicer IFU in the near infrared. And we're in talks with iGrins, where currently the software, the pipeline is the iGrins pipeline in Python, but we're trying to work out a way to get it into Dragons. And we're probably going to meet this week, that's the plan. Sorry about that. So now let's go into a bit of understanding. What we're trying to do here is save a lot of effort and make things faster in the long run. So what we're doing is investing now on one pipeline infrastructure that actually works for several instruments. So if you think about that long term, we don't have 10 pipelines to support, we have one. It's just that there's a lot of code reuse, smaller code base, and it will help us because we're a small team. We cannot have 10 experts on each pipeline. So we need one pipeline, uniform model, and a lot of code reuse. That's the only way we can actually do it. Now, I think the UCGP people and staff people have seen the castle slide. So just to show you where we're going, what our strategy is, and where we are right now. Everything is on that slide. So I was told I can use, can you actually see it? Nope, I cannot see it. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I cannot use it. So I'm gonna try. Well, I hope you can see this tiny little bit. So what we're doing, what we've been doing is basically building a foundation. So we have the Dragons bit here, Astrodata recipe system. Continuous integration testing is extremely important. If you want us to release often and fast, we need to automate the testing because there's a lot of code and a lot of tests. We're using the community library, so AstroPy and the likes. We are reliant on the archive for the calibration association. That's very important. And then the way we did it, so well, we have 4 pillars. We have optical and near-infrared imaging, optical and near-infrared long-slit spectroscopy. And think about it, once you have those 4, and you've written them in a very generic way, you can build with more fancy nodes after that. So at this point in yellow, what you have is what we have completed. It's not fully released here, but the code is ready, and we're currently working on building this bit. And it looks somewhat bad. You say, oh, we just support imaging. Well, when you look at the demand, imaging is 1/3 of the usage. So it's a big chunk. And in a few months, when we release long-slit spectroscopy for science, Dragons will cover 2/3 of the data being taken. That also is very significant. And then we'll just keep going. So we're currently working on F2 and GNIRS long-slit. And then we'll move to NIRS and GNIRS IFU. And just probably that's the way we're going to do it. So it will depend on what happens, because our plans have changed over the past. We try to adapt. Also, we need to adapt based on the resources that we have. And just to talk a bit about the future, as I mentioned, Scorpio will be reusing the imaging, the optical long slit, the near-infrared long slit. GearMOS, that's part of the reason why we're working on near-infrared IFU, is because we want to get GearMOS going and have a nice foundation when they start coding for the instrument, which is our next instrument. And of course, now we have GNIRS IFU, so it's yet another motivation to go on with this one. And after that, these pieces of the pie, I call them the multi-slit data. So with long slit, we have 1 slit spectroscopy. All the other ones are really a variation of that, is you just have multiple slits. So once we figured out a generic way to deal with multiple slits, then it will open up this section of the pie chart. Now just a few difficulties that we've had, because I'm sure you're all saying, why is it taking so long? Well, it's tough. So just a few examples that I have here. Finding reasonable aperture. We're trying to automate this. So if you're going to do spectroscopy, you're not necessarily going to have just one source. You might have multiple sources, and it would be awfully nice to be able to detect them all automatically and extract them all automatically. When you have a very nice flat and point sources, easy. When you have something like this, not so easy. So just last fall, and not last fall, last spring, we spent a lot of time. Monica was involved, Chris was involved, Oliver was involved, everybody was involved into trying to find a good algorithm that would work reasonably well with things like that. And then we had a nice surprise with the, with the GMOS, GMOS South, the AMP fail. That was, we managed, actually I have to say that when I first tried Dragons, on the data without any changes to Dragons. I was really impressed by how well it worked. We still needed to do some work with it, but it was very, very promising. So, but it did cause several months delay, actually. Another problem that we often have, and that one was when I read the talk, it was very prominent in the work we were doing. Sometimes the WCS, the world coordinate system, are unreliable for some unknown reasons, which is usually not that big a problem. But when you're trying to automate a reduction, then it becomes a big problem. Conda packaging, poor James Turner, once in a while he gets a tough one with the Conda packaging, won't package, and it's a mess. A release could take an extra week just because of these things. And during COVID, we lost half our team. We lost 3 team members. So that was also a big hit. Anyway, I've got complex instrument, just like GMOS, tunable wavelength, multiple gradings, multiple binning. So you can imagine all the testing that needs to be done in order to make sure that the software works. And now just for lightweight stuff, Jen stole my slide here, but you have it bigger now. So this is an example. This is an fully automated reduction. You go from the raw data, the 2D stack with cosmic ray. So this is a science version and a very nice extracted spectrum there. So software exists, it works well. We just need to finish the polishing. And what's coming with the science quality version? A bunch of interactive tasks. So there's a screenshot of all the new 6 tools that we'll have to help you really optimize and get the most of your long slit spectroscopy. Okay, so I cannot demo them, but catch me this week if you want to see them in action. I can run them on my laptop, and they're really, really cool and very intuitive to use. And that's the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you for that quick overview. Do we have any questions about dragons?
Good. It's really hard to speak with a mask.
Kathleen is here all week, so
yes.
If you have any questions, this is the time. Oh, this week is the time.
Yeah.
So
Kathleen, hi.
Yes. Hi, Jen.
You've given online workshops before. Can you tell people a little bit about the resources that are available online for them to learn about dragons?
We are on Read the Docs. So when it comes to manuals, we are on Read the Docs, dragons.read the docs. I couldn't believe it when I tried to get dragons.read the docs. It was available. So that's a good one. The code itself is on GitHub. I'm pretty sure if you Google it, you're going to get to it. And a few months ago, I think it's months now, I did an online demo of the science version, so those interactive tasks. And I believe the recording is online. I'm not sure where, so Joanna might be able to confirm that.
it's on. Is it on the NOAA Lab homepage? I think it is.
It's on the NOAA Lab webpage. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it's on the NOAA Lab Science video webpage.
Okay. So it's about an hour long demo, and we go from raw data to the reduced using all the interactive tools.
Well, it's a very simple question. The point is that, for instance, you were showing an example on which you see the extracted spectrum, but for star. What about if you have a nebulae, for instance, only you try to do this automatically and not necessarily we see the continuum of the star and you see the nebulae. So this is the kind of interactions you say that you are adding to the science part of the project?
Yes, for the thing is, with the extended source, it's very difficult to automatically define an aperture, which is why We're gonna have like, this is
Oh, yeah.
fine source aperture. This is fully interactive. You can go in, set your aperture, whichever way you want, with cursor or with actual values if you want full control on the width. So everything is there to adjust to your particular source.
Okay, this is wonderful.
Good.
Yes.
Kathleen, I wonder if in the next release you are going to provide like single CCD stats for Demos?
Oh, you say yes. I think I know what you're talking about. So stop me if I go wrong.
Yeah.
In GMOS, you have 3 CCDs, and they are different type of CCDs. The response is different, and we found a while back that the way the twilight sky is not quite the same color as the night sky. So if you have different response in your 3 CCDs, and you use this twilight that has a different color, it actually impacts your flat fielding and then your photometry and all that stuff. So this is actually an example where Dragons helps because it's very easy to reduce a lot of data really fast. So this effect was never noticed before. Just like, what is this? Panic mode. We have a new algorithm that allows you, instead of currently, you basically reduce everything together. But the new algorithm, you reduce each CCD completely independently. So any color effect just disappears. And this will be in 3.1 for sure. Yes.
Nope. Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank the speakers. That concludes the talks, but there is a workshop that's about to happen on Gemini program platform. Did you want to say something about that? Right. Okay. Did you want me to talk about the speakers? Okay.
Okay, we made it through day 1. Let's give everyone a round of applause, especially the people who joined us online, still online, and the amazing juggling that our staff have done to get us through day 1. So I have a couple of reminders before we let people who are not staying for Brian's fabulous workshop. A reminder to morning speakers, including flash speakers for tomorrow morning, please come at 8 o'clock. We'll do testing between 8 and 8:30 tomorrow. We'll play loud music to wake everybody up. And tomorrow we will have a very special program. We'll start at 9 o'clock today in the morning. We'll also have a special ghost celebration during the break. Conference photo tomorrow afternoon, so you don't want to miss it. And with that, Gemini program platform, and good night and have a good dinner to folks that will be leaving. So we'll just take a pause there and we're going to take a few minutes to set up.
I guess you can hear me. That sounds loud.
Yeah, the workshop's here. Yeah.
Yep, we're still here. So we just have to do some reconfiguration because I'm going to do attempt to do a live demo. So just a little bit about while we're getting set up, some logistics of how the workshop will run. It's supposed to last the most 45 minutes. I'm expecting to use about half the time for presentation and demonstration, and then there'll be time at the end so that people can try out our Explore app, put it through its paces, try to break it, and give us some feedback on how you think it works. Also, people online, if anyone's still with us, you can put questions into the Slack channel, which starts with the name, I think, Workshop 2. And Zach they've offered to monitor that. And during the end of the session, when people are working with Explore, I'll sort of wander around and see how people are doing, answer questions, and try to monitor the Slack channel. It's displayed. Yep. Almost. Sure, if people want to move a little closer, that would be great. All right, I think we're ready to go.
So you're here and you can switch between the tabs and it's all mirrored. You're all.
That looks good. And
Yeah.
cursor's visible.
I'm sorry, I can't really get rid of.
All right, I'll work around.
If you get near there, a window will pop up. So.
All right, I'll try to work around that. Okay, let's get started. Good, okay. So our current proposal and program preparation apps, which is the PIT for proposal preparation and the OT for observation preparation of these, large job applications you have to download to your desktop at least once a semester. They've been in use for over 20 years now. They work as far as they go. We've tried to make improvements to them continuously throughout the years. But a few years ago, we realized that a lot of them needed usability and functionality that we just couldn't put into the current applications. So it was really time to just start fresh. And there are a lot of other reasons because of the age of observatory changes in software that we needed to do some basic updates to our whole software stack. So that led us to the Gemini program platform, which is really the core project of an even larger sort of program of projects for upgrading our OCS software, which is Observatory Control System. It's really the high level user interface for operating the telescope, for submitting proposals and so on. So this is really the core project with the goals of improving usability, making everything easier, especially phase 2s and proposal preparation, improving efficiency through increased automation, supporting time-domain astronomy by providing the frameworks and the constraints we need for an automated scheduler, as well as APIs for better communication, supporting new instruments such as Scorpio and GNAO, and the rolling obsolescence. As I said, we need to sort of modernize our entire stack to make it better, easier to maintain and a lot more scalable. So what is GPP? It's basically going to be a set of web applications that communicate with databases which live in the cloud via these very secure APIs or application interfaces. And the main applications that you will probably encounter are these set here. This is sort of the diagram of the entire system. As you can see, what you're seeing is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we have to build. The main things that most of the community will be using is the browse interface. Or sorry, I'm going to start out with the dashboard interface, which is where you're going to see, like you log in, you see a list of all of your proposals or programs that you have access to, and you can switch between them. Then there's Explore, which is probably the main application, will be like the focus of this talk, which is the proposal and observation preparation tool. It's like the main PIT OT replacement. There's Browse, which is a search feature, like the OT browser right now. Then there is Chronicle, which is a logging tool, both used by staff to do the logging, and then users will go to it, to get the observing log for your program on the given night. I'll give a little more of that later. And then there is a weather application, because we want to have a weather server that gives a history of all the weather conditions and forecast into the future. Then there's a bunch of internal applications we'll have. We Observe is extension of our current web SecExec for actually executing the observations, communicating with the telescope and the instrument. There's Resource, which is a telescope and instrument calendar. Schedule is the interface on the automatic scheduler, and an admin window for managing users and other administration features. Then, of course, there's all sorts of other services that we have to build to go with this. You'll see things that you'll notice, like the integration time calculator, something that will automatically look up and select guide stars, calibration managers, and things like that. So it's a very complicated system, a lot of moving parts, but by doing it bringing it up together as a unified system, we hope will actually be simpler to manage in the future, because right now all of these are very separate, different components built with different technologies, and therefore makes it even harder. Okay, so I'm going to go over some and explore first. Before I dive into my demonstration, I want to go through some mock-ups so you can see sort of what we have in mind, the sort of all the features that we are anticipating. You'll see we're not quite there yet, but it's getting there. Okay, so the main layout when you log in, all of the applications are going to have a very similar look and feel, like a very similar layout, so they're familiar to use. So at the top, here you have an application switcher. There's a waffle icon like sometimes you get with Google. So you can switch between these different applications and different views. In the upper right is the user identity and authentication. So you can log in just to be able to see your programs. On the left, so the vertical navigation bar, are a set of tabs which allow you different views on the information that you're trying to look at. In the middle is an item tree, such as the lists of things that you've selected here. And on the right, when you select something to here, and then you get the details on the right panels, of which you can collapse and expand those to see more information. Then in the upper here at the top of the list, there'll be some action buttons for creating observations and targets, groupings. There's a little summary here, and there's a little search box. Because you have a lot of observations, you can shrink your list, focus on what you want. And then at the top here, there'll be some of a button where you can actually create a proposal from a new set of observations. So if you add some observations and go to the observation view here, again, we're getting a list of all the observations that are defined. Select one of those, and then all the details of that observation here, the targets and constraints, instrument configurations, and ITC output down there. Add a few more observations, and now you see that in this particular one is for geners. It was automatically created the telluric observations that go with it, and there's a link to it. So as you change an instrument configuration, those are updated automatically. Whereas now that's a completely manual process. So you have to go through and change everything manually. Also, we're going to put in logical groupings. You can make AND groups to specify observations that have to be done together. Use OR groups to provide options. For example, the GMOS North or GMOS South is fine for this observation. And the scheduler will use that information as part of the scheduling process. Then here on the right was also an advanced configuration. We're going into more specifications on your observation if the defaults aren't quite right. This gives a blow up of that. This looks a bit like the OT instrument component now. So it allows you to do all the settings like exactly specify the disperser or the binning, or specify your wavelength or spatial vivid patterns if the default one doesn't quite meet your needs. There's also going to be a variety of sort of exposure time modes. So you enter the signal to noise, and the system will automatically run the ITCs and figure out how many exposures and exposure times that are best to reach that. But if you want more control, you can change that so that you can specify, I need 15 exposures to reach the signal to noise, and you'll get the exposure times. Or you can specify, I need 15 exposures of 300 seconds, for example, to do some sort of time series. So you can specify that exactly if you need to. Then if you switch to the target view, for example, your target tab there, now you have the list of observations organized by target. So it allows you, if you select a set of targets or one target with a bunch of observations underneath it, you make a change, you made the same change to all of them. So it's a bulk edit feature. You can also then upload a list of targets. That's a very heavily requested feature. So you don't have to do a send-as search or type anything in by hand. You'll be able to copy observations and drag and drop observations between targets. Then the constraints view here is the same type of thing. It's the observations organized by constraint set. Again, you select a group of them, you can make a bulk edit to the constraints, drag and drop observations, import lists of timing windows, those observations and copy the observations. Configurations view is the same thing. Now you're organized by instrument configuration set, and you can do bulk edits again on a list that have the same configuration, drag and drop, copy. I think you probably get the idea. Now you can do all of that unauthenticated, just so you can play with the system, see what Gemini has, see if there's something you want to propose for. Once you want to put in a proposal, you have to authenticate. And the goals for Gemini in terms of authentication are make sure that you gain access to the program proposals of which you're entitled to, that you have permission to access. We want to avoid having to manage accounts and manage all of your email addresses and affiliations, especially as you move around. And we want to keep track of publications based on a given program. And so the ORCID, the Open Research and Contributor ID, is actually perfect for this. It's now become extremely common in astronomy. It's actually required for AAS journal submission. It's accepted by most other journals. It's free. It's really easy to obtain. It takes like 5 minutes, and it's unique to you and follows you. So there's the URL. If you don't have one, you can sign up for it. And it allows ORCID to keep track of all of your, email address and affiliation. You update your profile there, and that information is automatically accessible by Gemini. So once you've logged in, you're authenticated, then you get to open up the proposal view here, and this is going to look quite familiar. Up at the top, you get to put in your co-investigators, and even specify who has what privileges on this proposal. It's just read only, edit, you can submit. So it allows for collaborative work on the proposal. You enter your abstract, request details like how many hours per participant, button to attach your PDF, attachment for the scientific justification. You can export a PDF summary, so you can see sort of exactly what the TAC will be able to look at. You can duplicate a proposal if you need to, take an old proposal for a new semester, be able to do that. And then, of course, there's the submit proposal button. So you submit that, it basically this is just a change of flag in the database, which means up until the proposal deadline, if you find some typos, you need to update a figure, you just retract that submission, make a change, and submit it again. There's the duplication that you have now. And of course, at the proposal deadline, then it'll lock that. So now that's sort of the design of Explore. Now I'm going to switch over and try to use it in real time. So if you navigate to it, you haven't been there before, you're going to get a login screen like this. It allows you to either log in with your ORCID or continue. If you log in with ORCID, it sends you to the ORCID page where you put in your ORCID, the password, and give Gemini permission to access your information. This is not my computer, so I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to go back and just work the rest of the demo as guest. So click on there. Well, I haven't used Explore on this machine yet, so I get sort of the program listing. So I have to select one of those pre-made programs. I'm going to use this first one. And now you get the basic layout view. It's a lot like the first mock-up I showed, where you've got those tabs on the left. You've got user information over here. Again, you can switch programs with that or log in. If I click on the observations tab, I get the list of observations that have been defined. I click on one of those. There's the observation details with the target information. There's a sky survey image. If I scroll down, That's right. This scrolls the opposite way, I think, that I'm used to. Okay, if I scroll down, there's the rest of the details. There's visibility information and the configuration, which I'll go over in more detail. Also, I can close these various panels so I can focus on the other bits of information that I want to look at. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new observation. So there's the new observation. Click on that. Now I'm going to add a new target. And to do that, I can just start typing a name. And it's doing a Sinbad query for everything with that name in the title. So I have these options. I'm going to select male 5. It's downloaded the information you can get from Sinbad and brought up the slice through the image, and I can zoom in and out on that using this Aladdin Light plugin. And you see if I go out far enough, I start seeing M31 because this is one of the brightest comet clusters in M31. So back in more reasonable view. One thing we did not get from Sinbad is the spatial profile in the SED, so I'm going to just change that now. It's slightly resolved, so Gaussian 2 arcsecond full F max, and the SED is more like. Again, reverse scroll. Isn't it like G? So that's basically define my target. You know, I can continue to go down. Let's just close this for now. To the instrument configuration. So one really important thing about Explorer is that it knows about all of Gemini's instruments and their modes. And so instead of you having to go search through all of our external web page, all the instrument web pages to determine what do we have available and will it work for you, this will tell you what is available. So at the moment, I guess it's sort of behind that, but it says there are about 400 GMOS configurations that match. I haven't really typed in what I want to do yet. So I'm going to enter my science requirements. I'm going to do calcium triplet observing 0.85 microns. And I want a resolving power 2500. And now you can't really see it, but the number of configurations is reduced. So now I'm going to put in the signal to noise I need of 100. And now it has enough information that it's running the ITCs and all those different options and giving the integration time needed to reach that signal to noise. So I can search by the time, and you see that these are the fastest options to reach that. One option for the north, one for the south. Let's say I pick one, but I'm not sure. Which one should I use, or which one is possible? And one way I can determine which one is the best is to look at the visibility. So I'm going to bring up the elevation plot here, and I could expand this a little bit to make it more visible. First, I'm going to, there's lots of information. As you can see, it has options to parallactic angle. There's the sky brightness calculations, which I'll turn off for now. So this is showing for tonight. It's the elevation as a function of time, and I can actually switch between local time, real time, UT time. I can also switch dates, going back and forth with these little arrow buttons, or I can bring up the calendar widget and select another day. It gives the calculation. So that's just for a given night. I can also look at the visibility of a semester by switching here from night view to semester view. And then for semester 22B, it's showing hours visible in a night versus date. So that's looking pretty good. I'm going to go back to night view for now. So this is the visibility at Gemini North. Actually, if I click on this observation for Gemini South, you see it's flipped this to GS. So you see the visibility at Gemini South. Obviously, given the definition, it's better in the north. So I'm going to select Gemini North. And I'm basically done. That observation is ready. Behind the hood, it was created a sequence that will reach that signal to noise. And if you don't need to make any other specific changes, this is ready to be submitted. You don't, and there's no need for any manual observation checking, phase 2 checks. And you can see that by looking at this beginnings of the advanced configuration panel. We're actively working on this. It's not complete, doesn't have all the fields as I showed in the markup, but this is the place you get to view the sequence that it created. So at the top of that table is the acquisition steps, and then the same observation of the science steps with science and the associated flat. And you see there's a wavelength. This one does, yeah, there's a wavelength there as well. Again, in the advanced panel, you'll actually, if you need to, you can change some details of that. As long as you're looking in the advanced panel, the sequence will still be created automatically when no manual checks are needed. There's also, if you remember, eventually there'll be a way to actually edit that table of sequence steps. But once you do it doing that, then the program needs a manual check. Okay, so I'm going to go back to, oops. Close this. I'm going to go back to simple configuration. And now I'm going to play a little bit with the constraints. You know, this observation could be done, but maybe I want to relax the conditions a bit so that it's more schedulable. I can do that with this constraint panel here. So for image quality, now instead of percentile bin like we have now, which is something really hard to get used to, we're just going to accept image quality on target. So let's change that to 1.5 seconds. And now you see the ITCs are running again to give you an updated time estimate, where I can change the clouds to like half a magnitude of extinction. Same thing, it'll recalculate that. I can also change the constraints by going to the constraint view. So in here, I have everything organized by constraint set. So then if I, as I showed in the markups, if I click on the top of that, so all these are selected, then any events I make to here are moved to all of them. So I'm going to change this image quality to 1 arcsecond, change the extinction 0.3, and that's a bulk edit. If I want to just change one, I can just select one of them, change this to 0.8, and then because it's a different constraint set, just pop that out into its own little grouping here. And if I click on this one, and whoop, I can actually do this. Drag that up, drop it into there. That observation has now inherited the constraints of that group. Pretty easy. Then the targets view works the same way. And everything organized by target. Here I've got sort of a GMOS South and GMOS North options for NGC 3312. So again, if it's a new magnitude here, I go in 14.2. And that's been changed for both of those observations. Again, if I want to just edit one, I can click on one of them. You see I have an option here by default that's going to change just one of the observation, that one, and would pop it out into a different group, or I can select here and edit both of them. So now let's just go back to the observations view. A couple more features to make this more usable or user-friendly. For example, if you have questions about what some of these fields are and how you should edit them, we have the help built into the system now. You don't have to go to additional web pages and page through those. If you want to know what the image quality means, click on that little information icon and up pops a little, this little tab with the help for that. We've also built in undo redo editing from the ground up. You have to do it from the ground up. That's one reason to sort of take advantage of this complete rewrite. So for example, if I change the image quality to 1.5 seconds, but maybe that takes too long or it doesn't suit me, I can change that to 1. Then I want to change my mind again. I want to go back. So I just undo that, or I can redo. So that's the basic features of Explorer right now. Again, it's under active development. This is sort of what we call the production version of it. It's updated maybe once every month or two. So you stop back in a few weeks, it may look different or have different features. There are other development versions of this which are updating daily as the developers implement new features. So I'm going to go back to the presentation and talk a little bit more about some of the other applications. And then we'll get into, you can have a go at Explore. So one of the other apps that I mentioned is Observe, which is the application that actually executes those sequences that Explorer makes. Of course, this is mainly used by staff, but everyone who visits the telescopes, so once that is possible again, we'll use this. It's a new version of our current web called the Web SecExec. And there's also, besides just the tool that you use to actually execute these sequences, is the interface going to be one of the interfaces to the automated real-time scheduler. So you see this is like the nighttime view. The current plan from the scheduler will be shown at the top here, showing what's happened and what it expects to come up based on the current conditions and any forecast. But then the point is, as things change, as TOA observations come in or weather changes, the scheduler will recognize that, run again, and then give you a new plan and give you an option for switching. So this particular example is a rapid TA that came in that said, whoops, maybe you should really stop this observation and do this one right now. And then they'll give you some assistance on what you should do, either stop the current exposure and then switch, or just abort and go. And then one thing just to point out, that sort of got hidden. Each step in this has little exposure controls for running the sequence, pausing the exposure, or aborting. So that's Observe. Again, the same basic layout and same kind of look and feel and interaction. Then there's Chronicle, which is the logging tool, which people will use extensively. That's when night and observing logs, so the observers will enter the comments on data sets or comments at any particular time while the observation is going on. And these comments are related to data quality assessment. So this is where you get your obs log. So you go in here, say I want the log for this program on this night, and it will show you all these details of what happened. Also for the Gemini staff, it provides a nice view of what happened on a particular night, where there are errors or faults and the weather loss, and you can do the time accounting easily there. I also envision maybe it'd be useful communication tool between day and night staff. So the timeline, obviously Explore and Observe are now under development. This Chronicle tool, we hope to start developing but sometime this year, with about a 9-month development time. We expect to have Explore and Observe ready to do full GMOS long slit support by about September next year, which will allow us to start doing some early science. So we have these sort of early science test phase, which we call XT1, and we plan to do a special call for proposals for GMOS imaging and long slit about October next year for observing in January 2024. So we'll have a special call for a certain number of nights. We'll use Explore and Observe just on those nights to execute those programs, put it right through its paces, end-to-end test, and then continue with the development of the other modes and refining the features. This next phase is called XT2. So as each instrument gets supported, we want to hopefully, we were asked for some of the existing programs to be converted to the new system, try to give some incentives, maybe in time or other things for that. Until we're ready, should be complete by June 2025. And the system certainly has to be ready for Scorpio commissioning, and we want it to be all online by the time the Rubin alert stream starts up. So as we become more feature complete, we are wrapping up community testing. This is one of the first of those example of that. So besides just putting it through its paces and playing with it, eventually we'll be probably asking testers to fill in some questionnaires about specific features, do some mock use sessions, maybe some user interviews and quantitative use testing. So we compare the similar things that we did with the current OCS and make sure we're actually making improvements and get ideas for refinements. So it's good to see so many people here who at least have some interest in this. If you want to keep doing this, please let us know. So now we're at the interactive use part, but maybe I should pause to see if there are any questions on what we've gone through so far. Anything online? Okay, then let's dive into this.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
There we go. I'm sorry if you said this and I missed it. Is Explorer intended to also work for the visiting instruments of Gemini, or is it just the facility instrument?
All instruments will have the visiting instruments as
Wonderful,
well.
thank you.
Observe will not work with the visitor instruments, because that's what makes the visitor instrument, but you'll still be able to define everything and explore. Okay, so then we can have, you can have at explore. So I've made a couple of Google Docs with some suggestions for what you can do, basically kind of repeat what I showed you in the demonstration. And there's a Google form here where you can get some feedback, give us some feedback. So I'll just sort of go through a few things on that. First, I want to make this a lot bigger, if I can. Oh, I see why. Okay, well, I'll put the links back up there so you can navigate to them, but I have most of the information here on the slides as well. So there's the URL for Explore, explore.gemini.edu. A couple of things to note is that right now we're using in-memory database, and everybody can see all of the programs in the database. So you can see, what I did in that first program. What I suggest is that everybody wants to try this out, make their own program, that's possible, and then do work in that. So you're not really writing over other people's stuff. So if you go up to guest user and manage programs, you can click on plus program and then type in a name like, and then you can work in that. Everyone else will be able to see that too, but that's okay, because sometime tonight, Heroku, which is the platform I use to run all this, resets itself, and because this is all in memory, it gets wiped out and reset every day. Just so you know that's what's going to happen. So then there's this Google spreadsheet where you can enter your name and any comments you have. I've got a couple of suggested exercises here. Basically, just go through the various features, log in with Orchid if you have one, create some observations and edit them and move them around. And if you really want to, there's a timed activity. So see how long it takes you to create this observation. We did this test with some people with the current OT, so we can see if it actually is faster with Explore. And so then I'll just leave this up so you have the URLs and that you have at it, and I'll walk around and just answer questions and see how people are doing. Yeah, all the instruments and at least have an engineering experience. That's needed just to do that. Yeah, we used to talk. I can see that. Yeah, that I've seen a little bit. Yes, I think so. We got to look. Observe your observing order. Understand the process. We should just talk more about. There should certain features that are I understand the reduction maybe. Yeah. But it is yeah, all this is running in AWS. I'm not sure that how much containerization. I think you probably are, but that's more the question. Okay. Yours is okay. I think there's. I think it can. All this stuff is almost like okay. And front end. Front end is. Yeah. JavaScript and what there's a package that like converts Scala into Java. I see. But with also that is I think really robust. But requires specific skill sets. So we're actually taking it out. Opening it up a little bit, so maybe have different front ends. Okay. As long as we can sort of keep the same kind of look and feel. People will understand. Yeah. Hello. Look good. Any questions? Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's a good question. I can go into give you a little more detail. I'll mention it a bit on Thursday.
Oh, okay.
But basically, you can do it with Explorer. My expectation, hope is that you will no longer need to make these template observations you have to put on hold, but you use the automation and just create stuff from scratch like I did, which you can do either with the interface or all programmatically with API. So that's how I expect most of TDA stuff will work, that you use the interfaces and connect to these toms.
Yeah.
So we'll update our plugin for the tom. We'll use the new APIs. And so you just say, basically, I need, 0.5 microns, 1,000 resolution power. Give me that. I don't care. Eventually, I think at the beginning, the API will act a lot like this. That you'll give it some science requirements. You'll get back maybe a list of that list of instruments and features, and then you select one, or we will eventually be able to make an algorithm which will give you like a recommended configuration, like based on the visibility of the target. We can do all that calculation, say for this target where it is, based on what telescope is open, we think you should do GMOS south, and then we can just do it. So that's this up here. So we still have that. Yeah, we may add things like that too. For now, we just have this. We're trying to get away from the notes and add more of the logic constraints so that you can specify it programmatically, so the scheduler can figure out what to do, so the human doesn't have to read it all and just make decisions. So you'll be able to still give timing windows, any relative constraints between observations, like I need this one 3 days after that one. Well, you'll be able to do that now. But if there's something that the system can't naturally decide, you've like things for acquisition suggestions, things like that, then you can type it. And the program, you can set that with the API as well. So it'll be hopefully much easier.
Yeah.
You could, yes, because we still have the internal user priority, like in the OT, the low, medium, high. We'll probably have something like that. So you could have an OR group and set one to high and one to low. It would take that.
I am
Very good.
but when we are in the Spanish, no, because I
Right now, they don't have the we need. I was playing with that one of the first things I see is.
But there is no date. And the problem when you play.
At the moment, it's just send that to review, eventually that would be. Or you don't know.
Yeah, actually, so I will do that. Or not tomorrow, right? Yeah, it's
Yeah. Oh,
I don't know what the deal is.
no.
That is. And actually, right when I went into the office, like. It's like there's so many people that, onboarded during the pandemic that I've not seen in person, and then I go ahead and like introduce myself, like. It's not about knowing them, but. And then, okay, I remember making your account that way. That's like all I've got. It's like, okay, I remember making your Google account, right? Oh, they took the pump. I wonder who did that. Oh, well.
These are in the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, for anybody still left online or whatever, thank you for attending. I'm going to go ahead and close down the broadcast, I guess.
I missed that. Yeah. Wait, on the resolution change from here. Like this. And if you put the resolution, then you put here something. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we missed it. So, Ryan, I wonder how the observations once they are made, they are going to appear also here, like in the OT, the observing law. And also the way to evaluate them, to say if it's bad or usable, all these things. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. I think you have to. Oh, okay. But it's in the same program. And what we say, how much is going to take you to? What is
or the configuration.
Let's see who is first.
Okay.
No, I don't like this thing.
I've got 9 on my computer.
Oh, God.
2% on my brain.
Yeah, I don't have thing. I'm just copying information.
So tomorrow morning it's going. Okay, 8. Yeah, I just.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, the kind of